Ad hominem fallacy. The ad hominem fallacy happens when someone attempts to discredit someone's argument with personal attacks rather than the substance of the argument itself. Hasty generalization. Hasty generalization, also known as the overgeneralization fallacy, happens when making a claim based on evidence that is just too small. Red herring fallacy. A red herring is something that misleads or
distracts away from the main point of the topic. So, there's a lot of different fallacies, and we're going to go through them all. But I figured I'd just start right there. What's happening, Lori Sue? How you doing this evening? Hope you're feeling well. I'm trying something here this evening, a little bit different, but still about the conversation being had here on the streaming platforms. I just figured we could talk about how not to be an asshole, right? How not to defame, or how not to be an insufferable fool, and how we can cite or spot those who are being the insufferable fool and call it out earnestly, honestly, for what it is: foolishness, childishness, limitation in thinking. You know, bad habits that most people try to leave behind, but it seems to be absolutely supported and pushed, even rewarded here on the tubes of you. So yeah, how to avoid being insufferable while streaming. Oh, I even misspelled streaming. Hold on a second. Let me fix that. Talk about typing too quickly. Hold on a second. That's funny. Speaking of which, how to be sufferable. Always admit your losses. Always admit your wins. Always admit your fallibility first. Because none of us are perfect, right? We're all trying our best. We're all trying to do... Oh, thank you, Lori. I'm glad you're happy to be here. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that I've lightened your day. Yeah, I'm looking at things, a little differently. I was actually on Ben Thorpe's the other day, and it's funny because, I can even get him to have a normal conversation in most cases. It seems like I feel like, comparative to a lot of the YouTube world, I have, despite being a character, despite being wild, and doing crazy stuff once in a while, being silly, I still feel like I'm way more grounded than a lot of these folks who are living in fear, just possessed by any and all misinformation that drives from the dark place. And by the dark place, I mean from the places intended to sell folks down a river of hate, self-loathing, world fear, xenophobia. And this comes in all kinds of flavors, folks. It comes in every personal flavor you could want. Goes beyond Baskin Robbins. 31 flavors, my ass. I got 200 million people on an average sitting there online watching and making streams. So clearly, there's a lot more than 31 flavors. Anyhow, let me run this back a bit so you get it a little more clearly what we're actually looking at. But first, you know what? Let me tune in to your own personal station. Give me 1 second to, let me just adjust the dial.
Good. Are you? Decide. Sorry. Don't have to.
Ad hominem fallacy. The ad hominem fallacy happens when someone attempts to discredit someone's argument with personal attacks rather than the substance of the argument itself.
I.e., you're a fuckwad. That means your argument doesn't mean anything, because I said you're a fuckwad. And I'm going to pound on my chest. You hear that? That's not a helicopter. No, it's just the ad hominem, calling names. Just break it down. It's calling names. And by the way, welcome on in. If you're just getting here. Ooh.
Hasty generalization. Hasty generalization, also known as the overgeneralization fallacy, happens when making a claim based on evidence that is just too small. Red hair.
Everybody thinks you're an asshat. I talk to everybody, and they think you're an asshat. That's a hasty generalization. But I sure do like the term asshat. It's fun. Now, I'm not saying you in the audience. I'm just saying it's a good term that you can just turn and use on people. Just asshat. Asshat. You don't need to be mean, but if you're gonna break one out, that's one of my favorites. It means you literally are wearing your own ass as a hat. Pretty straight ahead. Anyways.
Fallacy. A red herring is something that misleads or distracts from a relevant or important question. It might be used to change the subject. Tu quoque fallacy. Tu quoque is a technique that intends to discredit the opponent.
Oh, this is my favorite that nobody ever mentions. Tu quoque. First off, great word. Tu quoque.
Argument by
Hold on, let me run that back a little bit.
From a relevant or important question. It might be used to change the subject.
Red herring.
Tu quoque fallacy. Tu quoque is a technique that intends to discredit the opponent's argument by attacking the opponent's own personal behavior and actions as being inconsistent with their argument, therefore accusing hypocrisy instead of countering the actual argument.
In other words, Lita and I are arguing pie. I know Lita doesn't like pie, so I would say, well, Lita, you can't possibly argue in favor of pie. You don't like pie. Mi quoque, tu quoque. All right, let's play quoque. Twoo. Two. Lori Sue Cragen Clamp says, not just the self-loathing, it's those needing to sell others on themselves. Be it tarot cards or anything else. Don't get me wrong. I know a few actual readers. Oh, I know a great one, actually, an incredible one. They don't rely on YouTube for money, though. Yeah, that's true. No, they rely on Easy Prey. No, I'm kidding. Not all of them. Pi equals 3.14. True. But if I was going to be a smarmy YouTube ass, I'd be like, but that's not the end of it, though. And if you really knew it, you would have cited... You would have cited, Mom, leave me alone. Yeah, YouTube. Ah, yeah, gotta love them. Gotta love them. Today is Pi Day. True, that's why I did bring up... You did remind me of that earlier. Hello, everyone. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where that's me, interject myself into a conversation that most of the time people loathe having me involved in. And by way of which I take it someplace, well, most of the time, nobody expects it to go. And today, we're talking about how insufferable most YouTubers, streamers generally are, how they tend to be projecting out their worst fears and telling you that that's the only way it can be, and how most of the practices used in the Twitch poll debate world is just a bunch of fallacy. And if we aren't calling it out, what are we doing? And if we aren't at least talking about it or saying, you know, these things can be fixed, or at least we can address them and stop playing into the worst of most people's disenfranchising natures. Because although drama sells clearly and is rewarded here, it doesn't have to be that way. In fact, I have been saying for a minute now that I'd like to urge a rising of the art streamer. That, and what by art streamer, I don't mean someone painting art. I mean creating a creative atmosphere that isn't just simply talking to the camera. Now you might be like, oh, Aaron, what makes? Oh yeah, so you got fancy background and makes you a show. Is that what makes you different? Yeah, motherfucker. How about it? What about that? Yeah, a couple different angles, couple little different things going on. Yeah, fuck off with all that. Yes, it does make a show, and it makes a difference. I think it's creative intention. Lita already said she didn't understand pi, but then yet, that's a lot by YouTube standards. That's a lie, because she said 3.14, so clearly Clearly, she knows what pie is. Don't give me that bullshit. See? That's that YouTube logic. Anything to counter or be a contrarian. I hate it. It's insipid. Low life behavior. It's the kind of shit that 12-year-olds who are the least popular kid in the class do because they don't get attention otherwise. Middle management all the way. Mids. He didn't last long as a result of our written exchange. Who's this? Lori? I'm sorry, did I miss some context here? I apologize if I missed some context. And I gotta apologize first off, and a whole different other insufferable thing. Kept moving times around. Yeah, I've had a sick dog. Where is he? He's somewhere right here. I've had a sick dog. And also house building stuff and county things and, some work and a life. I have a life. I know. Far be it from me to actually have one of those. I know most people who are in front of one of these cameras in this, area. Lizard tree! Lizard tree! Ooh, yeah! What up? Welcome on in. We're starting with the fallacies, the argument fallacies tonight. We're just going to go over them real quickly. Not real quickly. There's about, 12 minutes, which in my time, that's like 4 hours. So just get ready for that. I think that there's a lot better way. There's a lot better ways to interact with people, with the ability to interact online, the ability to portray ourselves in whatever way we want, and to not have it be everything in the end-all, be-all. One of the greatest concerns for me, in my mind, and why I keep playing up the character of me. Like, 10 times what I actually, you think I fucking growl? Holy shit. God, I've said this so many times. But I think there's a misunderstanding between message and story. A difference between performative and performance and what a message can be. There's a lot of differences here that when you're just sitting in front of a camera talking about some things you saw and what you think, there's a difference. One is for entertainment value. The other is a VC. And I want to abolish the fuck out of VCs being on YouTube streams other than if it's a debate panel and used for proper panel conversation. And when I say proper, I mean like to get somewhere, for a show, for entertainment, and not just airing everybody's personal 12-year-old grievances, even if you're 35. That seems to be a real problem, much less the Puritanism and the McCarthyite behaviors. I was about to say, don't get me started. No, that's what I'm fucking here for, right? To talk about this. It's not just concerning, but we're heading towards another election. And this disenfranchisement, this lack of trust of one another, the general sentiment that anybody who pounds their chest, that anybody who has 700 viewers must be right. I'm sorry. When the fuck did that start? Because last I checked, there's some motherfuckers in this world that, they all thought it was right, but turns out, hold on a second, let me pull it up here. Where am I? Oh yeah, got the filter on it, that's why. Don't forget about Mr. Lennemuller. Don't forget about how a lot of people could think they're doing the right thing, and you only have one person standing out, right? Just because the populace is into it doesn't mean that it's right. Let me look at the right camera. Speaking of which, yeah. Just because it seems like it looks like it. I can even see, I've got a huge image of myself right in front of me, and I'm still not looking at the right camera. How does that happen? Anyways. Yeah, I don't mean to just piss and complain and piss and moan. But I'm gonna. No, I think that we let too many, a lot of YouTubers, Lita says, this is simply refreshing when, oh, thank you. I feel less alone in the universe. You shouldn't feel alone. The majority of people in the normal world, I believe, and seem to find, feel the way I do. When I share some of these anecdotes and stories, I get great laughs out of people when I tell them what people have told me online. Toxic Angel, what's happening? What's going on, brother? Quite frankly, a lot of YouTubers don't deserve a voice and need to go out and be gainfully employed. Oh, if that isn't the fucking hardcore. That is the truth. Yeah, Lori Sue with the second, me with the third. There is too many folks who just simply have a mental disorder or a social disorder, and they're pulled in by the argumentative, which is, you know, oppositional defiance disorder as well. Grace needs a job. Oh, Grace would be, you know, Grace, I think, let me be frank, Toxic. I think Grace needs to start acting on film. She would be an incredible film actress because we've all seen her work that camera better than most anybody else here on YouTube. She's freaking astonishing. Most people don't realize how much of what she does is actually sociodrama acting. Even if you might think that it's, oh my God, it's all real. Yeah, then you don't know them well enough. And I know you know them pretty well too, Toxic, that there's a lot of emotional manipulation going on there. Oh, exclamation mark, Lita. Yes, true. So let me get back to some of these fallacies, because I think we miss a lot of these things, and there's so many of them that you don't realize are just being used. There's a whole section of this that is just Andrew Wilson. It's just like dedicated to Andrew Wilson in here. Sorry.
Slippery slope fallacy. In a slippery slope
This is
argument,
one of my
the course
favorites.
of
I tend to
action
use
is
this one.
rejected because, with little or no evidence, one insists that it will lead to a chain reaction resulting
what
in an
happened here?
undesirable end or ends. Special pleading fallacy. Special pleading happens when applying standards, principles, or rules to other people or circumstances, while making oneself or certain circumstances exempt from the same
shrink
critical
down
criteria
so it's a little
without
clearer.
providing adequate justification. Loaded question. A loaded question is a question that already contains an assumption. False dilemma fallacy.
Oh yeah, let's go
The
back to
false
that then,
dilemma
because that's
fallacy.
a definite. Well, you don't believe in God, and what if you don't? One of the issues I do don't think she's his daughter. She's not, but they are family. Lita said that. Yeah, Lita. Actually, I learned something the other day that may have made that even less likely, but we'd have to talk to Ben about that. I don't think they really want to share that. He said some stuff and then like kind of walked around it and tried to fix it. Anyways, I'd have to find the clip to actually point it out, but there was some suggestion that maybe there might not even be some biological rip, but it was just like real loose. It was just really loose. I'm speculating. Is your son, like, one of your kids had a birthday, right? Oh shit. However, I will, oh, Lizard Tree. It is absolutely, I really want Ben and Jack to have a long conversation. I feel like they would challenge each other well. And I'm so glad you never became a save gracer, Lizard Tree. Being a save gracer is like literally admitting, and let me just let the audience in on a hint. Being a save gracer is like being a true believer in the subgenius. It means you don't actually get what it's about. You're not supposed to take part in things. You're supposed to stand back in some cases. Especially when they tell you, hey, this is maybe a little questionable. Save Ben. Yeah, save Ben. No, that's actually, if you know the true. Some of it is save Ben. Now, he's a grown-ass man. He got himself there in his own case, and he's got all of his own problems. But yes, when it comes to the whole, like early on, where the origination story, how Courtney behaved, and where all that weirdness really comes from, yo, That early on is definitely, before he lost his mind, that is a Save Ben thing, for real. Oh, actually it was Pierre's birthday last month. Oh, your dog's birthday is coming up. Happy birthday. I missed that. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying close enough attention there, Lori. My apologies. Well, here, let's look at some more of these fallacies. They are fascinating fallacies. And what?
Also called
I keep
the
thinking
black
the same.
and white fallacy, occurs when someone misrepresents an issue by offering only two options when more exist, or by
Binary
presenting
fallacy
the
as
options
well.
as mutually exclusive when they are not.
Or mutual exclusive
Strawman fallacy. A strawman fallacy happens when one rebuts an
I like how he
argument
says
by
that.
misconstruing it. Circular reasoning. The circular reasoning fallacy
Oh wait, he
is
just
an
ran
argument
right
that
on
assumes
through
the
that.
very
He
thing it
just
is trying to
ran through
prove.
that like a basketball
Fallacy.
team.
A
And
strawman fallacy
one of
happens
my
when
exes.
presents an issue by offering only two options when more exist, or by presenting the options as mutually exclusive when they are not. Strawman fallacy. A strawman fallacy happens when one rebuts an argument by misconstruing it. Circular reasoning. The circular reasoning fallacy is an argument that assumes the very thing it is trying to prove is true. Instead of offering evidence, it simply repeats the conclusion, rendering the argument logically incoherent. Appeal to authority fallacy. It is a form of argument in which the mere fact that an influential figure holds a certain position is used as evidence that the position itself is correct. Appeal to
So in other words, well, the president loves, his Rolex, so Rolex must be the best watch. That's that kind of thing. Oh, your dog is clueless? Oh, yeah, my dog is totally clueless too. I feel so bad, actually. My dog has been so sick, and there's so many little problems with the guy. And then yesterday, he fell over and broke his nail. Oh, poor dude. He's just having a hard time. He's getting older. Save Benner. Yeah, talk truly for the early story. Yeah, some of the weird dots and connections. Although I am doubting one of my earlier connections. It's still really very strong. But I did see a stream the other day from maybe 2 months back where Darth Dawkins was actually involved. And I'm going to say a name out of nowhere. A gentleman named Darth Dawkins with a very familiar voice was involved with a Twitter conversation. And it came up, it was posted here. And I kind of looked at the correlation between when people were streaming and when they weren't. And I started to question my earlier hypotheses that maybe there was someone playing more than one character. Still not sure, but that's part of the mystery. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I have a hypothesis that maybe our friend Ben has been more than one internet character. And it's just a theory, and it's really about the audio and the vocal and the similarity in cadences. And also when one of them went off the air, the other one came on. There's a lot of strange little connections, but I'm digressing away from the main point. If anything, I think Ben and Grace are the great example of what most folks actually want to see. They want to see something that makes them feel more perfect, better than. They want to see other people having the same issues or worse issues. They want to see people living out their lives and then being a character. That's why the Kardashians and such. Oh, who? Ben, the Thorpes. Lori, the Thorpes are the most degenerate moral play, what I would call extreme socio-drama, meant to pull all of the trolls out and create all of the virtue signaling that is so popular on the internet, so that the audience is essentially the show. And it is based around an incredibly dysfunctional family that is very, generally abusive to one another, with a voracious, well-meaning intent for each other, even worse. So the Thorpes, yes. They are a YouTube soap opera for real. Yes, absolutely. And most recently, Ben was arrested, actually. And I actually wouldn't put Ben in the insufferable camp. Ben has a self-depreciating sense of humor. Ben has a lot of wacky ideas. Ben has a lot of steadfast and argumentative ideas. But you know what he is? Openly fallible. Says a lot more than about his character than it does for most of the other streamers I know. What's good, Carl? Long time no see. How you feeling? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Yeah, it's entertaining if you like G.G. Allen or The Car Crash. I actually find the audience more entertaining because of their insidiously mean-spirited response. Everything from the audience is about hating on the show that they're watching a lot of the time, or despising or questioning everything, when they should be questioning the reality and trying to figure out what's real and what's not. But they just assume. Just half of the entertainment. Half of the entertainment for any of us really watching. Are these real people? Excellent question. That is an excellent question, Lori. You must decide for yourself. I will never break their gag openly. Whether it is or is not, I would say it's absolutely a show. Yeah, thank you, Lori. Lita says, Lori, it's absolutely a show. And it's gotten them in trouble. Ben went to jail for doing something in the show. And if you don't know what sociodrama is actually the next step in method acting, where you aren't just utilizing a through and through you as the character to make it real, but rather you are using your own emotional state to drive a cohesion, an understanding of the character. And if the character is only an amplified version of yourself, speaking of, I don't know who would do that. Anyways, yeah, if the character's an amplified version of yourself. Yes, it's comparative to the style of reality that they execute in Japan. LARP opera. Yeah. I mean, but it's no different than going to a serious drama play, except, and it's a drama in the most, in the Greek sense, really, truly a tragedy. You're always waiting for the car to crash and the next thing to happen. And a lot of it being a moral play that the audience doesn't understand is even more humorous to those of us who are standing from the outside. But anyways, I have digressed. It's not so much dumb. Actually, I think it's pretty smart on a certain level. I think it's challenging, but it is always about dumb shit. Yes, that's the even funnier part. It is always about dumb shit. It's just absurd. And if anything, they troll the audience that thinks they're trolling the Thorpes. That's even more astonishing.
Fallacy. It's an argument in which it is proposed that a thing is good because it is natural or bad because it is unnatural. It's a
this is my favorite, by the way, of the oh yeah. Yeah, you could totally clean your toilet, not miss anything. Absolutely. Be very similar. Especially in some of the content or the guests that come up. Wow. The guests are really, Locale Live has nothing on the locales that come through there. Holy shit. But the appeal to nature. That's the funny part. Yeah. For trolling the trolls. It really is. It really is the funny part. So one of the big things that I've heard recently is the appeal to nature fallacy. I've heard it a lot from the sovereign citizen folks. God love them. And, and mind you, I think they're well-meaning. I think a lot of these folks are well-meaning and they're looking for some other answer. And don't get me wrong there. I think another answer is viable. I think there are other additional answers or a refinement to what we are as a nation in the U.S. or in what we are as a planet, as a system that we work with. But we're not there yet, and we can get there. We just have to work towards that end goal of seeing humanity as one. Now that drops borders and a lot of other things, and I just don't think we'll ever be without law. We'll never be without a guiding principle, leadership of some nature, and Politburo to handle government and governing of the people. The Thorpes completely broke down the production of these panels. You don't believe any of it. All story time. I love you for that, Pixel Tree. And hold on a second. Let me put my love you for that. And let me just love you for that, Pixel Tree. And thank goodness. Do you know that there was one point in time while I ran a campaign to basically show how nobody would believe that most of it's a show based out of their own dysfunction. Lately, the chats want to be involved in your medical choices. Oh, your medical choices. Yes, of course. You're not getting medical advice from politicized YouTube viewers. But why not? Hold on a second. I don't understand. Why would you want that one? Huh? I don't understand. If you just pour some apples vinegar, cinnamon on it for 3 days, that cancer goes right away. Gets rid of the vid too. Yeah, no, that's how it'd be right now. That's how it'd be, for real. How many actually subscribe? She's coming on like 5,000, and she's been getting botted by much bigger channels where you'll watch her and like she'll have about 170, 200 viewers, and then suddenly it'll ramp up. The other day she ramped up to 5,000 viewers for a little while there. It's pretty. Somebody was botting her, but yeah, it's all a show. Thank goodness for it, right? I mean, it does get out of control. It does. And that's why it's social drama, because it's rooted in true. It's rooted in life, but it's expanded upon to get people's attention and to really make the audience watch. And if anything, I think it's a smarter version than a lot of these angry, scream at each other, dismember or cannibalize each other's viewpoint panels. But yeah, back to this concept right here. Lizardry, absolutely. Some people really believe their whole world view is the truth, and solely so. Like live, it was unreal. Because there's been a couple of them recently, and it has to do with the fact that Ben went to jail, and they are literally in the same building, but there's a stay away order that she doesn't want. It's a freaking amazing soap opera right now. It's a real soap opera, and they're playing up for every ounce. Bored and Lori, it boggles my mind as well. The growing number of bored and ignorant individuals alive on the planet. I think a lot of it, to be frank, has to do with like you're saying, boredom and a lack of accomplishment. Or he went to jail for 2 nights, or a night. They were on stream. They were setting up a situation. In real life, Grace taunts Ben and plays the role where offline she's made him a god. Online, she does nothing but basically make fun of him. And that's the play on his character, and he seems like he's abusive. Now, what happens is that they have this agreement that they can be physical with one another. Grace's freak out was she saw it and she took it. She saw it and she took it. And there's so many of the Save Gracers that are like, that was absolutely real. Yeah, that was real, because she took that energy that she felt from the shock and turned it into the moment, because Grace is a fucking incredible actress. But most of the people forget that we're on a camera. You're supposed to be acting. And acting isn't lying. It's acting. You're telling a story in a show and putting on an entertainment. And even if it's scary and challenging. Whips and dog collars. Yeah, there is a kink, a deep kink in it, as well as it plays on the audience's proclivity to be essentially puritanical. Because the real background of the story is that they have played up an incest story that they've never said. But once they saw that it got them attention, they just played right into it. And that's gross as it is, but it comes from a true story that has to do with Grace acting out in retaliation response to her mother shocking both her dad and her mom. And it's recorded and it's on Twitter. Hola, Zero. Oh, thank Bex. No, I appreciate you, Zero. Come on in. The stream is fine. What how you doing? Hey. So what you're talking about tonight, by the way, since you're just joining us, here, let me get on. Where am I? Oh, shit. Where am I? All right. Oh, jeez. Christ. All right. We're talking about fallacies and insufferable characters. How a lot of folks... oh, it's Bex. Oh, I thought you said Bex sent you here. Oh, I didn't really read it all. What's going on, Bex? I love that. Zero. Nice. Thank you for joining us. You know, and the call-in is up there too. If anybody has Discord and wants to call in and has anything to say about this stuff, taking phone calls. Life that doesn't include these people apparently starved for integrity and intention. Yeah, actually, one of the funniest things about the Thorpes is they don't give a fuck about integrity. It's just about the show. It's about, and you can call it clout or whatever you want. I mean, it's show. I think they kind of have the same intention I do, which is just to express. You know, I think it's where it started from when you look at the earlier stuff too. It's fascinating on so many levels. I call it film noir. It's really like a Fellini, dark, tragic, G.G. Allen performance art thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, accidentally. Only because, you know, I made the comparative. I don't think that the Thorpes are insufferable. I think they may be disgusting to some. I think they may be uncouth. I think they may be challenging to others. But unlike some, where they just believe they're the authority because they have viewers, calling it clout, which is its own term, you know, they have their own meaning for their own term. Well, you know, I would say, you know what its value is, Lori? And I would argue a bit against that. Its value is that it really does bring out all of the seediest viewers and the smartest viewers all at the same time. Those that are looking for something that challenges and that see that it's a show. And then the other folks who really take part, who believe it, who tend to be just looking for anybody they can burn at the stake or anybody that they can be disgusting with, which is the other portion of it that's really, it's just wild. It's a wild thing. And sometimes it gets very wild. Anyways, disturbing, dark. Anyhow, appeal to nature. The point being that recently I've heard this appeal to nature that, you know, what we need to get back to is natural law. Well, you know, natural law is lions eating you. What can I say? You want me to make a false analogy? Happy to do it. It is lions and tigers and bears. Oh, fucking my. Okay? It's super wild. Honestly, if there was going to be a kayfabe or anything that was going to be, you know, soap opera-y, I think it's fantastic, actually. I think it's fascinating and fantastic that that's become the thing. Mostly because every single person who's tried to expose them, we're talking about Destiny. Oh, and Destiny and Zania bought the con, 100%. They bought full into it. Make polio great. Oh my God. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. No, they already brought measles back. You know, because God. Which, what a terrible excuse. Because God. Bring measles back because God. And actually, you know how it started? It's terrible. It's our fault. It's a Christian youth group in Orange County. Brought a whole bunch of their kids, unvaccinated, and caused an international scene at Disneyland. Because they were all in line with a bunch of Chinese youth who've never been inoculated for measles because they don't have it. Or didn't have it. Just clean my toilet and pass on the Thorpes. It's rational. That is, let me just tell you, reasonable. Very reasonable. Yes. Yeah. I buy that. But good to know you can go on missing them and survive. You will survive. You will survive. True. I mean, if you want to see what I would say is the polar opposite of that is, which is its own soap opera drama, but she's way less interesting, and but she says just as insane things, but believes herself. Princella. Talk about falsehoods and all kinds of misleading information and self-assuredness that isn't earned. Princella is a woman that tells women to go their own way. It's basically gig towel, you know, women going wig towel. What? Women going, wig towel. Women going their own way. It's not divestiture, which is another thing. But I could bring some of her stuff up in a minute. But let's look at more fallacies. I've gotten so far off this. We'll look at her in a minute. Oh yeah, men can't love. Men are incapable of love. Men only have aggression because testosterone. That's really her logic. Testosterone equals can't love. But women have testosterone too. And
fallacy, because the unstated primary
and
premise.
She even states that it comes from the amygdala when it doesn't come. Anyway. But oh shit, she says amygdala. That's
natural is good is typically irrelevant and an opinion instead of a fact. Composition
Boom.
fallacy. It arises when one infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Division fallacy. The division fallacy occurs when one reasons that something that is true for a whole must also be true for all or some of its parts.
In other words, you know, well, the president is corrupt, so the whole system must be corrupt. That's another common one. If you're not following along, these fallacies are really common here on YouTube. Extensively so. And constantly, you hear these things pretty, I mean, I don't know about you. But I hear these things used pretty constantly. There's an orca in the background, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that.
Affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequent is the fallacy of taking a true conditional statement, such as, if the lamp were broken, then the room would be dark, under certain assumptions like it is nighttime and the windows are closed, and invalidly inferring its converse, the room is dark so the lamp must be broken. Anecdotal fallacy.
Which also, I like to call that just to jump to a conclusion. Yeah, just an assumption. Don't make an ass out of you and me. So much of this is, well, you know, you said you liked brown bread last time, so that must mean that you don't like any other bread but brown bread, because last time you said you liked brown bread.
Your patronage will not be forgotten. This person is the boss.
Whoa! Holy shit! Lizard tree! Wow! What? That is too. Hold on a second. Hold the fucking phone. That changes everything, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is. Hold on a second. Oh, that is just too slow. That is wrong. That is hip hop. Hold on, let me change this vibe. That is wrong. Wrong. I think we need something that's more like, yeah! Woo! It's party time! Let's go! You know! taking it. You don't know what's up. You know. Lizard paid for dance party. Come on. Ah! Woo! Come on. Holy shit! That one goes out to Lizard Tree. Holy shit! Hold on. Thank you, Lizardry. Oh, that was fun. Oh, I missed some, I missed some comments here, sorry. Recently watched a few of your older videos. Oh, thank you. You know, I've mentioned it from time to time, and it comes up, but, thank you. No, I appreciate that a lot. Comedy here. Not long ago, a dude who lives in his mom's basement, who pretends to be black, but isn't at all, his stepfather was, who also says that he's a popular rapper and wants to go on tour, but really only has about 22 listens per month, and didn't even write his own material in most cases, I come to find out, as well as, he's just a mean-spirited individual. Tried claiming a while back that none of my background was real, all sorts of other wild stuff. Which, speaking of insufferable people, you know who I'm talking about, Lizard. That same dude challenged more than one MMA fighter when he's never had any fighting. He's never been in a ring in his life, much less really worked it. Claimed he has, though. Oh. But that's the whole thing about YouTube. A lot of folks, most folks, apparently, are just faking until they making. You know? Making bacon. Except all they're really doing. Oh, yeah, no, hold on a second. No, turns out his ex said, no, that's his stepdad, and that's his half-sister. Yeah. Uncomfortable. So yeah, dude is yeah. And there's a lot of folks out there like that though that are claiming some kind of authority that don't have any reason to claim authority, or it's fucking weird as fuck, right? Fake it till they make it. Fake it until bacon. Except most of the time they don't realize that defending an artistic position isn't a thing. You either do your art, you do your performance, and you stand by it, whether there's 0 people in the room or 100,000 people in the room, or 1 million people watching, or whatever it is. You either stand by it or you don't. You're either there to do it because you love it, because you enjoy what you do, or you don't, or you aren't. Oh, no, the Thorpes. No. I jumped off to another person. I don't mention their name anymore because if I mention their actual name, then I feel like I gotta give them room to defend themselves. And actually, they don't need any room to defend themselves. They're taking up too much space as is. But no, not the Thorpes. And in fact, I have a very cordial, friendly relationship with the Thorpes. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that, Lizard Tree. And by the way, watch who you will. I mean, I stopped watching. People started sending me clips and things, and then somebody said you should probably watch The Stand. Choose your own adventure. Yeah, true. This is a lot of choose your own adventure out here. And I like to follow personally, by the way, Brittany Simon's kind of ideal. And I've always felt this way, which is it's nice to make friends with people, but there's a lot of folks out here who just aren't, it's not just like me playing up a character, Oh, no, and it's not MMA people. It's the opposite of that. It's just an online schmuck living in his mom's basement, making big claims because he likes to, his whole practice is just yelling over you, calling you a pussy, and, using conflated contrarianism and circular logic. You don't believe? He answers nothing. He has no accountability. But that's kind of the practice. He's not the only one. He learned that from Destiny. He learned that from Andrew Wilson. He learned that from everybody around that seems to be popular, because really what's popular amongst the insufferable must be your ex's cousin. You have one of those too? Yeah, true. They happen. They do happen. And unless someone around goes, oh my God, rolls their eyes at you, and they don't have a big support circuit, they won't ever change. Welcome back, Toxic. I was just mentioning about our friend Dolazal. Lizardtree actually didn't know that his ex blew him out of the water about not being from a mixed background. And I was just using him as an example of insufferable. There's Andrew Wilson. Deadbeat Dolazal. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a deadbeat dad, too. 3 baby mama. Apparently, he's the story allegedly is that he hasn't paid 9 years of support for one, and he has a child with special needs in another case, and never supported until just recently, and it's pitiful stuff. Anyway, and then fighting over it. It's just terrible people online. The point is terrible people. Talk about appropriation. Oh my God, yeah. I mean, and let me just be fair. As somebody who, the majority of my friends are black or Hispanic, my career's been basically surrounded by hip hop and R&B. As somebody who could be blamed for appropriating in some other way, I can always say that no, I've just been lucky to be part of a bunch of great music and art, and I love jazz and hip hop and R&B. I've always been supportive of it, but it's different when you're acting out a character of what you think other people want you to be. Then it comes back to the fake it till you make it. Christine is sticking to the 15-16. Holy shit. There's a whole other thing where dude may have gotten somebody pregnant while he was an adult and they were a child. Anyways, and he's been harping on somebody else about their yeah, it's just terrible people. The point is terrible people. It doesn't even have to, we don't even have to point out one. I mean, whether it be Vosh or Destiny or Hassan or Keffels or the slew of pedophilic weirdos who play video games and act like they're not attracting children to their shows. Post-CVID insanity. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you're not missing out on anything, Lori. You're probably having a life. What you're missing out on is those who do not have a life. Trying to instill their fear sets as the only logic. Lizardtree, it happened on the stand. Let me see if I can link this to you. It happened on the stand, and hold on, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to link it to you because it's a specific one. And actually, by the way, that cowardly bitch, he struck the initial video for privacy, despite the fact that he wasn't in it, and a child he doesn't have custody of at all. He doesn't have any custody at all over that child. He's not even on the birth certificate. Yeah, I don't watch any of those shows. I got sent clips, and I've been sent a couple of different links on certain nights. And actually, I was watching one night for a minute, and then I swapped over to Tom's show, and I started making a comment on what I thought was Tom's show, but I made it in the stand, which was very embarrassing, but it was hilarious at the same time because of what I said there. Let's see. Damn, where is it? Did they take it down? Oh, here it is. It's called Speakeasy has seen his 3.5-year-old child twice. And, yeah, it is an eye-opening, talk about an eye-opening little interview with his ex, who is the mother of his son. There's the link right there. I don't know if that's going to pop up. Well, yeah, there you go. Oh, the Ruby Frank thing. Yes, that is. I'm so glad, though, that has gotten the attention it deserved. Because that's another classic example of insufferably terrible and despotic, evil, dark people that don't have any accountability and don't have anybody holding them to accountability. Not even her husband, right? I want to talk about Ruby Frank? Jesus Christ. She doesn't even have accountability for herself. She blamed a lot of that stuff, by the way, I don't know if you know, in her deposition, on her quote-unquote, she said that the other lady wasn't her partner, that she was hiring her as a mentor. Talk about a fucking coke backpedaling piece of shit, right? Yeah, the cope amongst folks and and YouTube, well, I don't know if it's gone wild as much as it has lost a side of integrity in amongst what is entertainment. This used to be a place strictly where you could find filmmakers making, stuff like the recent Annihilation of Sneeko by Gokanoru, which is literally a great movie with a gag in it. Highly suggest. Even Lita gave it 4 thumbs up. What a good piece of, if you're gonna expose somebody, also make a good gag out of it. Great film. It's an expose, background biography, as well as a gag. It's the privately paid for retreats, parent pay for the wayward teenager. Oh, and so Lori, you can get. I actually edited a film years ago that a friend of mine made about her experiences with those retreats. Terrible experiences, and it creates broken people. I had one of my best friends in the world was this guy Jason, who passed away in his late 30s. from alcohol related death. He went to those. He was sent to one of those camps as well, a retreat, to correct him. And yeah. Anyways, look, this platform here can easily be strung into a long argument between folks that, well, do they leave their house? Do they actually have any kind of experience? We don't know. We don't know. Unless you're like me and got your, pieces of your life that you could film that were amazing or wild or fun that you wanted to share with your family and friends, And I have a weird story about how I got on YouTube, and, I was urged by others to be here. Yeah, it's very, very good. It's so well edited. It actually has moments where I'm like, damn! Damn! Sorry. Damn! Anyway, yeah, there's so many good moments where I am stealing so many of them the next time I make a video. It's really good. That kid's gonna make a movie, clearly. One in North Carolina that was very recently closed. Your parents sent you to one for 3 months. Oh, I'm sorry, Lori. That's horrible. That is truly horrifying. And if I can find the film, hold on a second. Let me see if I don't know if I have the film. You know what? I should run that. Get permission to run my edit of that film, because it really does talk about the abuse and shows kind of the weird psychological trauma caused. And I edited it, the film interspersed with interview of the lady who directed and wrote it, whose experience it was. Oh, y'all good. I spelled nothing correctly with my thumbs. My thumbs are large. Big hands. Trust, that is definitely not the camera. Anyway, where was I? Oh, here's where I was.
Anecdotal fallacy occurs when people use their limited personal experience to draw sweeping conclusions about a given
Limited
topic.
personal
Appeal to
experience.
emotion fallacy. It's a technique characterized by the manipulation of the other person's emotions in order to win an argument, especially in the absence of factual evidence. Burden of proof fallacy.
So in other words, next time you were like, why should I give you a BJ? And they're like, because my balls hurt. Be like, appeal to emotion fallacy. Easy. Ladies. Easy. Okay? By the way, is there blue labia? Do you get blue labias? Is that a thing? Asking for a friend. Blue labia, is it like blue, or is it blue clit? Or is it blue area? Does that happen? Does that happen? Purple, true. Toxic, purple. Purple labia? You guys get purple labia? Blue clit? Is that what happens? Is it something we don't know about? I don't know. I haven't hit the Aaron After Dark yet. I should probably, right? It is, clearly.
Oh, well, damn, baby. Did one of y'all just turn the heat up?
Clearly they did.
Or did it just get real sexy in here? Back again, baby. With Aaron After Dark.
It's an inner pain. Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. I feel that inner pain.
Burden of proof lies with the one who makes a claim, not the one who denies it. The burden of proof fallacy happens when a person tries to remove their need to provide proof for many reasons.
Burden of proof fallacy, real common. When somebody comes up and makes a bunch of claims and you're like, no, none of that happened. And not a thing. Zero's like, Beck's like, no, not a thing. Yeah, burden of proof fallacy is where somebody will come up and make you prove your point, and then you say, well, you disprove me. And they go, I don't have to. You have to prove your... No, I just made my point. Now you make yours. There is a burden of proof. Not just one side of it. Prove they aren't. Anyways.
No true Scotsman fallacy. It's an attempt to defend a generalization of a certain group by excluding any counterexamples for not
Red
being
Shoe
pure enough.
Diaries, right.
Texas
that's
sharpshooter fallacy. The Texas
I'd
sharpshooter
never heard of this
fallacy
one.
takes its name from the metaphor of a gunman shooting and then drawing targets around the bullet hole clusters to make it look like he hit the target. It illustrates how people first figure out what their conclusion is and then go looking for data that supports it.
This is very common amongst the debate panels, is going up with a series or selection of information that is really built around a premise and not a premise built around findings. You know what I mean? So you go in with chocolate ice cream is best, and then you only look for the information that supports that idea. Red Show Diaries on USA Networks. Just Frank, what's happening? Welcome on in. It's talking about how insufferable some streamers are, how much they assume authority just because they have viewers. I find it interesting because most of the folks that really do have viewers, and I'm going to say something really kind of controversial here, but I think we all know it. There's a popular sense that people, I'm an autist. I'm an autistic person. You know what? Being an insufferable asshole is not a replacement term. Does not get replaced with the term autist. Sorry. A binary douche? Sure. Asshole who has to gather with other assholes? I'll take that too. Sure. That works. But really, we just have to start combating the alternative language, because it's nothing short of being, fascist in a way. Because all these folks want to know what your definition of a word. Well, you know what? We use a fucking thing called a dictionary. It's called a dictionary. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? It's a dictionary. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Anyways. Know what I mean? Mick Jagger promised he'd never be the beast of burden. Be your beast of burden. True. Hey, Mike, what's happening? Nosebleed seats, man. How you feeling, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, burden of proof means absolutely nothing in these YouTube streets. I mean, that is... it's one of those missing items that often comes up, where folks will literally deflect away from any sense of burden to prove their point. They'll throw a lot of anecdotals. They'll throw a lot of red herrings. They'll throw every deflection you could possibly imagine, and then act like they won because they said something smarmy. Oh, I said it louder, and nobody cut me off, so I win. Same joke as, I'm the alpha male. Yeah, if you scream it loud enough, everybody will believe you, buddy. There you go. And that's how that works, sure. And Mick succeeded. No, Mick did succeed. True. This is absolute truth. All right, where was I on this? Where am I?
Ignoring differences and randomness. Suppressed correlative. The attempt to redefine
Correlative.
one of
He
two
means
mutually
correlative.
exclusive options so that one alternative encompasses the other, thus making one alternative impossible. Something like, I need to know if we should stop for lunch or not. You are either hungry or not hungry, which is it? If being hungry means being able to eat, I am always hungry. Personal incredulity fallacy.
So that's also known as binary thinking, by the way. You're either hungry or you're not hungry. No, maybe I'm just peckish, motherfucker. I'm sorry. Go for the other kind. That clears up my sinuses. That's all I know. Clears up my sinuses and closes my eyes. Yes, indeedy, folks. Antihistamines, blunt objects to the forehead. Yes, those do things. That does stuff. Immediate response from the blunt force trauma to forehead. Immediate response. What kind of response? I don't know. Often lack of language skills afterwards, but it's, I understand. You don't feel the pressure in your nose anymore That's not the problem any longer. I understand replacement theory. It's a thing. Anyway, where were we? Composition fact. Oh, personality. I'm sorry. Personality incredulity. Yeah, you just couldn't be smart enough to understand. I'm so sorry.
It's committed when the arguer presumes that whatever is true must be easy to understand or to imagine.
Oh, thank you. You know, every time I go, like, I actually need to check out the one that you're in. And every time I've like actually had time to drop in anywhere, there's nothing popping at Wix anymore. Or at least, you know, when I've popped in, it's like, who is that? I keep missing everybody at the other one. I need to check the one that you sent me because I did join that one. I saw Pratt Brat and a couple of the other good folks in there, and yeah, I gotta hear the story of what happened. Like Wix clearly exploded at some point or something. Anyways. Lizardtree says she enjoys nature. She shows central air and vaccinations. Yes, true. By the way, great story about vaccinations. Dude got himself vaccinated several hundred times over the past couple years. I think he's a Spanish man. And the law stopped him because they were like, what the are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Turns out, no harm. His immunity is like beyond. And he's become, his immune system is like super duper. You'd think that would hurt you. No, it's done him no harm. Yeah. I mean, first off, what kind of paranoia do you have to be in to get that many freaking vaccinations? Holy, you know, I'm all about health and safety, but good God, that's gotta be a psychological, there's gotta be a name for that. Something, you know, a tryptophobia. Except it can't be a phobia. It's got to be a mania of some nature. Yeah, that's how a superhero movie starts, true. Tom Radisson, like any normal medic man, went and got 300 shots of the newest vaccine. And that's how he became health guy. He just spews health. And like a froth. Ew. That's what it would be, too. Nice. Motel Doobie. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I had to be vaxxed for work, or else I wasn't allowed to work. So, you know, and I was vaxxed early and often, by the way. So, and the only time I ever had an adverse reaction had nothing to do with the vaccine, had to do with where they shot me in the muscle, and it fucked up my arm for a couple weeks, where I was like, God damn, it's the hell. But, you know, I found out that that's actually not uncommon when they shoot you up just a little too deep in the muscles. Got the muscles. Anyway. Next up, Pfizer tour, Jabapalooza. True. But I mean, what a story. Talk about anecdotal.
It happens when an unclear phrase with multiple definitions is used within the argument.
I'm sorry,
Therefore,
did that just sound like he just said, like, did he just say pussy? Was that me?
The conclusion. Genetic fallacy.
I think that was me. Hold on.
The genetic fallacy.
Fallacy. I've been hearing.
Hungry means being able to eat. I am always hungry.
Sorry.
Personal incredulity fallacy.
Sorry. It's Aaron
committed
Afterguard,
when the
so
arguer
fuck off.
presumes that whatever is true must be easy to understand or to imagine. Ambiguity fallacy. It happens when an unclear phrase with multiple definitions is used within the argument. Therefore, it does not support the conclusion. Genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is the act of rejecting or accepting an argument solely on the basis of its origin rather than its content.
That's very common. Well, that came from a libtard, so you couldn't possibly be. Shut the fuck up. Is it true or not? Is the math true or not? Yeah. Labia fallacies. True. Cup the labia, everyone. By the way, just a reminder. Cup the labia. Gentlemen, cup the labia. Ladies, people, cup the labia. Anyways, back to the video.
Ground fallacy. It's the fallacy that the truth is always in the middle of two opposites. Affirming a disjunct. The affirming a disjunct fallacy occurs when, given an either or scenario, you wrongly assume that if one statement...
Oh, and I didn't have my sound effects on. Welcome to the party. Hold on a second. I did see some people that didn't have. You are officially, because you were already a mod elsewhere. Welcome. Everybody here is a mod because it's kind of like being in a biker bar. I say this every time, almost every time, most of the time, but I am not in the middle of like doing something. It's kind of like being in a biker bar. Everybody gets the mod here, so that way when somebody strange come in, you know, you can just be like. Yeah, like that. Whoa, okay, sorry. Anyways. Welcome. My pleasure. Oh, Zero, hold on a second. Oh, it's because you got a new character, Zero. Hold on a second. Bex already has it, but I'll give it to her her secondary. Hold on. I don't know what happened there. Oh, it's probably because it's new, isn't it? Brings out your inner Harley? Excellent. Harley Quinn, that is, right? I was, Allie. I am an old friend of the Thorpes. Long before I was chatting, months before I was chatting in the Thorpes, I was on and off watching, out of curiosity to see if they could break a certain number barrier and access more of a storyline. And it took them quite a while to get to where the folks that sent me the link in the first place had an interest in them, actually. TV people had an interest in them. That's how I heard about them. But yeah, I was on the panel. I've known them for a minute. And you can find, there's a How I Met Speakeasy on that panel, before we got into our whatever that shit was. And then, yeah, like Toxic, I'm kind of a save Benner. Kinda. Not really. No, not at all. Actually, I don't. I was for a minute, but you don't know it's a show. It's an interesting case study. Yeah, if you don't know what's a show on it, it's tough. And there's so much lore, Allie. If you're not familiar with it all, it's like it really becomes this thing where if you all I can say is don't take it at face value. Because they are putting on a show. And a lot of people misunderstand them. But today's topic, by the way, study is an understatement. Yeah, true. No, they are a sociological. They're a book of sociology in themselves. Yes, true. Today we're talking about not just the insufferable character, but how to like spot it and how to avoid it. I haven't even gotten to the avoidance part of being insufferable online. Just kind of trying to do it by example. I try not to be insufferable. I know I can be. I really can be, especially to doldrum people. People, mumble mouth folks. Folks that just want everything's got to be very serious, very stoic. They hate me. They just hate me. Really, truly. I like to have fun. What can I say? Yeah. Also, hi. Right? What I say? Life and show lines get blurred in humans. Tale is old as time. Yes, true. Allie, indeed. And it's one of the reasons why I do my show the way I do my show. I've talked about it at length. A lot of it has to do with breaking people out of mental prisons, and folks may, comment, oh, you've got 7 viewers. I don't care. I've got 7 awesome viewers. 7 people that are enjoying themselves. Maybe 7 people, and oftentimes one of those 7 has got 50,000 viewers of their own, and they're taking a little bit away and bring it to their own show, whether it be the music or the video, and I get my influence and inspiration for other creators. Ben was talking about this the other day, actually, when I was on with him, where he was saying he wished that somebody would just sit and stare at the camera quietly. I've done this. Except I'm not the first to do this by any means. And I got my inspiration to do that from a channel called Real Fun Stream that isn't around on the Twitch anymore. What's happening, Chris? Good to see you. Wait a minute. So creativity, it abounds. It's just harder to find because it's not being fed or responded to by the algorithm because it doesn't really fit into what is currently being streamed. And I believe what we're currently streaming is the leftover of VCs in video games. That conversation that used to just be had online, carried into early streaming, because those are the folks who were on Twitch, because that was the available space for streaming your games. And then the behaviors of that environment, which are pretty ruthless and childish, they got carried into the debate scenario. And I don't say scene because it's not really debate, it's argument. Capricious argument with no synthesis in most cases. And that has become a part of the culture, which has then, become all kinds of things like the bash sector and the drama sectors and the chroma sectors and, VCs, phone conversations as entertainment, which leads to some pretty nefarious character popping out. I'm totally behind now because I'm looking at the wrong camera. If you were younger and your hips and knees were... George Carlin won the Gong Show by staring at the camera for a couple minutes. That is genius. If you can do that without breaking, that is genius. Saying nothing. After about 2 minutes, the audience is crying with laughter. Because how could you not if you just barrel through it? It is so hard to do. It is so hard to do. True. And even I had a hard time doing it when I did it. I think my longest stretch was 10 minutes of silence. Very hard, especially when you know the camera's on, because there's this pressure coming at you that you should be entertaining, even though the silence is the entertainment. It's very hard to do. Entertainment comes in a lot of fashions, and I won't discount that whole world as entertainment itself. It may be to each their own. Look, to each their own in art as well. But one of the things that I constantly hear, that I have heard so often from the angry, disenfranchising us versus them crowd. You're a pussy, is that everything else is boring except for what they do. Yeah, let me, I'm gonna, maybe when we watch this video and I'm gonna talk about it. That's exciting. Dead air is a no-no. Right? In every other facet, everywhere else in the world, dead air is a no-no. In this world, motherfuckers get up from their chair and leave. Take a piss. Don't even show a video. Or they're sitting there leaving somebody else's video on. I don't think that's artistic, personally. I think someone may be entertained by it, by the character, but a lot of these things truly are just cult of personality. And folks are making any excuse they can to not call it what it is. They'll call it so many other things, but they won't call it what it is. And a lot of that language, I feel like, very strongly I feel this, I feel like that language, that cult of personality, or the sense that these things are more common than some folks online want to admit, are very much embedded in this singular voice. They know all. Their behavior is the only right behavior, and everybody else is stupid or, whatever. It's the us versus them. I think most of those folks are really, truly playing into that cult mindset, and we see it all over the place. Especially when it comes to the fact that several of these groups ostracize folks that don't agree with them, which is where the problem comes in. And I could point out many different groups of people that ostracize just based off of disagreement, or ostracize because they maybe are are jealous of something, or they don't like someone's attitude, or they don't understand someone. Meanwhile, these groups ostracizing are doing so around a show like this. Around a motherfucking show. It's a TV show. Except it's online. It's fucking goddamn TV show. You know what I'm saying? Anyone? Or have we really blurred those lines so far, Allie? Have we really come so far that we don't know where that line is? And I actually, sorry, I'll answer my own question in this. Yeah, we have. We have. People really, truly don't know what's real. It's why there's so much outrage and moral and valor seeking from the audience in the Thorps, and why so many people jump on any bandwagon to cancel folks in the modern culture. And I'm not one way or the other on that. I think that certain people definitely, when they do something bad, you know, I hate the term cancel, but they should just, you know, be left out of things. We used to just, we didn't call it cancel, we blacklisted, you know. 20 channels have made content of you, Bex? Holy shit, I'm sorry to hear that, Zero. That's horrifying. I mean, obviously you're taking it in stride, but fuck them. Involuntary collabs, right? And little do they know, it's easy to own these folks. It's easy to use them. They're easily manipulated because they come from an emotional place. They come from a fear-driven place. So it literally, all you have to do is instigate and you've got more viewers. Especially if they're a bigger streamer. Which is a whole other thing, is talk about cowardice amongst the space. How many big streamers do you see punching down on smaller, or the ones who really search out the ones who have actual mental disability or psychiatric issues, you know? I mean, like, turning those folks into lolcows, it's pretty low. It has a lack of ethic. Because the real lolcows, they're the ones that think they have the world under control. They're the ones who are really sure of themselves, and yet they're clowns. And they aren't doing it on purpose. They're making themselves clowns like me, you know? They don't like, what? Huh? It's not like that for them. No, they take themselves very seriously. They don't tell you, the audience, they're doing a show. They claim that their anger, their moral outrage, or their virtue signaling, that's the show. And ostracizing, yeah. Oh, I'll talk about ostracizing. Most of these folks want to take the time to ostracize others because they themselves got ostracized due to their behavior. So they find some form of limited control circuit, some little scene where they have some, let's say, leverage, power, or control over something, and they're going to try to take it over and over again. You can see this in the Mama Max scenario where he was delusional. You can see it in the response to Mama Max and the joy that people took for hurting him further than that fool was already hurt, when most of the time just being foolish should be pain enough for these people. I think the lack of self-awareness on top of all this adds in, and I feel bad for these folks, because for them, these insinuations, these accusations, these allegations between each other, the McCarthyism of Gen Z and millennials, well, that'll haunt them forever, because that's what they believe. And everybody else around them, myself included, will look at it as an aberration of overzealous and reactionary folks. Fearful. Yeah, I mean, like, that's actually, you know, Frank, I back in my day, there was a channel, there was a streaming platform called Veedle. And that's actually what I did, Frank. I read the headlines and I snacked for about 4 hours a day, 3 to 4 days a week whenever I'd be home off tour. And I think it was at the same time as Twitch, because I would have been, I would have did it for about 2 years there, maybe a year, about a year and a half. I'm not really sure. It was a long time. Because anytime I came home from touring for a good long while there, actually. Strangely enough, when they talk about clout and stuff, it doesn't mean a lot to me, because it's really about access in the moment. I was on the front page of that platform almost every day because I was the only one talking to the camera and reading the news. I was surprised at how interested people were to hear me read the news. And I do it more now, but I feel like there's more important things to talk about. Like how we can really get along better by not seeing each other as the enemy just because we don't agree on everything. And I want to also add to this that there are a lot of dysfunctional people here. And they're here because they don't have anywhere else to go. If they were just more earnest or honest about it, we'd be able to watch out for them, or at least be more kind to them. Whereas what we're experiencing, what I experience, and I'm sure a lot of you might experience as well, is Bridget Mountain, what's happening? How you doing? Good evening. Nice to have you. I think if more people were honest about the fact that they were lonely, or that they had the attitudes they did because they had bad experiences, rather than having it be something that we have to learn about them through their bad takes, bad angles at a subject, or limited logic, which is very popular here on YouTube. Very limited logic, binary thinking, fallacy galore, which is why I'm covering these things today.
Or outcome is true, the other one cannot be true. Appeal to tradition. It happens when we
this is my
ignore the
favorite.
evidence that we should change because we have been doing something for a long time.
We should use this new antibiotic. Nah, we're good with mint. Mint'll be fine. I'm good. Almost done with the garage, actually. Got to get the foundation of the garage inspected next week. Yeah! Talk about it. Yeah! Yeah! Sorry, grown-up shit. Build your own home shit. You know Frank's fun at parties. Come on. Frank, fun at parties. Should be a shirt. Yeah, I'm very much yay about that one. I am so close to being done. I can see it. The turf is down. I was sending Lita pictures of turf past 2 weeks. Just the word but turf, or words but turf. Yeah, 2 words because it's words. Yes, that's correct. Anyway, yeah, we should try this. We should try this new antibiotic. No, I'm good with tea tree oil and some vinegar. No, we're good.
Sunk
I want to
cost
party
fallacy.
with that guy.
The sunk cost fallacy is our tendency to continue with something we've invested money, effort, or
True.
time into, even if the current cost.
You could just take that. I've been sending her pictures of turf. See, the kids would totally misunderstand that and then think that I'm sending you something lewd, but hateful. Weird, you know. It kind of is. It kind of is, actually. It does have a brighter green than I initially expected, but it's nice. I still like it. It's not the cheap cut, but it's just a tinge brighter green than I would have hoped. Sunk cost. This book is bad, but I have to finish it. You don't have to. No. Your idea is terrible, but I have to listen to it all the way through. No. I have. There's no sunk cost in dealing with bad ideas. You don't have to do. And honestly, although you do want to hear people out, you don't have to. Nobody is obligated to put up with anybody else's bullshit, no matter how important or popular they may seem. We're not in high school fighting over the cool kids table. None of these people online, let me just say this closer to the camera. None of these people online, let me say this closer to the camera. Hold on a second. Hold on. None of these people online were ever anywhere near the cool kids table. Okay? What can I say? The reason they're here, talking to the camera with a single fancy light in the background that makes them, you know, cool, sitting there basically being a talking head. Think the cool kids fucking did that? No, we all started bands. Figured out how to pick up on girls. Or, you know, whatever we were interested in. No, we were learning social skills, making friends, lifelong friends, and then learning how to keep adding friends as you got older. Yeah. We didn't hit a wall. That doesn't happen. Not till you actually hit one where your body just stops, by the way. So yes, enjoy your youth, but all of y'all with the ageist mindset, which is very, very Pol Pot fucking weirdness online. Oh, this book is bad, but you have to finish it. You reading Princella? Yes. Light some incense. Yeah, you could just, Lita, you could just light some incense, read Goop magazine, buy one of her insertion devices, and then I Am Woman Hear Me Roar. And by that I mean like she just sells crystals and tells you to put it. Anyways, you know what I mean. Terrible. Who does that? Why? Dare read any book by Princella. What do you mean? It's just $50 for a paperback. What? What? It's just $50 for a paper. What? Yeah, now if you're talking about, if you're like, well, Aaron, you said none of the cool kids are here. Well, no, some of the cool kids are here. But their shows, most of the time, they're edited, you know. They're not streaming, really. I'm not sure why. I think it's because most of the time the kind of the scenario around streaming is an argumentative, angry environment. Oh, it's the book by Rachel. Oh, occult feminism. Oh, and I'm sure she knows all about that because she knows so much about feminism. Anyhow, oh, you're in the green room, Zero. Hold on a second, Bex. Sorry, I didn't see it. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, Bex, hold on a second. Let me turn the music down. Can you hear me, Bex?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Mic check. Mic check. I see you coming through loud and clear. How you feeling this evening?
I'm very well, thank you. Very well. How are you?
I'm good. Having thoughts about what I'm talking about here in the wasteland of insufferable adults acting like 12-year-olds?
Yes, I mean
I
do have many thoughts on. I've had a lot of experience in this wasteland.
So you've been saying. How did I miss this, Bex? You were picked up by 20 channels, you say?
Well, I would say, you know, there's some of the channels that I would consider having made content of me, I also engaged with, right? So,
okay.
You know,
Sure.
but it still counts.
Yeah.
As, you know, because sometimes it's like benefit. I mean, it's always sort of beneficial, I guess, if you just want like numbers, you know, but yeah, so I'm not acting like I'm in any way a targeted individual by 20 channels in some sort of like, you know, like I've been a voluntary. Well, I've made the choice to engage every lesson, every bit, right?
Sure.
But yeah,
I mean,
there have been a bunch of involuntary. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it sounds like then that you're actually smarter than the average bear in that you understand that there is literally almost no bad PR if you're looking to build an audience. Those people that are going to be interested in what you're saying or how you approach it, they're going to understand and see through.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and that was, I see the best in people to my detriment, right? Like
Mm.
I'm an intelligent woman who actually will choose to learn in something in the least intelligent environment. You know what I mean? So
Happens.
then I can take, if I can learn something, then I can justify it existing, or or at least
Have a good night.
rationalize continuing,
Yeah.
so there is a lot of social dynamics. I think that unspoken social dynamics that people are unwilling to admit why they're on YouTube publicly behaving like assholes, myself
Oh
included.
yes.
Although I would say that, when I use still shots and emojis, like I hid my channel before, and I know when I had my channel, right, this is the second time hiding it. So it's like next level for these people, right? They're like, oh, they're sharing my new channel, my alt channel, like I'm trying to hide, right? It's like, no, 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 I'm just hide my channel, right?
And
Like,
why
you
shouldn't you
guys can
why
sub to
shouldn't you
this one.
hide?
Nothing.
Well, hold on a second, Bex. Why shouldn't you hide? This is the other weird thing is that there's so many precluded rules uh, that don't make any
Oh,
sense in normal life. Like, oh, I had a bad
well,
experience. I'm going to
and
separate
that was yeah.
myself. Isn't that the
Well,
rational
and
thing?
it's been more than that actually. The funny thing is the alchemy for me has been this phone's been in my hand for like 4 years, right? Like other people have been on these devices a lot longer. Tomorrow's like 4-year anniversary of lockdown, right? So
Yeah.
this phone's been in
Oh
my
wow.
hand. I've not been paneling for 4 years. I've not been live chatting for 4 years, but it all evolved, this socialization, right? And so, without giving my whole story, what I would say is that, like, I chose from the outset of like, no, I'm not leaving my content up. Fuck you guys, right? Like, no, tell me, the more you tell me what to do, the more I like, I even at one point, it was just like a one woman improv show. Like, there's people out there that
Wow.
have content of mine I made with no intention of keeping, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
like a free playing card for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
An actual
I don't care,
NFT, an
right?
actual
So,
NFT,
um,
because they caught the disposable work, which I think a lot of folks don't
well,
understand. That some of
yeah,
this
and
is disposable. It's supposed to be disposable. If you're keeping it, you're actually being dishonest,
exactly.
or be dishonest to
Yeah.
it.
So, and the more this sort of mass got momentum in its like, in its in its own like movement of like entertaining each other with me, right? Like, I started engaging, like, oh, you want to, stream me, I'll just show up, right? Like, hey, I'll be your, you want the content, I'm okay, you know, and yeah, I can talk. I'm an oral storyteller, right? Like I started seeing patterns in YouTube. I called out productions as productions. Like I called out sock accounts, main sock accounts as I just I had YouTube conspiracy. Yeah, I get how the math of this matrix algebra of this marketing tool works, right?
Sure.
And so even what people don't realize is there's aspects of like if you're trying to grow your channel and you've got 1,200 videos with 7 viewers, and I know that you've stated that you're happy to just perform, and I'm not speaking to you when I say this. Like some
Yeah.
of the channels out there that say they're shadow banned, what they don't realize, if they've produced a video every day for 10 years and nobody watches them, you're actually telling the math of YouTube that you're not interesting.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
It's
And
just
actually,
math,
I've
right? It's just math.
I've actually
So
written to YouTube several times about the fact that the algorithm processes in a reductive fashion rather than an explorative fashion. It feeds you similar
yeah,
content rather
yeah.
than new content. And one of my great examples
Well,
recently,
and
sorry,
yeah.
well, yeah, one of my great examples
No, you go
recently
ahead.
was
Sorry.
I love history, and there's a couple channels, side projects, and a couple. This guy has like 5 channels, right? And all his stuff is great, but once you watch one of his videos, you literally have to readjust your algorithm to get him off your feed, because then all you get is his videos. And it happened not long ago where I had a wonderfully diverse feed, and then watching a couple of his videos totally ruined my feed. And this is problematic in that artsy or weird streamers, you really have to go looking for them. You have to search people out when it comes to if you're looking for something alternative or unusual. And like my theme, not everybody's doing my thing. Where like I'm a mixtape. I'd rather be the cool thing that a couple people find in a pleasant little atmosphere, and we'll build something over time. That's how I build bands. That's how I build show that Not everything is a hit right off the bat, and I know my message is
That's
challenging.
things though that if we don't change the algorithm at the source,
Yeah.
right? That even someone putting 20 years into a YouTube channel, the numbers will weigh them down.
Yeah.
Right. So the algorithm has to be tripped up for exactly what you're saying, right? So that I mean, sure, there's lots of people out there that are producing stuff that every day that nobody wants to watch, right? That's just, but that, not to be rude, I'm just saying that that just is the case when there's millions of channels, and some people are just like, oh, here's my kitten again, here's my kitten again, you know, now, oh, it's a cat now. Now I know people do watch that stuff, but I'm just saying there's like, yeah, there's always going to be things that are just sort of someone's journaling for journaling's sake, let's say, isn't even looking to market in any way, shape, or form.
No,
you know,
well, the question becomes, and Rude actually points this out, that it will never change the algo. It's capitalism. Well, the algo's changed many times since the origination, and since I came onto YouTube in 2010. Then it was collaborative, and that still exists in the algo actually, and is a powerful tool of the algo. A lot of people misunderstand the engagement portion of it, which is really actually more driving than most people even know, good and or bad. The algo doesn't know.
And that's where I lucked out. Yeah,
really?
That's where I've lucked out, doing so many live shows, actually engaging in the drive, in the live and long ones, right? Like 12-hour ones, right? Where I've got, or even, you know, where I've had like 1,500 comments or 1,500 comments in 6 hours, right? Those kind of live statistics, even if you delete a video, live stats stay, right? So you can actually maintain novelty with the math of the algorithms, with that kind of statistics, by not holding on to your material, at least not on your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And unless you're doing a diversity thing, like where I have sections, and I've even from the get-go, I set it up in ways that they've always told us, the creators, to have different channels for different topical things. That was originally their original thing, because they couldn't get the algo. I'm sorry, they couldn't get it to separate off these things easily. Now that's not so much an issue.
Well,
but
and that's where sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, you're good.
I get excited to talk.
You're good. Go for it, Bex.
No, I was just going to say that's where streaming to 2 channels, especially for people who really like to, you know, keep copies of their stuff, right? That's where streaming to 2 channels really makes a lot of, because then if you always started doing that and didn't necessarily push your backup channel, then you can delete from your main channel. And still, if you've had those momentous events, right, where you've had these panels, this crossover community, these battles, this drama, right? Like you've got like these crazy streams with, you know, tons of views, right? But that's where this counterculture momentum that people can create against you has its own force. Like I go and I don't even watch the stuff. I just go and look at the numbers of views. I know views don't mean much. Watch time is better, is a better measure. But when you're just looking at someone who gets like 5 people to their regulars, and some of these people, they're very creative, right? Like I just mean their standalone content is great music, great videos, you know, well constructed AI information things, like, you know, like well done. But they get 5 to 7 people there, and then when they do the analysis of their you know, of their nemesis or whatever, right, then they get, and not to make it tout, but I am speaking of my own experience, right, they get like 25, 30 people, right? So it's substantially different engagement for them. So the reward is there for them to continue doing it, is all I'm saying, right?
No, and that's one of my points of there's a lot of reward for being there's a lot of reward for being insufferable. There, at least within the streaming circuit. Now it's not completely there just solely for that, because I found plenty of other streams that are actually the biggest streams I go and watch or am involved in, you know, that are 800 to, you know, a couple thousand. They're really positive, kind of mundane. One of the biggest ones is a D&D stream. I mean, on a regular, you know, they're never streaming to anything less than 16,000 people. And it's actually, what a great production that they have. Oh God, I can never remember the name of it. It's not Roll the Dice. It's oh God, I don't want to take the time, but anyway, there's some D&D channel. There's a lot of stuff out there. It just depends on what also the viewer opens their algorithm up to. But I'm more talking about, maybe you got another angle on this too, Bex, because I mean, the viewership, these things can all play strategic roles. And as Rude once again points out, the intent is to keep people watching as long as possible, to show as many adverts as possible. Now that's one of the angles. There's a lot of different angles to this, especially because the limitation in the actual amount of time that YouTube does expect that people are watching, and that's about 27 minutes total, and they change to something else. If you get an averaging of an hour or more, that's really unusual. There are a couple. I've had
some great short streams where I've had like 2.5 hour streams with like on average, let's say 25 to 30 viewers. I lucked out even at 50 when I started my channel at 58 viewers. You know, I had my first live was like very long, and I had a lot of community crossover from where I'd been over the months preceding, right? So I've always lucked out and had like really good numbers of people in my live chat and engaging. So I did have on a 2.5 hour stream, I had a 45-minute in the middle of the night, a 45-minute average watch time.
Oh, wow.
And it's nice to do those YouTube live streams once in a while because you actually have like more immediate statistics. You know what I mean? Like than the ones that they have to calculate from your panel from StreamYard. It's kind of like why you can get more easily, you know, struck down. Let's say I've only had one warning, but I got really vulgar on YouTube Live.
Yeah,
and
you know what my one warning is from?
I know it was a robot. A robot didn't like my word choices.
My
right?
one warning.
So,
wait, Bex, you'll love this one. But my one warning was it was technically the 5th time I'd ever streamed, but I was still testing content specifically. Yeah, they don't care. I'm sorry. Rude. Hold on a second. Sorry, I just cut off my own thought, but. It was on my 5th time streaming, and I just started to do like, let's see what happens when I just live react. And I started watching this channel that is, it's, I don't know what to call it. It's like a TNA channel, but for gay women, I think. And I didn't really know what I was watching. And some stuff came up, and it's on YouTube, so I'm thinking it's cool. And apparently I got a community guideline warning from, that's the only one I've gotten from, you know, like actual, like TNA, like, cause it was, everybody was covered, but it was still like, I don't know if I got reported or whatever, you know, anyway. But I do hear also the new live, the new live streaming thing is better. Let me get to
YouTube Live. Please do.
Regardless of talent or creativity, rely upon YouTube for notoriety. Income seems a bit daft considering other genres and venues throughout the world. Absolutely, Lori. It is really up to sponsorship that really pays the bills. The advertisements or
merch,
or merch. That's a whole other thing. Patreon, it's other venues that tend to really make the bills pay, get the bills paid for streamers. And that's, you know, that's part and parcel with rock and roll. One of the interesting things that I've always found is that streamers actually don't have a correlative to real world numbers. Like you can't take your 8,000 people watching you into the real world. You get about 10% of them. If you're lucky. So there's Rude was saying that he was talking suggested content specifically. They don't care about education. They care about showing you trash they know you'll click on to watch. Absolutely, you know, and the more you click on that, the more the algorithm thinks that you want to watch that. And that's what I was talking about. One of the issues I think that is inherent with the current way the algorithm is working, and they'll end up adjusting this at some point if we all complain about it enough. Because they are constantly working on it to refine it. You know, it's a black box, they say, but it's some bullshit. Right now it has a problem of feeding you a loop. It seems for a lot of folks, and I keep having to readjust mine so I can get my input wider or back to being really wide. You know, and it's tough. And I always know it's been thinned out when my sumo goes away. By the way, I don't know. I was gonna bring sumo. In fact, hold on a second. In the background, let me see if sumo's rocking right now. Because if you don't know, kids, Sumo's the shit. Hold on. And Midnight Sumo. Oh, Grand Sumo. NHK is rocking. Where is my guy? Sumo stream? No. Oh, here he is. Midnight Sumo. I turn the audio off so I don't get struck, but here we go. But yeah, I the Insufferable bit is where we're starting, where if there's any concern that I see or have, oh, have a great night. Bridget, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Going to head out. Your birthday is coming. It is actually. Thank you for thinking about me. Thank you. No, I do have some plans. Have a great night and be safe or have fun, whichever comes first. Yeah, sumo, if you're not familiar with, talk about, like, if you don't know what's going on, it's just confusion. Anyways. So, I was going to ask you, Bex.
Sumo, yeah. Yeah.
When it comes to, see, one of the things that I'm looking at right now is just the influence of showing that you don't have to be an insufferable prick to be interesting or to have a show. You don't have to be completely insane. You can play wild and crazy.
But yeah, I've become a very good roast comedian. Like, I already did stand-up comedy, but I tell you, my roast comedy is on fire now. Right? Like, yeah, I would have never. Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, it's amazing what you can do with a few emojis, still shots, and a sharp wit out here compared to all their cutting and pasting and video doing. And, you know, you just come out with a couple one-liners or, you know, the right argument, and suddenly, like, people have to sow narratives, right? Like, I'm just like, because you've already started a ripple effect of, like, you know, truth actually in asshole behavior, calling assholes, right? So
true.
And hit them where it's, you know, because I've been watching a long time too, you know. That's the thing about being a panelist and being encouraged to do a channel and being someone who engages in chat wherever I go, right? So I am aware of who's where, and you know what I mean? Because I'm there, right? So some panelists, they don't look at chat. They don't pay any attention. Yeah. So.
Well, what do you think I like that your prescription is hitting where they hit out from. And do you ever find that the biggest complaint from folks that you hit back to is that you're actually hitting back, that you're actually responding and not just letting them beat on you?
Yeah. Well, and we get it, you know, it's yeah. And definitely if I start doing it in chat, which I just recently did, I engaged in a attack of my own of sorts, knowing that the narrative had already been sown based on my reaction to trying to make a narrative being sown right in front of my eyes, like just like the premise was unjust, right? So I just kept arguing back to the premise, and I saw the narrative being sown, right? And I didn't want to hit hard and be like, dude, are you drunk? Because I knew that would be like the end of any rationalization, right? Because already I was like, I could see what was happening. And so I already knew, considering I knew who would end up streaming and what's going on, I was like, all right, so I'm a liar and a cheat, right? So that's what everyone's going to think I am. So I've just been running with it. Like, basically, I've told people, they're like, where's your channel? I'm like, well, I'm a CSIS agent, right? Like, I didn't know it's like quadruple blind, but basically I did such good job collecting data for, Mike Strutton and Marfugel, and Oracle, you know, took this all from Zebra Technologies. This is Snafu Snap's lore, right? But I just ran with it. I was just like, well, actually, you guys have all behaved in such a way that the data collection on your end that I have created just by being me had CSIS contact me and give me a bonus, a trip to Cuba, of course, because I'm Canadian, right? The Castros and all.
Oh my God.
And that I'm sitting on the beach drinking Mai Tais, right?
Did they lose their minds? Did they lose their minds? Or were you suddenly shadow banker?
So that's my new narrative, is I'm a CSIS agent. Shout out socialism, fuck capitalism, fuck communism. If you do your job right in this world, they just send you a check and some weed and trip to Cuba, and, you know, like, yeah. And they're like, you Canadians. I'm like, then they look it up. What's CSIS? I'm like, well, that's the Canadian CIA, right? Like, that's, yeah. So why wouldn't they have these like double, quadruple blind agents, like, that basically, obviously, MK Ultra handled. I don't know, but here I am on vacation, drinking Mai Tais.
And they
Yeah,
also really
so
don't like the real unhappy folks really don't like when they hear other folks that are happy or in good spirits or a good attitude. You guys are wondering about? No, there's no actual swords. They're wearing large diapers. They are wearing large diapers. They are fully covered. They are in front of a live audience, and trust me, I don't know if you'd see anything anyways because they're just they have big lobes of fat. Sorry, people were commenting on the sumo that's running behind me.
mm-hmm.
No, it's a sword.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
sword.
no,
with a
it's
standing. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Somebody was saying it was their swords were dangling, and I'm like, no. They're just fat. They're just fat. Sorry.
Oh my
What were we saying, Beth?
And don't shame. We don't shame flaccid penises around here, right? Like,
hey,
no flaccid, no shaming of.
If you're gonna send
You talk about
flaccid
that,
pic,
yes.
yeah, no, if you're gonna send flaccid pic, that's kind of a flex. I mean, if you're that proud that you know.
I would say so too, especially the people that the first couple times I got like I don't like to say it, but I coined the term dick slapping, and also pixelated circumcision, right? When you got to cut that video right out, you know what I mean? You just go in there and excise it, right? Circumcise it, like take it right out. Yeah, first couple times I wasn't aware, let people up on the panel. I was excited to see one of my mods or whatever, and boom. But always flaccid, like, you can't help but be like, I'm trying to get it away. I mean, there's someone out there has video of me like screaming for 3.5 hours at these degenerates, okay? These degenerates who were probably, it's not soy. I went off. I'm like, it's not soy, right? That's causing lowered sperm count with men. It's men like you. Yeah. Okay? It's men like you guys. I just went off. Again, 3.5 hour probably. I'm sure it was a 3.5 hour monologue. But
you know what my favorite actually has been,
very performative.
And it's speaking of performative, and I feel bad after the fact because I know I've really hurt somebody, and I have this character on so that I can play outwardly in a way that me, Aaron, would never do in real life. And I talk about this on purpose. Although I am a boisterous person at the bar or whatever, and most anything I would say online, I probably would say it to a person if I felt like it just would come out differently. It wouldn't come out the way I do online. But I have often found that the most red-pilled, the most extreme 1950s, nuclear family brain, men are in control, those kind of guys who are still living in the 1950s, Archie bunkers. They and I think of one VC conversation I had. It was actually in the Thorpe server with some cat.
That conversation.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I might have watched that conversation.
Oh no, this was in the server a long time ago. This was probably about 8-9 months ago.
Oh, okay.
It was just something where somebody challenged me out of the blue, and I'm a single man. I've never had a family. I've had plenty of great girlfriends. Almost gotten married a couple times, and it just I've traveled and toured most of my life, and that's where my focus was. So it just really wasn't conducive to a family, and I made that choice on purpose. I'm very young, so I can't fault it or be faulted for it because I saw the world. I've multiple times.
I'm just gonna.
Sorry.
The grass is pretty green over here. It's pretty green over here.
That's all I'm saying. I don't feel bad.
Like I want to shame any parents or say life is better. We have secret clubs that they can't be in or anything.
No. It's just I'm happy.
Ultimately,
no, I'm happy. I would never compare.
Yeah, it's pretty green.
To each their own. To each their own. And that's the whole thing is like.
I'll tell them it's freaking green over here.
Oh no! Well, this
green.
As soon as you start,
oh
man, Bex, I'm the youngest of 4 boys. Okay, the closest one to me is 9 years older, so it's very hard to actually pick on me. It's very hard because most of the time, all the skin around on this side of my body has just already been picked on. For the early portion, it's just a callus. So when it comes to these things, in this VC, in this particular, and this is what I'm going to point you out, is I got this guy to start screaming. And I mean screaming. He was emotionally unregulated to the point where, like, I know I hurt him. I know I hurt him. And, but I couldn't help but feel like it was funny at the time, because what hurt him was that he couldn't get me to capitulate that I had anything unhappy for my own choices. And that I accepted his. And that upset him to the point of screaming. And I won't get into the nitty gritty of it, but that's basically what it was. And I enjoyed the hell out of that so much that I actually felt bad, because I enjoyed the despotic way that he you know, ended up hanging up and running away. And some of the things he said were as though, because I enjoy my life, I had challenged his whole being, that any other reality other than his was that it's saying that I was happy or had any, you know, any joy out of my experiences, or, you know, or being or life, you know, was. And it really also, it came, one of the interesting things was such a petty deal. He was so interested in about how much money I made comparative to him, as if that really makes who a person is. And I was, you know, it's these very petty things that get boiled down to within these streams. And so I guess my question here is, beyond that, how do you think we take this dial to a more positive aspect, other than just meeting fire with fire? Because that's easy. That's easy. What do you think, Bex?
Well, I just, most of the time I do kill it with humor. But that has just, of course, allowed for more engagement. And since I do find it, like I said, you know, I'll learn no matter where I go. And yeah, I would say that a level of disengagement, a level of wandering around, meeting new folks, a level of different kind of like alternative material like you put out, you know what I mean? Like doing fun stuff that is a different kind of engagement, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what one could do, like once you have sort of that mass of people following that wants to be a nemesis of you, then it's alchemizing and transmuting all of that, and all of like understanding how surreal it is, but also how, if it's like spiritually, intellectually, and socially stunting, right? Which really makes you want to use the you know, to, yeah, if it's retarding, right, then it's not a quality engagement, right? Which I think people don't realize that that's what's happening.
Ding, ding, ding. That is a big one, right? Like, how many people just capitulate to that angry side, not realizing that that's not quality engagement, that's not going to get them the long haul.
And I would say, as someone who's hung out with friends who we laugh so hard at people, like, it's funny, there's so much humor in the chat, and there's so much humor watching people evolve in this sort of like roast, weird, you know, tribal, you know, game, that I think what people need to realize is that sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, right?
It's true. Sarcasm, and also, you know, the ad hominem, or the just attack as a response. That's the lowest form. That's the lowest form of entertainment. Like,
yes, which is fine. It is entertainment, but it's like, even wit though. Like, it's like, if we understand how witty we can all be, right? And I mean, even taking it, I wouldn't say to a more passive approach, but passive, nuanced wit is even better than, you know, it's even better than it's not aggressive, you know?
Yeah.
But that being said, I would say, you know, part of this is a rebound effect of being so censored, right? Like, so people in these communities have made the rules of anything goes. Like, I don't often take screenshots. Like, I'm not going to be that. I'd have a huge file on like hate. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not necessary. But I went in hard yesterday on somebody who I could have probably gone to speak to, but I'd already seen what had happened, and I engaged, right? I mean, I engaged probably like that guy that you were just talking about, you know, that you remember having this engagement with. You know, I did argue a point like I was arguing with family, right? To like, no, you can't, no, we have to go back to the premise, right? And I saw the narrative being sown, and I saw it actually happen right as a, after, anyways, I don't want to get into the details, right? Like it's just, but I don't want to speak too nuanced either, because I did engage for an hour in a way that I got very angry.
Wow.
Right. And, but I wasn't, people, no matter how I behave, but I was righteous in my anger,
Yeah.
and I was up against one of these, I'm going to say, like, weaponized Christians, right? Where you're like looking at their behavior and where and how the narrative's being sown. Like basically it was a Trivial Pursuit game, right? We were playing online and a question had been disqualified, and we played a few times online. It's a great thing to do. It was a lot of fun. A question had been disqualified just like one had before, and I was always the one in the other game, the other 2 times we played, I'm like, just tell me the answer, right? So because that's the way my brain likes to know. Like if you start to read a question, you're like, it's a shitty answer, right? So well, just tell it to me, So by the 3rd time we played, there was a question that was disqualified, and one of the other people on panel was like, oh, like, don't, tell me what the answer is. And another guy on the panel was like, my OCD, which is exactly what I had said the last time. So I went looking up the answer, right? And 2 questions went by, or a question went by and then I gave like, oh, is this the answer from this other question? Right. And so then they said, well, as they're saying, well, you can't use Google. I was like, well, I don't use it while we're playing the game. And I I handicapped myself at least one question. I wasn't listening while I looked up the answer. Right. So, but I already knew where this was going. Like I was like, well, whatever, people are going to assume I was cheating on this game. We've already had this conversation multiple times where it's hard to actually look up the answer to a question fast enough to answer the question when the chat's engaged and really smart people are on the panel, right?
Sure.
So
Especially if
we
you're
all
playing that
knew
kind of
that
game.
it's not an easy game to cheat on.
Yeah.
On, even Google, you've got to put a bunch of words in, right?
Yeah.
So by the end, the content creators started, asking me a couple questions about other content creators, and, and then immediately dismissed the answer to my questions with, well, you're a liar and a cheat anyway, so I'm not going to believe you.
Oh, wow.
Right. And I was like, oh, okay, So I immediately, and then started sowing a narrative of me being a privileged white Karen liberal, blah, 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 like right in front of me. Right. And I was like, dude, you don't know me. Right. You don't know me,
And what did that have to do with
if
playing the game anyways? I mean, if anything.
You don't get to, you don't get, exactly.
So here's the other thing, Bex, that occurs to me immediately is there's a lot of entitlement in that person just making claims as if they're the authority to do so. And my response, honestly, to someone like that personally probably would have been, well, who made you the fucking arbiter of all things? Fucking proselytizer. Anyways.
But this is where I would say, it's a great argument, but this is where I would say is I would really like to shout out Grace Thorpe for sort of appearing on these panels and the community crossover that I saw, and where I'd also met her, and the production value that I saw in what the Thorpes are, even if they're just kind of like a little channel or whatever, you know what I mean? That there's a lot of whether it's organic, like right in front of our eyes, or whether it's just some really good, evolution over time, or whether it's actually got some, crossover with people with more skills behind the scenes, helping support, through some of this, content that's either nemesis or in support of, right?
Yeah.
So I just saw this production value in her, and also saw some community crossover in my experience and sort of the most recent camp that had sort of come through my channel. And I thought, oh, okay, I understand. This is very well contrived, actually,
And by the way, not a lot of people, it says a lot
responsibility.
about your intellect, by the way, that you get that. Most people, I would say, that are watching are not getting that portion of it. I got it right away. Mind you, I also thought Mr. Girl was playing a shtick. And I think he was for a long time, by the way, but now it's not a shtick. But yeah, I think that you're very astute for picking that up. Where really makes the difference is that they're playing on and I do too quite often, playing on the lack of suspension of disbelief. Meaning that instead of assuming that you're going to watch a show, you know, you think that you're just going to watch your homie, you know.
Yeah. And some of this, was specifically with the Thorpe, I would say, and some of this truther stuff, right? Like whether not just the truther stuff, but some of the divisive, some of the other topics that are covered sort of in these communities on these panel channels. So like with the truther stuff, I'd say like she had full on like free Britney, hashtag free Britney going on this week, right? Like with her when her dad.
The free Ben thing.
On some level,
And by the way,
some level,
Ben had just been, just so you know, Ben had just been on a number of sovereign citizen panels and stuff, you know, in the Talcott world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, totally. So,
yeah.
I mean, and Paul Unslaved was on Grace for like 4 hours.
That's the lens of how I came to even know. I was on. I've met the Thorpes over on one of the panel channels.
Oh wow.
They came in actually on one of the trivia nights. Come to think of it, so I had met the Thorpes before they even were over at there was a lot of different, you know, there was people were holding like Jack accountable for 2 days of the, you know, the whole bottle, the whole incest optics they were calling it, right? Like that just because he hosted these people, and then 2 days later everybody's arguing for Ben to be, you know, for every 2 days later, you got all these men going over to this lonely 21-year-old, like dad's in jail situation, and all these, it's just the hypocrisy, you know, that ends up getting played by, you know, a bunch of different characters. It's really interesting to watch. Right?
Oh, it's fascinating.
I hope I'm not tipping their bit in any way. You know?
No. I mean, and they know. Like, no, you can't tip the bit. This is the thing, Bex. You can't tip the bit. I've tried repeatedly, just to see if anybody will believe the truth. No.
Yeah, but Grace, and Grace, she holds her own very well. Like she's actually extremely graceful. I know people are like, she's crass as fuck, right? Like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive, because she is a young woman, right? Like
she's 21. So, she is more adept to situations and people, even though she is problematic. And same with Ben.
And that's why I say, sorry. Yeah, I'm not very close with my father. He's a megalomaniacal retired physician, right? And as I sat and evolved out here and sort of emotionally matured, I'd say even, I'll tell you, I called on that spirit of my dad. I was like, I don't fucking need that fucking psychopathic dad, man. I'm sure he's in you somewhere, right? Like not serious psychopathy, but you know, that sort of real understanding just how some people's minds work, right? And luckily for me, my family's, so that's where I would say, and I'm not trying to liken the Thorpes in any way to that, but what I was likening to her being a chip off the old block, just like I learned that I can be of my dad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I always was. People either love me or love to hate me, and all I've learned is a lot more people love to hate me on YouTube than love to love me.
Well, true, because there's first off, this is, I think, also a big deal that we are forgetting. It's one thing to be the creator. That's an individual. And that individual, and in most cases, these creators are not really quote-unquote creators or artists in any way, shape, or form. They're just video game players or lonely, bored kids or people who got online with some maybe slight interest and started talking to a camera. And maybe they had a bunch of friends, or maybe they're cute, or maybe they hit lucky, you know? They're going with what is being handed to them, I believe, in a lot of these cases. So if the audience is, you know, filled with vitriol and anger and fear, and they're willing to participate to get the views, which a lot of these kids call it clout chasing, you know, whatever that be, which I think is so hilarious. This language around, you know, viewership and growing a show and stuff like that is so very culty. That's Bex. Yes. She has a great channel. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and put your channel or the channel that you're using right now in the chat, Zero.
Yeah, I just have this one. I just put shorts up right now, and I don't put any comments, so no one can really leave any information. But I will go to. But I can if when I bring up my other channel, I can make a post.
Nice.
So it's an alt though, not a sock, obviously. Or else I might not be. You taught me that, I think.
Did I
Yes,
tell
you
you?
did.
Oh yeah, the difference between an alt and a sock.
But-
Yeah. No, sock count is when you don't admit it,
Yeah.
and it's pushing. Sock accounts are like the ones that show up and be like, Bex, you're the most beautiful in the world, and your show's the best. You know, but it's you writing to yourself. You know, Tom has one.
Yeah, the false admirers.
Yeah, exactly. Tom has one that he does on
I
purpose.
just want to make a
that's hilarious.
disclaimer.
Okay.
The handle of the channel that I am at right now, actually in the next 2 weeks, will go back to its regular handle, which is a very stoic woman, just because I know people get confused by this kind of stuff, right? But Zero is actually a very stoic woman. That's the account handle. But I got someone tag my new account, like they're trolling me, right? Like, oh, we found your other channel, and they tagged it, and it's this guy calls himself Demon Slayer. So and he's taken on me because I'm affiliated with somebody else who is already taking on, hence the Demon Slayer. So, and they really pissed off that I didn't take their help when this content creator and I had a falling out, and he talked about me for 3 months.
Oh, so
right?
now you're your nemesis because you didn't take their help?
Listen to this, yeah. Yeah, I didn't take their help. Now I'm their nemesis, especially now that I'm talking to him again. I'm getting like weird emails, right? Weird emails.
But
like,
Bex, you can't change your mind about how you felt. But you can't change how you felt.
I know.
You
So-
must be the same
They're
always.
showing this whole narrative.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of actually telling him. I actually one day was like, I've been in on it all along, right? Which isn't fair to this other content creator, but we've watched like Team Evil multiply and become friends because of both of the us begin with. You know what I mean? So yeah, Team Evil, right? So for him, just in solidarity and to piss this person off, I changed a very stoic woman today to "You are what you say he is, Demon Slayer." And so right across his channel on the, if he tries to tag me, like, for the next 2 weeks, it's like, you are what you say he is, Demon Slayer.
Right.
I might even change it to Demon.
This
I'm
is
a
my
Demon
point.
Slayer.
This is my point, though, is that you wouldn't be engaging that way if the audience or some member of the audience wasn't looking for a come up or a gotcha or something, which is frankly inappropriate in a lot of cases, for a show. I mean, would we do this for normal TV? No. It's only the fact that we get to chat alongside it that people, I think, take advantage of the environment to a point that's unrealistic. They've confused the personal social and the social public, if that makes any sense. It's no different than the guy who holds up the sign at the show, or a girl that says, "Take me home." Of course, the artist may see that, but that's the person you ain't getting taken home. Never. Never. No. But there may be a response to it during the show. "Oh, thank you very much. I'm taken. Blah, 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 blah." There is an interaction with it. But it's like in streaming, as if the artist on stage is going like, "Okay, no, I wouldn't take you home. No, I don't know you. Why would I take you?" Like to actually engage as if that was a real thing. And it's that giving the audience that would otherwise not be given the credence or credibility, or credence is more the term, I think. And also the fact that the audience does expect that their sign gets read and is considered, which I think is another very surrealistic thing about the environment that tends to push people like what you're describing, the Demon Slayer, to feel entitled to somehow get a gotcha on somebody that they're watching, which is one of the craziest, absurd things of all time.
Well, I think that in this case, it might have been a situation where that content creator might have, well, actually, no, I'm going to say people like to, people like to sow their own narratives, like those false admirers and stuff. But this person, the content creator that they were initially taking on does criticize a lot of channels, right? And has certain channels for like over a year,
Okay.
So
this is another creator that just decided use you as a lolcow or attempt to.
No, I went to talk to him. No, I went to talk to him, and I wanted to know him because I've been listening to him for like a year. I also had, I went over there because, yeah, for all sorts of reasons, right? But I spent a lot of time when he first started live streaming getting to know, well, it's the sanity machine, right? He's but these people already had content being made against him that I wasn't aware of, right? I wasn't aware of that dynamic because I had my own mental battles going on. One of the reasons why I was over there, in addition to having listened to him sort of dissect truth, right? Like dissect, and evaluate from an observable position some of these big channels, some of the content creators that produce, one video a week and have hundreds of thousands of viewers, and just a lot of criticism, right? And also criticism of people like begging for money, threatening to delete themselves, right? Like and playing on cash apps, right? Selling nothing but weaponized #MeToo victim status, right? Like
emotional
seriously,
manipulation of the audience.
Exactly, right? And then I've been accused of that because I'm such a authentic person, like, not to toot my horn, I would say, and authentically emotionally immature when I came out here and needing attention, so I streamed like crazy, but I engaged big audiences too,
Which
right?
I gotta tell you,
I mean,
it's
big for a little channel, right? So,
good on you for catching that in yourself, because as a performer, and as an entertainer, that is the worst reason to want to entertain. Like you do get a fulfillment out of it, but wanting to create just solely because you feel an empty void is never a good reason, because it's kind of like when you are good for someone else, you're good for you and to you.
well, and I never,
you know?
yeah, but I never had that. I wouldn't say that there was an empty void. I would just say I have an overactive mind. I'd consumed a lot of information. I'd done stand-up comedy that limited me to 3 minutes. I'd done a lot of paneling on just like hangout channels, on quote unquote intellectual build channels, whatever those are. I really have always felt like I've always had the gift of the gab. I can engage people in a lineup for 20 minutes. Like, I've been a one-woman improv show through the world. So, the only thing I would say that I didn't realize about myself is, in reality, I'd already been making hard lines in relationships. I was pretty isolated long before 2020. Like, just in the fact that I have a certain kind of personality type that sees the best in people, and I will allow myself to take a lot of shit, right? And I also emotionally react to that, right? In a sense of like, this is unjust.
Well, has the
I would say,
I'm sorry, has the yes and of improv helped you?
Yeah.
Sorry, has the yes and of improv helped you there?
Definitely, definitely, but I also know that, and it would, now that I'm more aware of production and stuff, but I already have this like caricature of myself, right? That does call out bullshit, that has been calling out the stuff on YouTube, has been calling out the brainwashing, has been calling out the negativity of people, of the programming that people have consumed on all fronts, already questioned so much stuff that, for me, I really could come out here every day and do a 4-hour show on my own, just talking, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I could do it for the rest of my life, right? And not because I want attention, right? Just because I like to entertain, But this panel channel stuff, like, once you start to see the pattern of people and you see this sarcastic wit that everyone's, addicted to, and you start to understand how many people might have so many accounts, then you really start to understand that you kind of are sucked into this little vortex. You really can't trust anyone in chat. No offense to the chat. Always be polite, nice back. And you know what I mean? Like,
And you never know who's there, by the way. Yeah,
really
you never know who's
interesting.
there.
Exactly, right? Yeah. And so, and so that adds a level of dynamic that allows you to actually really separate from the situation. But I will, that's my problem, is I'll always see the best in everybody. And it's not really a problem, actually.
No, I
It's just a
agree.
problem in this social dynamic,
Well, yeah,
So
because I mean,
it's
the other thing is to don't not forget that the social dynamic is only there, and this is my kind of a point of this evening. The social dynamic is only there if you allow it, because interacting with a chat as a performer, oh, that's just like looking at your audience and touching hands. That's no different than the meet and greet. It's about whether or not you let these people into your life. Even when you're in the VC, creating safe boundaries for yourself.
That's where some of these people, they have, yeah, but some of those people, yeah, and those boundaries are crossed intentionally by people who want to sow narratives, right? So, like, where they're literally telling you lies as genuine stories. That then affect your psychological being, right? So that's the part that's really interesting. And that's where I would say, when this helping group came in saying, oh, he's turned on you, we knew he would. And I was like, no, like, I'm gonna, leave this. You guys have no idea what I've already been, what I've subjected myself to, right? So, and so none of these people, they were all from different communities. They didn't have any idea that I already was in a situation where I had all sorts of criticisms, all sorts of analyses, all sorts of like cartoon content, that this was nothing. I'd really enjoyed this conversation with this person, and I was gonna, chill and look at what social dynamics were from that person's side, and I left it for 3 months, actually, and just recently went over to talk again. And that's when the whole that whole dumpster fire started. So that's the crazy part, is these white knighting, like, now that you won't take their help, they just turn and that's the crossing of like this new level into understanding the social dynamic that these people are all doing to each other.
Yes. Oh, that's a great
insanity.
point. They're doing to each other. They're committing to rules that don't exist but in their own mind, and then asserting them as like law. Yeah, I know. I agree with that. And I also would say,
and this victim stuff.
And let me ask you, how much of an entitlement do you think it is? And do you think it is
that they think they have?
That they have the right to interject themselves into other people's live shows, whatever it be. Doesn't it seem like an entitlement to you that they are allowed to do this at all, or that folks would act this way?
Definitely. I think that they feel so entitled that they would spend the rest of their lives behaving like this. Like they can see YouTubing with their buddies in the retirement home.
Wow.
Like, I don't know. I just think,
there are some definite concerning social implications to these kind of, I would say to a certain generation, or a certain group subsection of a generation. I don't think it's as widely affecting as some people online might think it is.
Well, these people online, you got to understand, constantly talking about family and the ideal family. Meanwhile, like, you're talking about people that never had kids.
Yeah.
We're talking about repressed homosexuals. We're talking about people who don't have their children with them, if they have children, right? Like, we're talking about drug addicts and disabled people and trust fund kids that
can do this.
Trust fund kids that that literally don't need the money, and that may have even created some of these StreamYards. Like, for all we know, they have their own like bigger marketing they have ad agencies, they have all the businesses associated with all this.
No, a lot of Bex, a lot of people don't realize that Andrew Taint's manager is the guy who helped Pearly Things manager reach newer heights with her and expose her to more people, and it's why she almost ended up on Ben Shapiro's platform, is because her manager, Colby, I'm forgetting his last name right now, because her manager worked on the Ben Shapiro show. Now, the Ben Shapiro show is supported by a larger company that is involved with elections and a lot of right-wing stuff, some white nationalist stuff in Greece. They were involved with Trump's folks early on in 2016, 2017, and they're well known. But there's this connection between all these folks that I have really come to believe that, one, when you share this information with general audience that's taking part, they don't want to believe that connection, and they're more apt to believe things like, they're all friends. They're all on a VC just like me. Oh, it could never be something that was meant to disenfranchise me. That's just because they all believe in the same thing. There is a real ideological blindness that seems to be going on that I really truly didn't even know existed until last year. And I've come to really personally be concerned about it, but more in the effect that I don't think these folks know what's connected and what's not. And that's where we bring it back to your point of how they have entitled themselves to all facets of the character and persona, and if you're not the way they want you to be, then they're angry at you. And this brings it back to your thing of like, you weren't the way he wanted you to be. He was expecting you to look for his help the moment he offered it. You didn't take it. You must be the enemy.
Yeah.
That's called false equivalency association.
And I won't just turn on somebody because the internet has painted them out to be the biggest bully. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what I would say, that's what they wanted. That's what the average viewer suddenly exposed to this guy who's just like, poking back at people who, I'm just going to say, given my experience, likely, poked at him first. And he's always said that they did, right?
Yeah.
So he's just a fearless fucking man.
Responding in kind.
He's actually just, and he's always just, his whole thing was to sort of be like, this is a hell realm.
Wow.
We're not supposed to be here, right?
Oh, man.
Not going to go with the religiosity, but I'm bigger and better than this, right? Like, I'm just like spiritually, right? And that he's, his big thing is he's going to trap all the demons in here. Don't go towards the light. It's part of the trick of the system, right? So when you have humans behaving the way they behave around him, he just calls them all demons, telling them that he's going to trap them in here. Right? And then that pisses off all the religious people.
He needs to take
right? Because they're like, how egomaniacal can you be?
Yeah, totally. Well, that and also, he needs to take a trip out to Skinwalker Ranch and get a little real life education on otherworldly ethereal beings. Well, and what a demon looks like.
But I'm just I'm just saying, yeah, probably high tech.
Well, no, I mean, like, honestly, out there, I've been told firsthand. I have a deep interest in quantum environments, in particle physics, in the esoteric, and the crossover of these things comes in Skinwalker Ranch because there appears to be an anomaly that is repeated elsewhere in the world that allows for, let's call them portals for a better word, to vortexes. Technically, they're vortexes open.
I look forward to having these. Yeah.
And anyways, the idea is when somebody says, "Oh, the demons,"
I'm just gonna say straight up. I totally respect your understanding of physics, and
thank you.
I'll take a page from actually Stephen's book that I've learned. Like, it's not observably true. It's not observably true to me, right? So, and everybody loves to sew a story that goes against free will and what's going on here, right? So to me, a demon is these people, to be honest. It really is.
Oh, right? Sure. The metaphor of it? Oh, yeah. They're yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that. At the core of it,
and they don't have, and they don't have some sort of like one of those beings in them. They don't get to have one of those beings in them and argue free will, right? So it's a cop-out. They're all boogeyman stories. And even if I was brought into some basement party where they showed some Aleister Crowley butt baby, as I like to call it, in the corner of the room that we could touch, right? I'm still going to be like, looking for the technology that allowed them to allow that projection to appear, right? So,
Sure.
and then I would even say the them that's actually allowing that to appear, the people in the room, they don't know that that's like technology.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
you just hit it
So-
on the head, which is, by the way, the whole interesting
Even-
thing about
Yeah.
Skinwalker and such. But yeah, you hit it on the head in the sense that what one would perceive as magic to another is just technology, and this plays into also a lot of perception and intellect level and kind of the self-snitching that goes on in these YouTube streets between folks and their belief systems. And just to bring it back to where you were talking about religiosity becoming the driving factor of agenda or a line of narrative. And you were talking, I've heard this a lot actually in the last couple of months, of people talking about living in hell, living in we're not supposed to be here, and all these concepts that are just so technically schizophrenic in certain ways, psychotic in others, fear mongering, and the worst kind of, well, I guess, deviancy when it comes to belief in anything, because I always go back to, oh ye of little faith, to those people. Because do you really have that little faith if you're that kind of religious person in your own God? You must believe your God is very wrathful, and how little joy. I'm so sorry for them to be experiencing that kind of pain in what may very well be heaven. How's that gotta suck for some people? There's plenty of places in that same Bible where it says, no, you're living in heaven.
Well, and the thing I would say to people, the only thing that makes people think that this place is so shitty right now is stories that it was once better.
Oh, the comparative? Sure.
People spend so much time. People spend so much time romanticizing the past. It doesn't matter what avenue they want to go down. It's half of what makes them able. That's what makes them so capable of, like, denouncing the now. Like I've said since day one with some of these people that are the they, them, enemy, they, them, oh, it's them, them, right?
Yeah.
Like I just, and they'd ask me like, well, what should I do? Like, because if it's just like, it's always been this way, like nothing's new, right? And like, what should you do? Well, you're supposed to have joy, you're supposed to create and have joy. If that's the system you think you're in, it's like the rebellion in a devil's led world is joy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, okay. So there's another portion of this that comes to mind, is that when you said that these people are making themselves the demon or becoming the demons, so I have a lot of, I've done a lot of studying on the old goetic demons and Gnostic demons, understanding what that is. And I have some interesting, weird theories about it that have nothing to do with this. But one of the things I think people don't realize is that the idea of demons are, an attempt to explain bad behavior and versions of bad behavior and ways that we can usurp ourselves, and illness. Yeah. And that's one metaphor for it, for certain. And a lot of folks see themselves as some kind of hunter for these things without realizing that they're accepting the false creation in the first place. That if they really believe in Lucifer, then they believe in a king of lies. And if they believe in the creation of the king of lies, then they're believing in the lie, including the lie that somehow they're living in hell, or that demons can get a hold of them. It is because that's the lie, is that somehow he has power, right? So I think that that paradox in itself is missed by most of these folks because they tend to have a lot of circular logic.
And it comes with like blindly believing in peer-reviewed studies and science being reinforced by by the TV, right? So like, it's not surprising that people 25 years into watching criminology and very well produced medical shows, right, that they would think that they had the ability to be armchair scientists.
Oh
when
yeah,
the
yeah,
gem
because
came
they
out in
believe they
2020,
they
right?
think they understand how it
so-
works. They believe they understand how it
exactly,
works.
right?
They
So
don't know how it
it's a
works,
setup from-
but they
Yeah,
believe they understand how it works.
but
Yeah.
people have to well, and when it comes to science of all sorts, there is faith involved, right? Whether it's faith involved in the people that you see as, as credible authors, or whether it's faith involved in the electron microscope that you'll never touch to believe,
Well,
right?
okay,
So,
hold on a second. No,
like,
no, no,
I
no,
don't
no.
think
I have to
people
correct you
even
there, Bex,
realize that-
because
that-
that's part of a bad narrative that's kind of going around on the internet. I got to correct this because I actually had a long discussion with a scientist about this the other day about how to address this. And no, it's not faith. Actually, scientists work from a place of incredulity. They work from a place of doubt.
No, I'm talking about
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about just the
sorry, say that again.
layperson, the layperson giving faith to
I'm
that
talking about
that the work was done
layperson, like,
correctly.
They should understand that. Yeah, all of what you do is faith based. Actually, as soon as you, which is why it's so easy to disbelieve or to be fed information that causes you to disbelieve something you. That
Absolutely.
Physics
No,
this is because physics is actually ever evolving, right? So even physics is the science that's like, oh, we didn't quite have it right. Oh, here's another. This seems to work even better, right?
Yeah.
Or even just totally juxtapose theories because they actually can't prove any.
Well, that's the thing about there's
theoretically-
it's credulity fallacy, where because something was one piece of something was incorrect before but has been changed, that you were to assume that the whole thing is wrong. That's what I hear a lot, where it's like, oh, well, so, dark matter theory is just a theory, so it must be a lie. It just must be religion. It's like, no, it's a whole lot of math behind that, still evolving. Like, it's like, no.
I had someone tell me that they were talking basically that, they were talking about Pythagoras theorem, right? Like a squared plus b squared equals.
Yeah.
That's sort of, that was basically the gist of, like, a triangle is a triangle is a triangle.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. A
and
plus
so
B
one day we get into this
plus C
concept of
equals-
imaginary numbers, right? So I explained, we talked about, I don't even know how this conversation came about, but
wait, imaginary numbers is I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's been so long.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at math, by the way, is
it's the square root of a negative number.
yeah, square, but it's the term for that,
Square
the
root
actual
of a negative number.
I'm sorry, it's not calculus. What's the other one? Oh my god, it's ninth grade math.
Algebra?
Algebra. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
okay.
I'm sorry. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're old. We're old. Right? Like, so I would say, like, so an imaginary number is the square root of a negative number because two negatives make a positive, right? So a
Yes.
square root is 3 times 3. But
Yes.
a square root of 9 is 3, right? 3 times
Yes.
3.
I knew what you meant by
Square
that,
root
but
of negative 9 is, a square root of negative 9 is 3i, right? Because it's just, you can't square something to get a
I
negative
didn't
number,
know that.
but a negative square root.
Wow, you're good.
Yeah,
You're
because
good.
two
I didn't know
negatives make a positive, right? So
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
only have a negative times a positive makes a negative, right? So a square root of a negative number in theory can't exist. You've got this imaginary number.
Yeah.
And I had a friend looking up all this, like, esoteric and the application in computer. Like, he had a quick AI generator where he could just be in the back chat and be like, read what I put in the back chat. And all this stuff comes up on all the applications, even spiritual application of the big I down to the little I was super cool, fractalated, like, in physics
sick.
and blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
it was great.
yeah. And by the way, I don't
But
think
the
people
guy was just, like,
understand
trying
that
to
that's
find
the way you just described it. The big I, the little I, the unknown term, or the unknowns in math when written, when you see
are little.
equations on a board, the lettering is normally the first letter of whatever reference they're making, which could be another equation or an unknown in many cases, where the just random letter comes from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And often used as a U.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
and there's
yeah.
reasons like big N equals, you know, little n plus n1 plus n2 plus n2. That's usually the number of something, right? Like usually n is usually used as the sample
Sample,
size,
yeah.
you know, being put into a function or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which,
So,
by the way,
but
you
this
must
guy,
be
he
reading.
just started
You must
like
be reading mathematical dissertation stuff like I have, because that's formulaic shit where it's like I had to learn all
but
that.
it was my it
Go
was
ahead.
my sort of my idiot savant thing.
Wow.
I was a very gifted mathematician child. So I don't study math, but I did study math. It was my hobby as a small child, right?
Wow.
Like when calculators were first given to me, my mom, I would get my mom to do a longhand division equations after school, right? So that I could check if the calculator rounded right. I didn't trust it, right? I was like,
Wow.
I just gotta make sure it's rounding that last digit right, you know?
Yeah. Oh, and that, by the way, that's called peer review right there.
Yeah, I did.
That's how peer review works, folks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Texas Instruments did a good job with their. Right now that I understand how computers are programmed, I do understand it's a very simple program. But
That's
actually
awesome.
pretty complex for teeny tiny solar calculators, you know, in the
Oh
70s
yeah,
or
if you
whatever.
think about the ones, if you're somewhere near my age or within 10 years, yeah, the ones that we had, like towards the end there, where calculators were getting incredibly complex with the logarithmic, algorithmic stuff on the side, and all the binary
Oh my gosh, I
component.
don't even. You need a PhD to operate these new calculators. Like, give me a piece of paper and a pen. Like, you know, I don't. You know.
Oftentimes,
But
all
on that same note, it's like,
yeah. Go ahead.
no, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was going to say all the mathematicians, all the real mathematicians that I know, are all better pen and paper people. I don't really know any. Well,
Yeah.
okay, so the lady I was
Yeah,
dating
I probably
on
know.
and off last year, she's theoretical, so she works in a computer environment, and all of her stuff is modeling stuff, but she still does do notes and stuff, and she's reading formulas and oh God, what are they called? The actual. I'm blanking on the term for it.
Functions or
No, the larger scale theoretical works when they've got like full
matrix
pages.
matrices
Yeah, well,
matrix algebra or something or
no,
um
it's the longer form. What it's called when they write out the longer form theories.
proof
Yeah, the proofs. Thank you.
proofs. Yeah,
I actually,
mathematical proofs.
yeah, thank you. The proofs.
I love that shit. That's so
That's
much fun.
I only know some of these terms that you're using, and some of these ideas because I've wanted to learn about the proofs and learn about how to read them, because sometimes I read particle physics journal stuff, and it comes with this oftentimes, so that folks that know what they're looking at can look at it and peer review it. Which, by the way, that's how it works. Is other physicists will look at it and be like, "Nope, you made a mistake," and because it'll be available to everybody. So I wanted to see what it really is about, and it's very interesting to me that it's such a language, that it is more of an ongoing statement in a proof than it is A plus B equals C and an outcome. It is more like, well, here's one set, and that set feeds a whole beginning logic that gets us to here. But once we're here, it takes a right turn because I've added in this whole other set that isn't supposed to match up. But when we put it here, it turns that first set into something that mirrors something totally new. I mean, that's the stuff where it's like it becomes a language, a phrasing, and change one of those out and it doesn't work anymore. That's the stuff that I'm fascinated by.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, it's interesting because people will do the whole heliocentric versus geocentric math, and they call the geocentric math flat earth math, and they say that it was discredited, right? Well, actually, no. Heliocentric and geocentric are just a y equals a function of x, or x equals a function of y, with a bunch of orbs rotating where you've seen the system. I'm not saying you've chosen it, but you've seen the system on a bigger scale and understand that the earth, all of these objects revolving around the sun, right, is it's easier function mathematically to represent, and shows the patterns of all the other orbs, also revolving around the sun, so that essentially people don't understand that before the round earth math, it always and you could pick any one of these orbs to be a center point in the functions, right? But you're not going to be able to extrapolate necessarily out other. It just won't be as mathematically succinct. You'll have a lot. It's just it's prettier math, right? And it is mathematically sound. But when you talk about things rotating around things and all things rotating around everything, right, that you really can pick any one of those orbs and create the math to be a function of it being the center, right? It's just they learned that so essentially the math is the same. Okay,
it seems to me to be a tool, one tool for one format and another tool for another. Sabine,
and one thing that
she had a great little bit on how to debunk flat earthers and what all, but one of them was the differences in understanding something very similar, which was how straight measurements on Earth are always done with an arc, because you can't get an actual value from like a length on Earth, because we're a globe, without measuring in an arc. But if you're in a flat plane, say measuring on a wall, you have to use point to point, A to B linear math. And there was this thing where it's like, if you were the shortest line is actually an arc when you're talking about the math of the globe, and a straight line is the shortest line when you're talking about flat. So you've got this thing where if you're flying a plane or on a boat or in a spaceship, or trying to get in long distances, at least on the Earth, not off the Earth, but on the Earth, you have to measure in an arc. Whereas if you're talking about parallel lines or flat surface directly, you don't do that and don't have a need to, because the measurement is a different value. It's a different tool for a different value, is basically what she was describing. And I found it fascinating because she actually broke out the not just the logic, but she broke out how the math works.
Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, sort of like a triangle, but rounded, right? Like, so she was sending something up to hit a ping point and ping back down. If you had something sitting in the air that could be held in a constant position, right? Like, let's say the highest telephone pole at a long distance, right? So you actually, you could also use a triangle, but that's not sensible. Like, that's just not how things work, right? Like, that's just wouldn't make any sense if you were, so this arc, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's ways that they could use other geometrical shapes to actually also represent, but the arc makes sense. And this is what I was going to say too. Like, first of all, I'm not someone who has a faith in the shape of something, right? Like, the shape is what the shape is, regardless of what I believe it to be, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not, I just look at math, right? So what I would say, and I've never been one to want to credit or discredit either scenario, based on the fact that I think that there's a lot more to to what's close to us that's gone unexplored, right? That is still a mystery on this earth alone, that would help us understand more about the place that we're in. It's, Google Map is a feedback loop of a map originally placed based on thermodynamics, right? So, we've got all the details of all the populated areas, and we've got all the satellite photos that are totally legit. But we also we miss floating islands, we miss icebergs, we miss all sorts of things that happen out in the ocean that are very natural, because they don't have a big enough heat signature or cool signature.
Yeah, well, Bex,
to be
we aren't seeing
by
it.
the feedback loop.
Have you seen any of the stuff that you can see from the military satellites in real time?
I have looked. Through content creators, not through real time, but even those things, they're fantastic. But they'll always be things that they're discovering, right? Like fern gullies, and it's just an amazing, ever folding. Like, just this space alone, it's just the tangible space is freaking amazing.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, we live in on a planet where we don't know well, I think it's still 85% of the bottom of our ocean. We haven't been to the depths of our ocean. We've explored more of
Well,
our
and
local galaxy
even
than we have the ocean on our own
if you've
planet.
ever been, yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
and
yeah.
in so many places, like it's just the way that I think it's the way that we've had to take information in to feel secure or to some sort of like, maybe post too much war. I don't know, but there's a level of certainty with which people have either taken information or it had to be presented to us. Like I think the world has always been like man knows. We know with our science, we know with our religion. Doesn't matter what institution you go to, the certainty with which they've chosen to assert information to us and themselves has been it actually affects the imaginations of everybody and
There you go.
that just general sense of mystery of life,
Yeah, I
right?
think that there's definitely
So
some
and that
drawback to this first major wave of higher tech. I mean, because basically in our lifetimes,
well
anybody who's our
yeah,
age, or above 40, remembers a time where
but
there
I
you
think it
didn't
was too
have.
scary.
Well, I think it's more
But
one, we're
I
getting
would just say that
swamped.
people,
What's that?
I think yeah, there's a level of juvenile, there's a level of yeah, of almost teenager-ishness to the society,
Abuse?
to my
Oh, to
understanding of
yeah,
my mother, my grandmother, that as much as they had all these bankers' responsibilities, they were pretty juvenile people. Right?
well,
Pretty shallow, pretty narrow-minded, pretty safe. You know what I mean? Like I just
yeah,
mean like responsible taxpayers and good at holidays and all that jazz, right? But
yeah,
very
yeah.
easily influenced,
Well,
so
it depends on. I mean,
it's
like,
like I
if you're
think
talking about my family, not that way. No, my family was very question
well no
authority
my
and such.
parents are
So,
scientists,
like,
medical people,
yeah.
but I would still say there's still a level of information and a framework with which they exist in
Oh, it was a
on a
limited
societal
one. If you
level.
think
It
we
might
all had limited
be very,
information
very
before,
bright and very,
yeah, we all had limited information,
yeah,
and
but
you had to
there's a
be.
reason to it. Yeah, and
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you had to
all I'm
really
trying to say
search
is
things
that,
out. I mean, like if you wanted to be
yeah,
educated, if
I
you
just,
wanted to really find things, and that's the big difference, though, is and what you're talking about, and I do agree with this point about it, is that there's a level of surety now because you can just look up the information, and we
yeah,
trust that
that's
all that
right.
information is
Yeah,
true. Now that's where a
yeah,
lot of
that's the
folks
biggest
now
thing,
don't
right?
have the tools that we grew up with, which is to question the authority of what you're getting and check some things and read more than one source. I've been, oh man, Bex, so many times there's so many experiences I've had online where people just assume that I get my news from CNN or some YouTuber, and it's very strange to me because, especially if anybody's ever watched any of the stuff where I'm like doing in-depth sharing, or reading. Most of the time I'm reading from like government reports, scientists. I try to go really in depth and get more than one angle. I look for multiple sources on something, or the most like legitimate source you can possibly get, which, there gets to be a point where I do believe that the swamping is causing nihilistic syndromes where people just don't know what to trust because they don't know how to read the bias anymore. They don't know how to read out the bias or just expect that it's going to be there because humans wrote something,
And I think people are going looking for, people are looking through a negative lens at things like
Mm.
that joy of life of just, of just existing, right? Seems
Yeah.
to be really hard. And definitely on YouTube, it's been squashed for a long time. Like at least in these panel communities, in the quote unquote truther community, right? Like
Mm.
people don't realize they've been brainwashed. You've been brainwashed.
Well,
You've
yeah.
been brainwashed.
Not only that,
Like
but
it's what's happened, right?
brainwashed is
So
one way to do it. I would say also that there has been a lot of manipulation of people's emotional state. And as somebody who follows wargaming pretty closely, and intelligence movements and the movements of troops across the planet, one of the things that shocks me is that all these truther folks, a lot of the quote unquote patriot people, are just plainly unaware that most of the things they say are FSB or CCCP propaganda. That they basically, since 2012, there's been a huge set of meme mills and influence programs to make us distrust each other, first and foremost, whether it be the gender battle or the political divide, or you name it,
The racial divide.
The racial divide.
The mask and health divide.
Oh, well.
That was where you really see
well,
it.
the
That's where
mask
you really
was
saw it,
crazy.
was the whole, everyone's like, I care so much about you. I'm going to do this to save humanity, whether it's take the medicine or not. Right.
Well,
and then, then if you don't do what the other group says to do, they wish that you don't deserve to live. Right.
Yeah,
so on the one hand, you're like, I'm doing this for everyone, but not you. Right.
Yeah. Well,
like,
there's
whether
that
you
too.
took it or didn't take it. It was insane.
There's that too. All the different partitions of people taking their side on it. Forget about that. Also, think about how quickly folks just threw out over 100 years of scientific practice. Stuff that in 1919, Americans didn't have any problem with putting a mask on for a couple of years. For a couple of years, and 1919 to 1921, the Spanish flu, it killed a lot of people. And much less the fact that I've seen so much revisionist history going down because of the swamping, because folks.
And I don't know who wouldn't just wish people good health, right? Period. You got these people running around. I saw, one of the things that one of the videos that the Sanity Machine was criticizing recently was a guy who, does come online and threaten, that just, woe is me and, give me money kind of bits, right? In fact, now it's woe is me. This big bully on YouTube made me homeless. Right. So, but if you look at his history, he was already being like, oh, well, my dad and my brother will sure be sad when I, self-delete. And I'm sitting there being like, no, they won't, buddy. Like, they don't care about you when you're alive. They're not going to care when you're dead, but my point is recently he actually put a post of his sick. And this is someone that, like I said, the Sanity Machine criticizes. Right. So, but this guy recently put a post up of his dad in the hospital who's clearly had some sort of surgery on his head. And he's basically, saying that, here's my narcissistic father. Basically it's his fault. He's like this, I told him better. He should have listened to me. And this all comes down to that choice to take a needle, right? Like, and here's the thing that these people that are so anti jab, right, that they actually they didn't believe in the germ, but they believe in teeny tiny blood robots. Like, you actually claim that all the medical statistics, that was all hyperinflated medical statistics in 2020 that was justifying all these ventilators or whatever and all this payment and stuff. But now on the other side, when you're rolling all the numbers of everything into the jab injury stuff, right, you're being hypocrites. Well, you can't have it both ways.
Bex, think about this. I mean, these are people. These are people. No, it's okay. You made a great point. These are people that are way more willing to believe all the wild conspiracy and not be concerned about the rational concerns. There was an actual concern I had from the get-go that this was produced very fast. Now, if it hadn't have been quality control tested on humans and had been animals, I wouldn't have taken it, because we wouldn't have known, and we really would have been test subjects. But there was 10,000 people that they put through a rush study that came out fine. Well, out of all of them, there were 5 rejections out of 10,000 people. That was with 4 different versions of a new version of something. And then the fact that most of these folks didn't understand the science. No, this is another big thing, is mRNA. Oh my God, mRNA. It's going to change your DNA. Like what? What are you fucking talking about? Even you can't have a discussion with somebody who doesn't, who just wants to work from where they don't understand, and then they would reject all of that in favor of what they think they do understand, which is, minuscule robots getting inside you, or mind control, or they're
I
going to try
know,
to kill
I
us
know.
all off. And
They're like, look at this metallic hydra I moved under my skin or whatever. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's so
you
many
know?
weird things that I saw go down that were, it was just
Yeah.
basically a culmination of the late 1980s, early 1990s, conspiracy theory brain tinfoil hatters that we used to laugh about, because they were the ones who all got taken up in a spaceship and probed, And I'm not saying that that's not something that may actually happen, but the fact that they all seem to have these, the same ones who then thought fluoride is going to kill you, and we can talk about that. I actually learned some really interesting things in the studies that have been done on fluoride recently. That's kind of benign. It turns out it doesn't do much of anything. Much less, it doesn't harm you. It just doesn't do shit. It's better in toothpaste, actually, is what it turns out. That the application directly
Go
is better.
figure. Go figure.
Was that?
Right?
Yeah.
I said, go figure.
Yeah, go figure.
I mean, they put it in the toothpaste.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing is the comedy is the science was that it breaks down to such a small particulate that it has no effect. So it needs the application directly. So why is it still in the water? Because belief. Straight up just belief. It doesn't do anything either way. So it's funny because instead of believing the more likely thing which is that because of the tiny parts per million of our particulate matter that it actually is, that it has no effect, as opposed to it having like terrible effect, which is people. It's sad because it's also a lack of education. I think that's a whole other.
Well, yeah, and then that's where I would say, from the least conspiratorial position possible, it was a very rapidly changing illness. So there were a lot of varieties that came out and fast, right? We got all the way into Omega or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, we went through a lot of alphabet letters there.
Yeah.
On top of that, on top of that, a fastly mutating, germ, I use that word on purpose, like I'm just, fastly mutate. I know it's the wrong one, but whatever.
No, it's fine. No, if you say the other one, yeah.
Exactly. So a fastly mutating germ like that, also would have had varieties that weren't that didn't, that you were just treated for being sick. Now, people forget that they do actually pass wellness on as well. The information, we might even be able to consciously be around people with a magnetic vibration close enough to pick up wellness from people, not the illness, right? Like the information, if you look at the magnetosomes, and like we'll just ignore that for a minute. But my point is that rapidly changing, lots of variety, sure, super harmful, but didn't harm nearly as many because of the harm reduction we did. And then they had to have so many different producers of it that there was variation in the production. And ergo, you actually I always said that there's actually a model here for us to potentially wipe this out completely.
Oh, I mean, the fact that mRNA was was so easily developed and so cheaply done so, actually, technically, and also the fact that the technology was able to be passed along so easily really changes things for many diseases. There have been a couple of things, like if polio was to come back, they would not approach it the way Salk did again. They would. I mean, if a certain number of these things, they are changing the way that they treat. Even they're looking at a new treatment for Ebola, from what I was reading, because of the mRNA.
Interesting.
I think, it's something. I mean, pressure cookers make for good outcomes oftentimes.
Well, yeah, and did you hear about they were at one point, they'd come across really early on, they'd come across the opportunity to grow in food, right? Specifically lettuce of some sort. It was a leafy green that they were that somebody had shown that they actually created I'm not going to say a medicine out of it, but that literally they were using the V word for the medicine that was being grown in this plant that had been spliced into this GMO plant.
Oh shit.
Now, and it was like breakthrough stuff, right? You could just
Yeah.
eat it, and get
Yeah.
the medicine. And all these vegans out there were like, I'm not gonna eat your, you know what I mean? It's like
You poisoned it.
but
Oh
it was
my
about
God. Yeah.
collecting.
Yeah. Well, that's the
But yeah,
other
there was
thing
it was over here somewhere on the West Coast that I saw that there was like someone one of the first medicines that came out using the V word was this like plant produce, and then you had all these people on the anti. Like, I'm happen to be someone who has not ever taken any flu shots. I did have a limited needle experience, even with my father was so arrogant that, and the scar for the polio was so big at the time still, that my dad was arrogant. And if I recall correctly, unless it's been Mandela affected, I never had that shot, for instance. So basically I would have had I have no problem taking it, but I've just always led such an isolated life that I didn't. And I don't typically take flu shots. And
Yeah.
I didn't see I had any social obligation at the time because I was already so isolated. So, and I don't get sick very often. So it could be really selfish, but I chose not to, but I also didn't choose to tell anyone what to do. And I did, I took regular tests because they were free,
Yeah. Yeah. Which is, by the way, that's a good,
to keep my family.
that was a good way for people to be able to keep up with it if they weren't going to, for whatever reason. I've talked about.
Well, yeah. And
I'm pretty open about the fact that, I definitely went there for the fact that not only was it required for the work that I was doing, because I still traveled around while everybody, during periods where people were still locked down. But it also, I would have done it anyways. I understand the science. I understand that they don't spend billions of dollars on such a thing, for no apparent reason. And those people that were concerned were people that, if they're concerned, I'm concerned, because these people don't get concerned for no apparent reason. They're not frivolous and they're not trying to harm people. They're just, and I also have family that's in government that I was aware ahead of time, and they were basically, let's just say that they got taken to safe accommodation in January of 2019.
Yeah.
So when I heard that
2019 or 2020?
No, 2019.
2019 or 20? Wow.
Yeah. When I was told that they were taken to safe accommodation, called home from their station,
yeah,
I knew there was a serious deal going on, and I actually started preparing.
Yeah.
Because if they were coming home,
yeah, interesting.
I knew that the government knew this was very serious. While the news, what was most concerning to me is the news, the president at the time, everybody on the face, not saying a damn word. Not like that. Talking about it like it was over there.
Yeah. Well, that's where I said in January, February of 2020, I had an appointment with the doctor for just a general checkup or some sort of follow-up or something, right? And I'm a smoker, so I never think to have any like chest cold checked or whatever. I just take care of myself. I make my homemade soup, and you know what I mean? Like take some cough medication or whatever, right? Get some rest, and I don't get sick very often. So, but I was really sick, and I went in for whatever follow-up that I was seeing the doctor for, and he was like, "Do you want me to check your chest out?" Right? And I was like, I don't like getting lectures about smoking and having a cold. My doctor has no idea how little I don't get sick because I don't see him, right, when I have a cold. And so, but he was like really pushy, and this was like February 2020, so obviously doctors already knew.
Oh yeah, they were already seeing.
And on the West Coast, a lot of people thought. So he came over and he was like, he listened to my chest, and I thought he loved me. He looked so concerned, right? I realized that he actually now, in hindsight, knew he was really concerned, right? Because he was already aware of this.
No, the medical physicians were definitely made aware, whether it be word of mouth or
when I was, I never found out because we didn't get tested. He just put me on some medicine. I don't think he did a swab or anything. He just gave me some antibiotic, and I was sick though. Like I had canceled so many things. I had a comedy show booked, and like I never missed that kind of stuff. And I'd said no to all sorts of things, and
Well, think about this.
that
By
I normally
in
would have said yes to.
February,
And I actually,
in February 2020, they wouldn't have known what to do about it. They didn't know what to do about
yeah.
it
And
until a
so
year later.
I'm pretty sure I did have I'm pretty sure I had the alpha strain. I was so sick. Like it took a long time. I didn't lose any sense of taste, but I have a really keen nose and a really good keen sense of taste for a smoker. And so, but what I did learn, what I did lose was the ability to taste salt. Right? It
Oh,
was so strange. Like it wasn't. I wouldn't say that I was like I needed more salt. It just like it didn't matter how much salt I added.
couldn't taste
It
it.
didn't change anything. So,
There's that weird
and then I had to,
neurological
yeah,
stuff.
and that was for months after. Yeah, something for months after. It took a long time for
I've got
this,
something for you.
to get back into like even.
I got something for
Yeah.
you that I was acutely aware of, and part of the reason why I was so struck when my relative was brought to save accommodation, brought back home from overseas, in May, June of 2019. I think it's 11 was the total Americans died in the Dominican Republic from an unknown illness that they initially thought was poisoning.
Mhm.
And when you go back and read what they died from, it reads like they died from a very quick version, a very original deadly strain of, the vid. And including like the husband and wife who died next to one another. She died of her lungs filling with fluid, pneumonia, essentially, within 24 hours of getting ill. And he died of
Wow.
liquid on the brain, and his heart failed. And those are all the ways that you people were going from the illness.
Well,
Less
and
than a
their
year later.
accelerated illness. Yeah, and that what people don't realize is that every person that went undiagnosed prior to them understanding what was happening, they actually set the stage for a lesser condition for all of us. Like
Sure.
these germs, they evolve, and they're like mushroom spores.
Yeah.
Right, like
Yeah.
what you do in one to one on one continent, it affects the one on the other. So
Yeah.
so those people like their death wasn't in vain collectively, right? Their death saved many lives, later.
Maybe. Well, here's the thing is
Just
maybe
through
not though, is because here's my theory. Here's my theory is that I know for a fact that the samples were taken from all the victims, and they were taken and tested in Florida at an FBI facility that was basically, parallel to where they were collected in the Dominican Republic. And that facility sent some of those samples to the CDC over there in, oh God, what's the name of the city? They sent it to the city that the first major vid outbreak came from. Now,
I know it's coming to me. I've got to use the word bat.
yeah, I can't remember the name
why
of the
isn't
damn
it?
city, but it's this very weird thing there where the timing and the fact that the reason that the sample was sent over there could only be the fact that they must have found a version of that illness, and sent it over there to see if it matched any of the known strains, which is what that laboratory over there was specialized in.
Which would
And
make sense actually, because in a bigger population of people with such global trade and such an organized information collecting system, I would assume that exists in China. That it makes sense that there'd be more samples because there's so many more people there.
well,
you
no,
know, like
the
compare
reason
things
that
to.
they specialize in it is because those illnesses, that strain of illnesses, comes from that general area. So they have closer proximity to direct samples of all the variations. And it goes back to,
I
it
see.
actually is related to our flu. And flu is caused by or at least the modern flu, is caused by the proximity of chicken and pig and the pheromones coming together and causing the actual illness. That's what causes that, to catch into the air, and it flies over in the jet stream. Believe it or not, that's a thing. It used to be that they used to measure the flu season by how close the proximity of the chicken and the pigs were in China. You can look it up. Very strange, but it's how what do they call them? Bird flus. That's where they come from.
Yeah, the avian flus.
The avian flus.
Yeah.
So the weird other connection there is the whole.
So the birds can catch the germ.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, it's both of them. It's like the dander and the pheromone off of the both animal sets when mixed together or in mass, it creates whatever correct biome for the flu. So in this case, there's a very curious things.
Like one of those oopses that doesn't have the happy ending, like the oops that resulted in Viagra.
Yes, exactly. Not the good oops.
It's a oops.
Weren't they trying? Was that a blood
oops,
thinning agent? But everybody kept getting hard-ons. That's what it was.
It was it was a blood pressure medication.
Yeah.
That had the happy side effect.
So check my theory on and it's been passed around, but I have a more direct idea of what the truth of the story I believe is that we have somebody who was a scientist in that laboratory who may or may not have accidentally exposed themselves to an incredibly virulent strain, not knowing that they had even exposed themselves to it. There probably was no direct test for it. He goes out, and I know this for a fact, and this is, you can look back at the history. We know this for a fact, this portion. The man goes to an open air market where animals are being sold for food. He buys his mother eels. Now, from that stall is where the first major outbreak comes from. So the question is whether it's the eels, the people dealing, the collectors. Was it the combination of the animals around? Was it some, bat blood in the eel? What could it be? Well, actually, it's looking more and more like it was this poor schmuck dragging it around the town, dragging it to a place where there was a bunch of people. Yeah. Mixing it in with something
it sounds like a much.
What's that?
I was just gonna say it sounds like a much less, just as much tragedy and much less romance and outgayness of the movie of the band played on.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever see that movie?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I'm like, it's like sounds like and the band played on with a lot less bathhouses. Oh,
yes. Yeah.
And hopefully the guy didn't do anything weird with the eel that he could have just done in a bathhouse.
No, that's the thing is he killed his mom. He survived. No, he survived. He killed his mom. That's how we know the transmission is he took his mom the eels. She made him eel soup or something that night. He said, "Thank you very much." He left. 2 days later, she's dead. They came and found him. Yeah.
Well, I know I read The Stand. Just to go back to the whole, as much as I didn't, I chose not to. We were paid to stay home here in Canada. We were very blessed to have been provided for a couple of years, especially if your industry wasn't back and up and running, and mine wasn't. That being said, if somebody at that point, you have these people talking FEMA camps and all that jazz, right? And I was like, well, if they come to the door with a gun I'll take it, right? I'm not scared, I wasn't, if I had to get it for a job, I would have done it, and especially now, there's no reason not to. But I also know that, there's a level of natural immunity that we still pass on back and forth through information. I'm not saying that I have it. I'm saying all the other, now that's the whole point of us not mandating that everyone has to do it. Even if it doesn't work the same way with the mRNA, there's still we still pass wellness to each other every day, that's what we do. Like,
Yeah.
we're not necessarily passing illness
think about
to
it
each
this
other
way,
any
if-
more than we pass wellness to each other. Right?
True. And think about it this way. If we in the U.S. had done what we had always done, which is just be the logical, oh, we got to do something for the health of everybody. Fuck yeah. America, which is what we've always done.
Yeah.
This is the first time, and this is how there was definite, influence from other countries, because it's the first time where patriotism was questioning, had a lot to do with who we had in office too. And it had a lot to do with the, religious sectors that were driving the conversation. And it had a lot to do with, because everything was delayed. We didn't, I just think about if this had been Ronald Reagan had happened during his time, he would have been like, we're going light speed on this thing. And by next, are you kidding? Are you kidding? We're going to wipe it out like we did the commies. It would be a whole thing and everybody would be behind it, right? You could hear I can totally hear the line. If it was George Bush, you'd be like, wouldn't be prudent. We can get through this together. You know what I mean? George W., nobody would have taken it. It just wouldn't happen. We would have all died. No, it was George W., we'd all died. Sorry, I'm sorry. That's terrible. I'd have a beer with him though. Nice dude.
Georgie.
I know. I tell this story. I have had the pleasure of handing a microphone off to 5 different presidents, including W. And and my experience with him was one of those moments that you hate to have as a person, because I thought of him as Satan. I thought he was evil. I thought he was just the worst thing in the possible whole world. And everything about my experience around that man was not just pleasant and funny, and kind of like that dude. Afterwards, I was like, damn, I'm so glad he was the guy he wanted to have a beer with. He came in, he was unassuming. He was, hey, how's it go? There was no security around that dude. I say no, but Obama, there was rings. Clinton, solid ring. His dad, oh my God, there were snipers everywhere. His father there was a military around that dude. Junior, W, it's just a couple of guys who are like, you got the mic? Yeah. All right, cool. And he came up, hey, how you doing? You got my mic?
I was wondering.
Whoa.
Yeah. I've been wondering about the Clintons, and I was wondering if Monica Lewinsky actually was Cuban and had some sort of a
bait. No,
cigar.
No. So the cigar thing. No, that was him.
Cigar
The
sales
story.
went up if they went up.
No, that was him.
Is Cigar King a thing?
No, he was
Cigar
him.
King a thing is what I.
Yeah. Cigar King. I think it's a Power Man thing. I think I don't remember whose joke it was, but everything about that screams '90s Power Man. He can't leave the office.
Just so
And everything is about how do I impress this lady who is in the other room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or take advantage of the lady. And who, I don't remember who the comedian was, but it is so true. It's totally one of those things where he, basically looked in the other room. He just basically looked in the other room, was like, you'll do. Come in here. Yeah. It's that kind of thing. But honestly, one of the things that I find humorous is that all the presidents, most of them, the majority of them, have had some kind of thing in office, whether it be the Kennedys swapping girls at the Algonquin, or Lyndon Johnson stealing cars. Do you know about this? It's one of my favorite ones.
No.
Now it would be a huge scandal. So Lyndon Johnson, big Texan dude with apparently a huge Texas-sized dick, because he would tell everyone. I don't know if you know this, but there were recordings of him telling everybody.
That's a better rumor to have than Weinstein.
Oh yeah, true. Way better.
Yeah.
True, way better. But there's been plenty of president philanderer dudes who hit on, well, we watch fucking Trump hit on Mark. I can't remember. Was it Macron's wife or somebody? He said something inappropriate. That wouldn't be the first time that happened either. But Lyndon Johnson had a funny thing.
I don't know if it's Macron's wife because she's like 30 years older than him or something.
Yeah. No, but she's a good-looking lady. She's a very good-looking lady. But
she is like substantially older. I just watched someone review Candace Owens reviewing how odd that relationship was or something like.
All this ageist bullshit.
And not that I'm
Did you see the couple that's been traveling around the planet for 5 years that had the unfortunate experience of getting robbed, and the wife got raped? They got away with their lives very luckily, but I think they're Persian. I think they're Iranian, and he's 63 and she's 29. They've been married for like 6 or 7 years, something like that, and they've been traveling around the planet for 5. So they've been married since he was in his 50s and she was in her 20s, and they're super happy.
I worked for a man who went to Thailand. He'd been married 3 times here, and he went to Thailand and just to vacation. He met a woman, and they decided to get married. And they actually they have such a, there is a business aspect to, obviously, to how well he can provide for her and the kind of comfort that they can live on with his retirement income. But what I was going to say is that what people don't realize with her, she was already 36 when she met him, and he was 60 something. And at her age and where she was doing and the work she was doing, she didn't have a long lifespan ahead of her. And if she did, it came with great discomfort for the work that she was doing on a day-to-day basis, right? So in essence, she was already all washed up. Like in her own mind, she saw herself as a great auntie at 36 years old, just because of the nature of where she fits into her family and the kind of work and the poverty that she lived in, right? So what some people don't realize is when your horizon is 50 or 55 of any quality of life before you're actually kind of all washed up and you're literally crippling yourself to serve soup to your community. That's what most people don't realize is their horizons. Her life expectancy will, be like significantly extended, and was significantly extended, and they spent 15 years together, right?
I find it. That's a really good point about if you do meet someone in a third world, that does make it. But I honestly think the age difference argument is that of children. It's just people who are still living in junior high school or high school, where it's like, you're in 9th grade, I can't date you, I'm in 12th grade. You know what I mean? Where when you're an adult, it's really about compatibility. After a certain point, it doesn't really matter what age you are. Of course, if somebody is 22 and the guy is 8, or she's 80 and he's 22, you're gonna look side eye, and there's probably a payoff going on in some way, shape, or form. But really, truly, if they're making each other happy, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, who cares? What relationship doesn't end up being having a business aspect to it?
Well,
whether you're
even if it's 50-50,
whether you're owning a home, whether you're renting a home, it's like whether he's paying, whether she's paying. Like, there is business in relationship, and ideally, maybe I'm using the wrong word, but any relationship, any healthy relationship is a competition of generosity, and I'm not talking about
that's a nice way to look at it.
So the expenses of life are how any two people are going to figure that out. And it doesn't matter if the richest man and the poorest woman, and he still wants her to pay half the rent, and she just goes to work and does it. Like, that's for them to decide, or vice versa.
There's so much stigma over, by the way, this is a funny thing for me, because I don't know quite if it was the same in Canada, but the idea in the late 80s and 90s growing up was that at some point women were coming to full equality. They'd be asking us out. They'd be paying for the first date. They'd be making the first moves. Equality was coming. And now we should be full tilt there. And instead I hear talk of trad wives and and all these crazy ideas that like there's a stigma around like, oh, your wife, you're a homemaker as a man. Like, yeah, Mr. Mom was in the 80s. You know, he played Batman later. You know, I mean, like these are things that I think that are just lost on, and it's a revisionist history in a certain way.
To put everyone in the same box.
True.
You know?
Yeah, that too.
And on top of that, we do live in a world that has like raised pride to the point of hubris and actually, you know, reveres, you know, has words like homophobe, but not heterophobe, you know, like has, you know, words like transphobe, but not cisphobe, you know, everyone can slander white people, but not any other race, you know, like there's a lot of hypocrisy in the way people, you know, the language and the policing of each other and, you know, that kind of stuff is like, and as soon as you know, but it is about, I think there's a lot of, I think people were taught to be too polite. On some fronts, people were taught to be too polite.
Well, we've become that because of the PC culture, don't forget, because I mean, it wasn't long ago in the 1960s, at least here in America, people like Lenny Bruce went and fought at the Supreme Court level to win the right to say slurs on stage, to curse. We wouldn't have Richard Pryor. We wouldn't have, you know, George Carlin. We wouldn't have Eddie Murphy if it weren't for a lack of PC. And I think what was an urge to become more tolerant of each other and respectful has become McCarthyist, honestly, to the point of virtue signaling. A lot of non-whites are racist hypocrites, especially blacks. Well, I think humans are just hypocrites in general about being xenophobic and the silliness surrounding which. That said, I've always taken my fair share of jab. I was just reading the chat of making fun of white people because, you know, we've done a bunch of terrible things as far as white people are concerned. But then again, I don't fit into any camp. And by the way, this is the whole thing with me, Bex, is I think it's really funny that those ideas because to Jews, I'm not really a Jew. To white people, I'm not really a white person because they think I'm a Jew. You know, but I'm not. I'm fucking neither. I'm actually just as much Native American, my grandfather was born on a reservation, you know, so like full-blooded, but you don't see that. And even funnier, my nose, I used to talk about this quite often earlier when I came on, is my nose comes from my native grandfather. My Jewish relatives all have these little pug Eastern European noses. And even weirder, my father has blonde hair and blue eyes. My uncle has blonde hair and blue eyes. My grandmother, Jewish, had red hair and blue eyes. My grandfather had blonde hair and blue eyes, although my mom has brown hair and brown eyes. That comes from her father. Her mother had blue eyes and red hair. So it's like, and her mother was Jewish. So this is a whole thing of like, yo, most people want to believe that others are as they see them. And this is a problem with all of us. I believe that Lenny Bruce was right. If we don't own the words, if we don't own the fallacies or the humor of the words for ourselves, then they become a tool for anybody who wants to be our enemy, you know? Yes. And that's, I mean, folks, and I'm a big proponent of especially to make other people uncomfortable, throwing the K word out there. I did find out that you get in trouble on YouTube for saying it, though. Strangely enough, even though it's like so rare. I
don't know what K word that is.
Oh, you can hear me and they can't. Hold a second. But yeah, that's my that's one of my favorites that like nobody ever uses because it's kind of an old school word, you know. But it's so jarring, especially when you say it, especially around white people. Oh my God! And the people who know it, it's like, oh my God, you know. But that's because I can say it, you know, like yeah. I mean, Chris,
I know one thing. I'm not a white apologist. I'm not. I won't be. I'm not.
I mean, this is a tough thing. Is like it depends on what space you're in.
There's a narrative that's been sown right? That doesn't account for entire matriarchies. And I'm not talking about a patriarchy in a domineering sense. I'm talking about in an accounting sense, right? That gets
Sure.
lost in the names. So just in a registrar sense. And the narrative's been sown that you know that there's no possibility that my mother's lineage, for instance, could possibly have been, Northern Canadian, or yet I know that it is, right? We already know about like the Cherokee, the Cree, like some of their influence, where they know that it's not from like Métis. You just take that Métis label because you don't fit the narrative, right? Like, so, it's just there's a level of indoctrination in an impossible history to recollect.
Sure.
Right. Especially
Well, and you're talking
since
about
the segregation.
Canada has a different kind of influence for that
Well,
too.
yeah, and that's just I'm just saying that the out of Africa, I don't believe in out of Europe any more than I believe in out of Africa. Okay, like that's what I'm just.
When it
gonna
comes
say
to
about that.
Canada,
Like,
it's
just-
got a
when you
very
take
different
a-
implication.
When you take white people, this is just what I'll say is when you take white people and you put them in a warm environment, right? They turn brown, fuckers.
Oh yeah.
right?
You're talking about an adaptation.
So
I
like,
got a better one for you,
yeah,
Bex.
you don't
No, I got a
have-
better one for you. Actual
like, so-
evolution in our own lifetimes. Evolution in our own lifetimes.
I'm
The
saying
black
your
frogs.
children,
No, the
so I'm
black
just saying
frogs
that
of
that's-
Chernobyl.
yeah.
The black frogs of Chernobyl were light green, and they the ones that have survived have adapted their skin. It's tougher, thicker, and dark. It's almost black. So it's proof
I mean,
that
tons of animals do that. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying you get a tan generation and you change your mRNA probably. I'm just saying so that I'm
No,
just
it's-
like
it's
it's
true.
absolutely ridiculous that because there aren't fair-skinned people written in desert stories, right? That there weren't like white people there. They get tans. It's like it's retarded.
well, I
Pardon my
mean, like
language.
I
It's
think
stunting. I mean,
I think-
I wasn't calling anyone any names. You know?
I think the greater deal is that when you're talking about you don't want to conflate the American story and the Canadian story. That tends to happen on a lot of these panels. And when it comes to the United States, we have people that whose families and lineage they owned slaves. And somebody was talking about the Barbary pirates. That only accounts for about 50 years of in total, if that, 45 at the most.
Yeah, when you're talking about
so
a lineage,
slavery,
I mean,
of
there's-
actual like
there's
the Atlantic slave trade, much less the slave trade that came before that, and how
I mean,
it
that's for the
became a business. It's a very the
Pacific Coast history is one of the least explored. Like this was still deemed Spanish territory in the late 1950s on maps, right? Like,
wow.
Whatever that means, that means.
That's
right?
like the Basque area. That's like
and
the
my
Basque area of
grandfather,
Montana.
we're still cattle ranching families that run cattle on tens of thousands of acres that cross a border that there's no border guard at. You know what I mean? Like there's just they used to run the cattle. Yeah, the idea of the railroad history across from east to west, right, doesn't account for the mountain range that is the Rockies that goes down into the Cascades and down into the Olympics in Washington, right? Like that actually was a hard terrain to cross over. So the Filipino, what would look more Filipino because of the Latin American influence. So they love to tell their freaking stories like from east to west, like there wasn't from, from east to west across North America, but not from the
West
other
to
side,
east.
right? Like not from the Alaskan side, not that whole Pacific trade into China, right? Like, and we have the oldest Chinatown that exists, from what I understand, in North America, here in Victoria and Vancouver.
Yeah, I believe that is the old. I believe
they
that
like to talk about
it's
it
that, and then San Francisco, and San Francisco doesn't really. It's not as big as it was.
Yeah,
before.
and likely, and that's where I just say that's where if we're going to look at just the mass amount of history, the mass amount of like not even being able to account for the languages of the tribes that it's way more Asian based. So there's also all of those, I'm going to say Caucasian, which is like different than Caucasoidal, right? Like, even though we call everyone Caucasian now, Caucasoidal is to be non-Asian, non-Negroidal. These are the words, right? Like, so when they call people Caucasian, you're missing the Asian part of it, right? So we're talking about like, and they have round-eyed, I don't know if they're round-eyed, but I'm just saying they have, they'll call people expats all over the world, but there's just a classification based on the fact that to account for the kind of history and the jolting of communities that happened in the world wars, how small and fractalated villages, like I'll call them villages, trapper families, like it's just the idea of a one size fits all story for such a huge continent. It's like calling everyone, it's like Africa. My friend in Nigeria, he lives in a village. It's actually called a hamlet outside of a city, right? It's just a walled community, right?
Sure.
But if you were to try and tell him that the Asian people around him, okay, the Chinese, they look Chinese, right? And the Indians, they look Indian, and himself. If you were to try to tell him that one of those people existed there before the other, he would laugh in your face, right? So he would laugh in your face, right? There's just no concept of that being an issue, like who colonized who, what, whatever, so I know one could say that comes down to, oh, he just wasn't taught his own history and we were taught his history. Shut the front door. Okay, shut the front door. Do people even understand how many kingdoms existed in a nation like Nigeria? Like when they draw the maps around these places, like do people even understand like that in Nigeria alone, there's 3 main nations that still don't agree with the fact that they should be under one
just like right
umbrella,
now,
let alone the
I think it's
500,
interesting.
700,
Foundational. So there's some delineations now going on in the United States in amongst the black population to figure out reparations, and one of the delineations is self-proclaimed, and by the way, legitimately so, to create legislature surrounding it, which is necessary to get anything done, which is foundational Black American. And there's been an interesting conversation amongst my black friends and on black panels about coming to an agreement on what is foundationally Black American. Is it that, and who are these people, and who are, do we know who they are? Do we need a genetic test for us so that do we have an actual list? Well, we don't have actual lists of people's names because that was wiped out in the 400 years of Atlantic slave trade, so all we know is really how to track people's history as far back as we can out of slavery, which has been the determining factor so far, which is where they came up with foundational Black American. Now, in the research to this, that turns out, this is to your point, that some folks that believed they were foundational Black American turned out that they have more Native American than they do African ancestry, or as much. And it's been a shock to a lot of different people looking at their own background and finding out, and also as a part of the legislation to be able to delineate and to have found this out, that actually turns out there were a number of tribes from Brazil, South America, Central America that at some point made their way up to center U.S. because of the First Nation states. And what we know now. What's that?
There's genetic, and that even those people where people say, oh well, they got to Brazil because they went there from Africa. No, shut the front door.
Well,
okay?
No, that's
the variation that exists. Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing is they can track. So that's where I would say that
one thing I would tell the people,
you can track the lineage.
Is that there's also
directly.
this idea, but even those lineages have been like World Fair created to look a certain way. You know what I mean? Like,
but Bex, you do understand that, like, when we're talking about lineage, we're actually talking about being able to track, like, okay, say, for instance, the place that I'm, and one of the tribes I'm talking about, it's very specific to.
I'm just adding
placement.
I'm adding another layer to it of people understanding that, I know white people with broad noses and Afro hair.
Sure,
right?
sure. No,
I went to school with
genetic variations, genetic variations of humans.
The genetic variation in all the races is way more vast than we see.
Absolutely.
And that's where I would say that, you know, that when white, you know, when white people are exposed to the elements, okay, there's certain tendency of some white people won't go brown, they go more copper and pink. And in
Sure.
fact, when my Nigerian friend was looking up research in his in Nigeria, when I was, you know, getting into YouTube and he was getting into his library, he found that the red skin Native North Americans were the white Native North Americans, right? So it's been a misnomer to call brown people red.
Oh yeah, well, all of the
It
determinations like
just
that
doesn't.
stuff
Yeah.
is
So
ridiculous, and that's old school xenophobe, you know,
so
language anyways.
what I'm
Beck,
trying to
so,
say is
yeah.
that there were white people on these lands, just like in China, just like in other places. Like that is
Well,
actually tracked in Chinese history in their museums, right? Like
if you want to talk about Asian
fair-skinned,
people,
fair-haired
yes, yeah,
people.
Asian people, and then
Yeah.
the apparently Eric the Red made it to Newfoundland in 1400 or something crazy like that.
All
Although
I know is
his
that my mom's lineage is 5 generations, 5 generations BC born and raised.
Mhm.
They are not, they are as European looking as any other group of people. And it's different over here. You know, it's
Well,
just
I mean,
different over here.
it depends on
You know, so
also,
I'm not
you
trying
know,
to argue.
yeah,
They
it depends on
get
also
sucked into
what
some Métis narrative of like of
yeah.
half European, and if we're half European, we came before the Khan across the Alaskan Panhandle. If is what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, like I'm not trying to say it's a matter of, you know, I'm just saying some people's narrative, like our cousins are brown or red or whatever color you want to call them, not in my lineage, not in my immediate vicinity, but that's because in the wars, you know, people's names were anglicized based on the color of their skin because children were being sent to residential school, and all sorts of things were happening
Sure.
where names, you know, names were
and
changed, and you know, if you looked a certain way, you ran with that
and
narrative,
that
right?
happened
So,
actually that happened
and
to my
I'm
grandfather.
just
Wait,
what I'm trying to say is that
Beck,
homogenous tribes are a fictitious thing. Okay, homogenous tribes are a fictitious thing and a byproduct of the segregation of the wars more than they are a path of history.
I don't know.
We
Wait, hold on
go
a second.
way back. Sure, there's
Bex, slow down. So that may
Yeah.
apply to Canada. It does not apply to the U.S. And the reason is because we know
does
that.
to-
No, hold
yeah.
on a second. Because the native tribes in the U.S., we have a validation system of basically whole, half, quarter, that kind of thing. And how do we know that based off of now a genetic test?
But this is where I'm telling you.
And then, wait, hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish what I'm saying,
Yeah.
please. We can ascertain, even though I understand that in the larger scope, humans have been mating for millions upon millions upon millions, hundreds of millions of years, likely. We have all intermingled, and we can go back to the Cro-Magnon thing where there's a good portion of us that have a good amount of, like, up to 19% of Cro-Magnon in us, which it turns out, by the way, there's a whole weird thing with them. Turns out that they ruled the planet for a good long period of time, and they'd never found clothes with any of them, so they were likely covered in hair. This is the current theory, by the way, which I think is fascinating because we found Cro-Magnons living in caves and mating with humans during a whole massive period. In any case,
well, there is historical narratives and recollections of what have been drawn more like monkey people or ape people, right?
I've read a bunch about this recently, and there's the guy who was pushing that narrative of being more monkey-like. He's actually retracted some of that because of the current findings as applied, but it's still, his point about them being covered in hair is still more valid than not, because because of the lack of any kind of clothing while they're living alongside Homo sapiens, or I'm sorry, Homo sapiens, who were clothed. So it's curious because they might have actually been covered in hair, maybe more monkey-like, but more like, because of the structure, their head and brain. Their brain was bigger than ours. You know that? That's the other portion. That's like their brain.
Not surprised. Yeah.
You know, so
Just to
my
get back
my point
to
is
what you were saying about the lineage and tracking, I want to clarify one thing so that we're not getting stuck on a pedantic point. You know, what I'm trying to say is that the narrative of the color of the skin based on the actual testing and phenotype, right, which is not a colored skin based trajectory when they're collecting that kind of paternal based data, because they don't go on mitochondrial DNA when they test DNA.
Sure.
They
Yeah.
don't do it in 23andMe. They don't do it in, you know, so there's a level of matriarchal influence, which is actually a lot more pinpointed data. And one of the reasons that it's just too complex, it would have been too complex a system for our systems to handle. I would assume that's why they went with patriarchal DNA, plus it matches the records that we have, right? Again, I'm not being a sexist feminist here. I'm just stating like that's how we in these lands how we track people, right?
No, it's not
Especially
here.
once we
No,
started
wait,
registering
wait, wait, wait,
people.
wait. Hold on, Bex. You're applying Canadian rule once again, which I find this very common in these conversations. You're applying Canadian rule to the way Americans work. That's not how we work. We were more authoritative and authoritarian about the way that they tracked Native Americans, man, woman, child. We did separate them, put them in the schools. My grandfather's name was changed, or his actual name was changed, same as his father and his mother. All those things that was very similar. But what is not is that their lineage is very trackable. Slaves, anybody who was a slave, their lineage is not trackable at all.
What you're
And
saying is they're not necessarily brown,
I'm sorry. But and one of the
but
other
your
things
relatives weren't necessarily brown.
no, he was brown, and his mom was brown, and his dad was brown, very brown. His mom was very brown. And he had the nose that I have his nose, and I have his hairline. I have exactly his hairline. He had hair till, and I don't think this. It's funny is this went gray. I don't think this is ever gonna really go gray because his didn't. But and it's because I have his hair too. But it's that stuff is very interesting to me on certain levels of what passed regressively, at least with me. But when it comes to what we know about and how American tribes behave, our First Nation tribes, which by the way, I don't know if you know this, but we've only started calling them First Nations recently, and recognizing that there was tribal agreements and nations recently, which is a whole thing. So there's a lot of disregard in our country as well, despite the fact that we've given reservations and the casinos and all. I mean, that's the reservations were just we pushed them out to places that
Do you know where the
we didn't think they
casino?
could
Do you know
live.
where the idea of casinos comes from in their culture traditionally, at least up here? And I would assume it's very similar across tribes. Is probably one of the things that have.
I know why it is here.
Tradition comes from more of a.
I'm sorry. Go for
I
it.
just want to share this.
Yeah.
With you. It's okay. I was just going to say that it comes from a potlatch approach of sharing the wealth, right? So no one ever gambled to lose something. You'd already brought everything to share, right? Like every surplus to share. So the games were played to share the wealth, not to risk a loss. You know.
So I'll tell you what. In
it's,
classic
bankers-
American tradition, if that was the case, if that started here that way, which I'm going to look into that a little bit because that's very interesting. That would be an interesting thing to do a show on if that's true for us. But so the reason that American casinos have opened up widely on reservations in the U.S. is because they're sovereign nations. And they don't have to follow the same laws, but they're within the U.S. and close by major cities, blah, blah, blah. So they were given basically this leeway to do what they wanted so that they could get reparation, essentially. It was a nice way the U.S. government said, or a pat on the back, let's just say, oh, we'll give you reparations. We'll let you sell cigarettes and originally it was just selling cigarettes, and then it went to casinos, which good on them for making good on it, and it has done well for our for really impoverished groups of people.
But that piece up here, it also has a lot to do with no taxes. The First Nations don't have the same. They don't have a tax structure. They actually up here receive. Well, there was too many deals backed out on that that the government made in certain scenarios. So, there's a level of utilities that's just being brought back even now to some of the reserves that was a bit of a standoff from their point of view. But other than that, there was a lot of transfers. Other than some of the conditions, they were given loans to build houses that weren't recalled in until you finish the house. So they just chose not to finish the house, right? Repair, reparations of their own. And it was funny because they would also, cut holes in the side of their house and water the horses through the to the utilities they did have, right? Like, but in an act of modern defiance, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like
It sounds like
it's smaller, but
my
it
great
was-
grandmother. I'm sorry, my grandfather told
They
me
had
stories.
weird rules. Yeah, they
Well,
weren't. Yeah.
My grandfather told me funny stories about his mother that embarrassed him because he really rejected his native heritage. But his mother, born and raised, she apparently had a liking to potato sacks. I'm not kidding you. That she could make nice little dresses out of potato sacks. And he was totally embarrassed about this. And literally every picture I ever saw, she is wearing some form of a potato sack in a series of dresses that she had sewn.
They actually put out some yeah.
And so, I mean, there's funny
Some of
things
the
like
potato
that.
sacks actually started printing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
some of the potato sacks and some of the wheat sacks they started putting in fabric at some point, for just that.
interesting.
To be able to be used for clothing.
Yeah, I mean,
Up here there were weird
fascinating stuff.
rules. They were given land to have their agriculture, but no, they weren't allowed to use the modern equipment, right? Like it was just weird
that's
deals
weird.
backed out on. That for a long time there was a standoff in their choice of how they chose to self-govern, and I know that in essence in BC here. Because they never had ceded their territory, right? The Haida Gwaii natives were just found and quote unquote conquered, which they never were, but wiped out. They were a lot of them in the late 1950s, right? Like people don't realize how recent over the Rockies this stuff goes. Like I mean, the last residential school just closed in the 90s. Like.
Wow.
It's pretty it's very recent, but what's really neat about it is they have amazing resource bases, and except for the towns at the end of roads now, which are still impoverished, both the town and the reserve, you've got these industries, like some of the wealthiest, like successful. They've got their elder parking in their gas stations up on the Malahat. Like it's classy stuff, right? Classy, beautiful buildings, beautiful like long houses. Like it's really impressive how quickly in the last, I'd say 20, 30 years that reparations. I mean, I wouldn't say it was directly. They had I'm just gonna say they had their standoffs, right? Like they just, what they weren't gonna take. Until they actually were able to, I would say, rebuild population would be a big part of it, and also have that income from their casinos and things like that. But I know in some of these industries, especially the further north you go, there's some reserves that have really taken hold of the oil industry, the resource base they have. And it's been weird because you get these people going up to protest, say, ancient trees being cut down. And yet you've got the elected officials, the elective chiefs were replaced with the hereditary chiefs were replaced, which is a bit of, again, an issue. That's been created politically, but there you end up with these fucking virtue signaling people up there trying to save trees, trees from the very natives who are choosing to cut
they replaced hereditary chiefs up there. Was that the government? Because I know Canada has some strange. I found out, by the way, Canada has a strange rule that is similar to Australia. There is some ceremonial character who resides in Parliament who can fire your prime minister, same as in Australia, because you're
Interesting.
and it's only been used once in Australia. It's never been used in Canada. But because it happened in Australia in the 70s, and the U.S. initiated it, we got the Queen to get this dude to do it. It was the Queen at the time. But the same, and I was curious. I'm like, okay, so you guys basically have the same system as Australia, except instead of a president, you have prime minister. Same system though, for all intents and purposes. It's English law.
Australia has a prime minister too, though, don't they? I'm pretty sure
They
use
they
the word prime
do,
minister.
but they have president and prime minister. The prime minister is more legal aspect, whereas the president is more like the military essentially and public law, I guess.
So
But
are you in East?
no, I'm in the West. I'm in
Are
California.
you you're in the West?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm an LA
One
boy.
thing I would say is I would say that I'd look into, just out of interest, and maybe I'll do it myself. I'd look into Washington State as being a bit anomalous when it comes to and even some of this West Coast. You know, my grandfather was still running cattle on north south. They ran the cattle north south. I don't know if they go as far south as as far south as you are, but
I doubt it.
the First Nations reserves and families that crossed over into Washington, that there was a level there's a level of overlap. There's a level of overlap between these natives and some of the stories I'm telling that go at least down as far as the bottom of the Cascades.
Oh,
Right?
I'm
That
sure.
was even
I'm
Washington
sure.
State itself.
There's
Yeah,
a
even
great
Washington State itself is
yeah. No, there's a great refound history
And that's-
that there, by the way, that it is coming about right now. I actually have a friend, a longtime friend, who's a medicine man. He has powwows not far from me. They have them in the park here where I live. Because there's a lot of tribes in California, a lot of different tribal lands, and it's interesting because they are regaining a lot of what was lost stories because of the separation or just basically the breakdown of Native society in general over 100 years, and they're reclaiming their stories, reclaiming language, reclaiming quote unquote spoken word history. And one of the interesting things that's come about this also with the fact that we're starting to refer to our natives as First Nations again, recognizing that there was a large organized treatise nation here before we were here as the United States, or even before the Spanish. There was an organized nation here that included, and this is my point, a whole nomadic allowance where there was protected patterns that were agreed upon between these large tribes that it wasn't just enclaves, it wasn't some nomads, it was a mix of all different styles of tribal practice, whether it be nomadic or enclave or the hunter-gatherer systems, or following, I can't remember what it's called when you follow the animals, seasonal. There was allowance for a lot of these, and you find that the warring tribes in the U.S. that were more often at war are in like the middle north of the country, where there's less resources. So of course they're going to be more active in trying to cause war, and there were wars apparently that but anyways, the point is that I've been reading about in recent times the refound practices of treatise that include nomadic behaviors. So I would say that probably includes from up above, where they wouldn't have recognized a boundary at the time, because of course at the time period there would have been like Canada.
That even now it's different especially since the segregation and placing on reserves, but you can apply to be a member's the wrong word. these tribes, at least the ones that had, cities, okay, for lack of a better word, they definitely, you could, yeah, I don't know what the proper language is, because it's almost like if you were applying to be an immigrant to Canada today, right? That you would have that you could apply even to be a accepted member of the tribe, right? Like you didn't have to be born into a tribe. You weren't bred into the tribe,
Interesting.
right? That there was
In the U.S. you actually can't,
there was
even
an
if
acceptance. Yeah.
really in the U.S. even if you're married in, it doesn't count unless you've got ancestor right now. And
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
although
this is where I'm saying that's
Yeah.
why they're going on blood now. Going on blood now doesn't actually acknowledge some of the acceptances of these sedentary tribes into of what I would call a level of multiculturalism, right? So when they were put on reserves and separated, they were also the different looking children, okay, weren't sent to the reservation schools, right? They were put up for adoption, right? And that's why you have these more white children that were put up for adoption for $6 or whatever.
Probably more. I've got to tell you, that's probably more of a Canadian thing, and I'll tell you why. As Canada since early on, was more just it had more influence and influx and from more places, I would say, and less monoculture. Don't forget, the U.S. was incredibly xenophobic. Like,
well, and if you,
like way beyond.
if you were traveling along, if you were traveling along the Alaskan Panhandle, like from through Europe, through Asia, that way, then you'd get stuck in the hook of Washington State anyway, right? Like the mountains would naturally cause this natural, the islands, whether you came down Vancouver Island or whether you came down the actual mainland coast, which would be the safest way to travel. That's when you're looking at that barrier being those Olympic Mountains, for there being a huge difference, just like the Rockies and Cascades all the way up, right? Because that I took the economic history of Canada. My background's economics, and
very cool.
My teacher was extremely passionate, right? She really knew her stuff. She was really keen. She always said that the continent should have been split up, down, north, south, down the middle, and we would have had way more productive, better trade between the two sides. That it just made more sense. It just made a lot more sense for all sorts of resource bases. Blah blah blah. Anyways, my point was she told this story of the economic history of Canada going with the railroad from east to west, but once you hit those mountains, like things hit close to a standstill, right? Like, I mean, for the building of the railroad, like it still went well, but that's
how did your railroad affect the First Nations? Because in the U.S. that was the beginning of the. I mean, there had already been several different mass battles, and I wouldn't say it had gotten to genocidal level, but basically it was history shows that we kept pushing and pushing and pushing as a nation of people, or let's say the United States did at that time. Let's say 1800s. But it wasn't until our railway started getting put in across the nation that we started becoming kind of genocidal. And I don't know if it's used for the whole period, but there is a period where we definitely did commit atrocity and a form of genocide in the Trail of Tears and the beginnings of the reservations, much less what we did to the culture as a nation. There was a period of time, and this is one of the differences, is why no, we know, like, we exterminated tribes. We literally made people go away that their genealogical reference
and just
never
so you know, if you
again.
look into some of the sugar beet factory research and stuff, that you will find that the xenophobic nature of the history, which happens in Canada as well, that's where some of these wiped out tribes, they didn't fit the narrative. Okay, so
Well, I mean, like
it wasn't just a bunch of people. It's not these continents. The idea of the homogeneity in humanity is it's not. It doesn't even exist in
I mean,
China
we're
the
not
way
talking
it's
about
presented
narrative
to
though,
us. You know what I
Bex.
mean?
In the U.S., I mean, we're talking about once a railroad came in, they gathered people up that were on the natives and fighting. Like
What
General
I'm
Custer
saying
is a
to
great
you is
example.
there have been, there were not there, there were entire tribes of people that don't look like they. You don't have the history of what they looked like because they were genocided. All you have is genetic markers.
Yeah, no,
Right? And I'm not
that is the
trying to
thing,
rewrite
and
history.
well, one
I'm
of my
saying that
points is actually
those genetic markers,
Bex.
there's a reason they were wiped out.
Yeah, I
They
know.
were, there's a reason they were wiped out, you
well,
know, and it's not just because they were native. You know, it's like
I
the
mean, that's
genocide had to do
arguable.
with making sure, you know, like and that's
that,
why I'd say
that's
like for the
arguable
sake of
in
the
the
fucking
U.S.
Cherokee
case. I
Nation,
think that's
like
a lot of
I
it
would just
is
say
just
for the sake of the
war.
Cherokee Nation that actually got squished into reserves, whether they were actually on your territory or on what's called my territory now, they would be screaming at both of us. It was all our territory,
Yeah, of
right?
course,
And
of
don't
course,
paint
yeah.
us with a broad brush,
Yeah, no,
right?
but
That's what
I
they
think
would be saying. They would
you're
be saying,
missing
don't take my
similar
white
point here.
children and call them French.
Sure,
Right?
of course,
That's what they'd be saying, right?
but they wouldn't be
yeah,
saying that here
so
though. They wouldn't be saying that here. They'd have nothing to do
yeah,
with
so I'm
French, of
just saying
course,
for the
obviously.
sake of those First Nations people, they would say, don't paint me like a Chinese, don't paint me like this, don't paint me like that, right? I don't
Well,
look like, you know,
no,
you killed
this is
all
the
of my
thing is I
ancestors,
think where the
and my
difference in
ancestors looked
experience,
more like
Bex,
Rebecca than they
Bex,
do like, you know,
Bex, I
so,
think where the
and those
difference,
Cherokee Nations did go across both continents, right?
of
So
course, but Bex, I think where the
I'm just
difference in
picking on them
experience,
because,
hold on,
yeah,
Bex, there was a distinct
yeah.
difference in experience, without question, historically. When we're
Yeah, but
talking
what I'm
about the
telling
current,
you
wait,
is
hold on,
that
Bex, let me finish a
what we're
sentence,
talking about, the
please.
look, all I'm pointing,
I
all
understand, but
I'm
let me
pointing
finish
to
the
is the
sentence.
color of their
I
skin.
understand what your point is, but you
I'm
won't
just
let me
pointing
finish
to
the
the color
sentence
of their
to
skin.
actually
Yeah.
accommodate the point you're making. So you got to let me finish, okay? The difference is, one, to start with, that I would like to point out, though, is the way that the natives were corralled and exposed to a genocide that, whether they looked like natives or not in our country, it isn't as much as important to the point that I'm trying to make as the fact that our history is a little different, the way we treated and the way that people were
I understand that, but
treated
for the
in
sake of
general.
the ancestors
And then hold on, and then one of my points, this is my second point, is that people will look at me and go, "Oh, he's got a hooked nose. He's a Jew." That's happenstantial to me. My hooked nose comes from my native grandfather. That's my whole point. Is people don't know, and I would agree with you on this. Is the archetype of what we know of the natives is because only what is left of them, at least in our country.
Yeah.
And many of the actual, like my look of native doesn't exist any longer. And one of the most interesting things about some of the, if you want to talk about this portion of it, lineage of the suggestion that people came from elsewhere and populated the United States long before anybody, had quote unquote written it down and went back to a king and said, I found a new land. Most likely, these people came from the Asiatic continent by way of, and the Urals, or I'm sorry, not the Urals, but like where people are in Tibet, India, East Asia, where Africa,
But some of them,
some
of them also, when you can do that kind of genocide, some of them also just came from here. That's
you're talking
the
about
point I'm trying
Canada.
to make.
Oh well, of course, there's a small amount that came from there, but I mean, like,
but when you before the borders were drawn and the papers were written, there were still people moving up and down, right? My grandparents eloped in the 1930s in the States, because actually my grandmother was going to get fired from her job if she was married, so she wanted to they were trying to cheat the system, and they just woke up the border guard to come back across the border, right? Like they could have just come back, but they wanted to, do the honest thing, right?
You're talking about 40 years after the culmination of all the things that happened in the U.S. and by 1910, the establishment of the sovereign.
I know, and
States
some of
that-
them ran north. Some of them ran north. Some of them ran to their Cherokee Nation because of what was going on there, right? Like
Sure. Sure.
Anyway,
Sure.
we're more on the same page than we're not. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
say that we look for this history to still fit in when even these people themselves, right? They can't tell their own history, right? And even if they do, it doesn't fit the story. And ergo, we're looking for people to come from somewhere that came from here, right? They came from here.
Yeah, but I mean, we can
The north of here, right?
study. I mean,
So-
back further than where people. I mean, like that's the other thing is at least on right
but
now.
we don't know if they went.
Wait, hold on.
to the
At
Earls.
least
You wouldn't
right
know if they
now.
went from. You wouldn't know if they
Bex,
went from here to the Earls.
sure.
is what I'm
Though we can say that people, one of the more fascinating things about certain folks in like northwestern United States have more, do have Asian markers or do have Polynesian markers. Just like there's, I was going to talk about this earlier. There's a tribe
Or
on
do
the tip.
Polynesians have their marker?
Well,
Or do Polynesians have their markers?
it's very
You see what I'm
unlikely. It's
saying?
very
Or did
no,
they
no,
start
but
here
no,
and go there?
but that's the
right?
thing is Polynesia has a long storied history, both of word of mouth and written. So we
Yeah, but
know.
these people
but
got
Bex,
genocided.
no, okay, but Bex, that doesn't eliminate all the rest
When
of
you
everybody
genocide
else's
millions
gathered
of people,
history.
how can you
But
assume that the history being
the
told in one
Polynesians
direction
weren't the
couldn't go the
Polynesians
other?
weren't genocided. There's a massive amount of Polynesian.
No, I know that, but that's what I'm saying.
And
the
you're-
people
and
here that were
Micronesia.
genocided till we bring up their bones, okay? Till we
Okay,
bring
but-
up their
but-
bones, you're still
but
not going to be
you're-
able to know if people from here went to Polynesia before the Polynesians came here.
No.
Do you understand?
You're missing. You're missing.
Like,
You're jumping
this is
a
not
link, Bex.
conspiracy.
No, it's not conspiracy. I
yeah,
think you're
this
just
is not
missing a link,
conspiracy.
Bex. Is that what we're talking about? Is progenesis is pretty clear as to how, at least currently, people at least got to the United States in general, not specifically. We know that there was progenesis over time after the last ice age, which is about 11,000 years ago. And that would make sense because as the climates changed and, nomadic tribes.
But what if the climates
and-
changed? They went to Polynesia and they hung out there for 8,000 years, and by the time
you're getting it
the
backwards
weather
because
got better,
Polynesia,
they went home.
because that's not the way it
Right?
worked. Because Polynesia was arid climate, because East Asia was arid climate, because the climates changed and they came to where it was now warm as opposed to where it had been cold. We know
Yeah,
this
but
for
I'm
certain.
saying the
It's in
cycle
the
before
geology.
like when you don't.
No,
we don't
Bex,
have
which cycle
40,
before
50,
that?
we're going on
11,000.
bones.
If you want to go back to prehistory, beyond 11,000 years, that becomes emanated predominant. The European history strongly suggests humanity emanated from Asia.
It's not
You know,
theoretically impossible when we don't have the layers of bones from 20,000 years ago.
No,
to
that's
assume
that's
that
that's
the-
too
that
but that's a
people moved from one
preclusionary
to
fallacy.
the other
That
and the
means
other. It's
one.
not
No,
theoretically
but Bex,
impossible.
you're trying to erase all of what we know now because of what you feel is missing.
You're trying to paint a huge
No,
continent with a very broad brush.
I am
know,
following
even
the
these
logic of
tribes
what we know
themselves,
now,
right?
Bex. I am not eliminating all of what we
Yeah.
know in human history because of something
but
that is a
we-
mild unknown. And
I'm
this is the
I'm
thing
not
is
asking you
is
to eliminate.
but you
I'm
are.
asking
You're
you
telling me to ignore the
illuminate
fact. No,
yourself in the
you're
eye.
telling me to ignore the fact
Yeah.
that we know where
It's all right.
progenesis
It's
works.
all right. You know, the buried pyramids up here will be found. They're fucking all over the place.
If there are buried
right?
pyramids,
when those
wait,
things are found,
Bex, you want to talk about that?
They'll help
If there are
support
buried
some of the
pyramids,
biology that we don't have enough.
if
enough data
there are
collected.
buried pyramids, which I can
You know?
totally have a conversation about, they are pre 11,000 years ago. They are pre the end of the last ice age, which means that they were
I'm
likely
not
at the
asking-
beginning of the last
I'm not
ice age, the
asking
Younger
to
Dryas.
rewrite anything.
Hold on a second.
I'm
At the
talking
last
about
ice
a
age, this is
prehistory
science. We
ability.
know this for certain that they're at
Yeah.
least in general that with the last ice age, Younger Dryas, was about 15,000 years. So we're going back 26,000 years. If there was a predecessor society, which there very well could be, that is a thing. That is a thing. We don't know. but it does not affect us in the last 1,000 years. It doesn't affect us in the last 2,000 years because it's not directly connected to the current history. And although it is applied to the larger history, it doesn't wipe out what we know now. It doesn't affect what we know now of the last 2,000 years, which is basically what we're talking about. We're not talking about the progenitors. I mean, like, and that's a whole thing of the unknown. That's the U. You know, that is the A plus B equals C equals U. At least in the ability, what we're talking about is what is known. You know, if we want to talk about the tribes that are lost to the actual genocide, yeah, we can't know who they were or where they came from, and there's possibility of all sorts of stuff, no question. But what we do know is that the information genetically that we've collected that is very important to the natives in the United States, we have found the discrepancy in their actual lineages or where they've come from before the U.S. There's some Polynesian, there's mostly Asian, there's some African, there's all, and that we know the African, this is what I was trying to point out earlier, is because there is now a kind of a separation in FBA from FBA, Foundational Black Americans, for those who've taken the test and found out that they have as much Native American as they do African, which doesn't make any sense because many of these people think that they actually came from slavery. And so there's now thousands of people finding out that they had Native ancestry, and most likely that their ancestors did actually marry or mate with somebody in Canada, or they're from a tribe in South America. That's the point.
Well, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that some of these tribes, if we look at the map, you know, of their maps of their known territories, right? They are neither American or Canadian, and they flock to either side of the border trying to stay together, right? Like that's what they would have done. You know, they also, yeah.
But where do you think? But this is the problem becomes.
It's impossible to collect. It's impossible to collect data on genocided people.
But,
okay,
but here's the question: is where are you suggesting if? But Bex, the question would be: is where are you suggesting they actually came from initially? I mean, because there is at this point in time.
Here.
But this is the thing: is we have no.
Here.
Okay, that is a theory, but you then have to tell me why you think that is, because we have no civilization cradling here. We have, and if you go back 100,000 years. This was a frozen wasteland, you know. So you know, until about 11,000 years ago.
All I'm talking about is the Pacific Northwest.
No,
that's
but this is the point I'm making.
Right? All I know is
until 11,000 years
right?
ago, the Pacific Northwest was a ice sheet. Yeah. So this is my point: is for hundreds of thousands of years, this was one of the roughest. The whole of North America would have been one of the almost impossible places to live. It would have been like Antarctica, which is why we find that humans come from Africa, Asia, Western and Eastern Europe, and now there's argument actually as to multiple genesis from like an area around Norway, which you know they're seeing that people came from all sides. But what we haven't found in the U.S. at all, or in the Northern American territories, and I don't think that we have found anything really establishing in South America yet either, which I would expect to find it there first, though the jungles probably stop, you know, the ability to find anything of this nature is pre-generative life like we do in Europe and Asia and Africa, where or in the Polynesian areas, where you find Dionysian and you find more Cro-Magnons. We don't find Cro-Magnons in the U.S. That's a whole other thing. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we found one in the U.S. You might have found one in Canada, up north. You know, that would make more sense. In fact, you know, I want to look that one up. Have we found a Cro-Magnon anywhere in southern or central Northern America?
I don't know.
But this is the thing is that what tells us that people came here is that this was kind of landlocked with ice. It doesn't mean that people didn't live here, but
It's
coming
such a
from
huge
here,
continent, though. That's
yeah,
not what the Haida Nation would say. But they're also an island unto themselves up in the northern, off the coast of the, they're a huge island. I mean, Vancouver Island is the 43rd largest island in the world. The island I live on. It's the
it's
43rd
interesting.
largest in the world. The
Is there
Haida
any? Do
Islands
they
up
not
there,
have a? Did they not have a
they're even
Genesis
bigger.
story? Do
They claim the Haida natives claim that they were in a pocket, that their civilization was there through the Ice Age.
Wow, that
The
could have
Haida
been.
do.
That could have been, and that there's
So
okay. So there's
and
actual
that
claim. It's interesting because there's a claim
and
of
where I live is basically almost tropical. Like we do have on the island, obviously there's snow, but with the shelter of the Hook of Washington State,
yeah.
all the islands in the Juan de Fuca Strait
I wonder
have history of potentially being a little more
that
tropical
that makes sense
at
though.
different times than other places.
Up in the northwest,
So,
if you're off of if you're on one of the islands off of BC, there probably was less.
no, I'm on the largest island. I'm on an island that covers a third of the length of the province, right? It tucks down into Washington State below the 49th parallel, and we're surrounded by the Hook that comes out of Washington. So it's not just one of the islands. Like I'm on an island the size of like of a small state or whatever. Like it's gigantic.
Well, it's more. I'm talking about the placement more than size or anything like that, about that. I'm more thinking about like when. See, the idea is,
and I don't mean to get heated. I'm just saying that the history, we draw such a broad brush for a gigantic continent. Right?
Yeah, but no, it's not a broad brush. It's that we haven't found Bex. It's about objective, what we know and what we don't know. We do know we found all these skeletons. Hold on. Let me finish it. Hold on. Let me finish the thought, Bex. Bex, let me finish the thought. We do know that we have found the skeletons of progenitor humans all over the world elsewhere. We don't find them here, and we haven't found them here yet. If we do find them, that'll change the history. It'll add in that life did come from here, and maybe actually one of the things that people are, interested in to find is, if it did come from here, does that mean that it pushes life back further? Because we haven't found anything here, but part of the reason is because geology shows us that the Younger Dryas and the Ice Age before really overlapped this, the majority of North America, making it inhospitable to human life. Not meaning that people didn't come here, but this is the whole thing.
Is that the volcanic activity that caused that? Is that the volcanic activity that caused that? Because I know when my geology prof that's out
no. When I
study,
talk about geology, tells us.
The landscape around us.
Now, when I talk about geology, tells us. When I talk about geology, tells us. I mean, like, that's how they're able to say, oh, the Ice Age happened here. Like, I have a line of the Younger Dryas in my backyard, where the ash and sediment and what that signifies is when there was some kind of massive volcanic activity caused by something else. They actually think it was an asteroid hit now. But that caused massive upheaval on the planet. Which
we got Mount Baker and Mount Washington and Mount St. Helens. I know those are all American mountains.
Well, the last time,
but Mount Baker is visible.
Yeah, the last time I was alive, last time Helens erupted. No, the North America has not had massive, devastating Ice Age creating eruption since I don't want to get this wrong. I think it's the second Ice Age, because there have been essentially 4 ice ages and 1 small one. And the last Ice Age, the Younger Dryas, and the reason they call that the Younger Dryas is because there is an Elder Dryas, which is the long one. The long one lasted almost 100,000 years. And crazy enough as it seems, humans were alive. We just don't know our history, but that's the whole thing about this. Is I totally give credence to the possibility that humans have extensive histories in places we don't realize. We just don't have any. We can't find it. It's probably 20 feet underneath something else, you know? It's like the pyramids. That said, what we do know now is of where we have come from in the last 11,000 years. We do know a lot about that. You know, everything? No. A lot, though, you know. So that's the whole point, is that where currently did we come from? I mean, when you're talking about Pangea, or I'm sorry, not Pangea, but panspermia, and the
Did you say
dissemination of,
spermia?
it's called panspermia, yeah. The dissemination
Panspermia?
of humankind across the planet, about how we've spread as the plates have changed on the planet, where we survived. Humans are really good at just chasing the sun, apparently, and that's logically where we're going to find ourselves. The history is in the patterns of
Do
where
they
we moved, you know. But that's what we
account
find.
for like the tilting and shifting of the axis when they're looking at these patterns of migration?
Well, that does have some of it to
At all,
do with
so
it,
that
but
we can understand that there's sometimes that we imagine something being under ice. There's pockets of areas like I'm just picking the Haida Gwaii as an example because they're actually very far north, and they shouldn't have a really warm climate. But when some of these natives in the north can see that the sun they used to hunt and they used to head off in this direction when the sun was between these two mountains, in the distance, like they had these, but now the sun doesn't go between these two mountains anymore, right? They can notice the shift just in where the sun is relative to mountains. It's just that's if we've been on some consistent shift, a cycle or a shift in one direction and then back. I'm not a
it's 2.3 degrees off of we've shifted since the time of whatchamacallit, Stonehenge was built. We have shifted 2.3 degrees or so from that point, and that's because of the way that although we are spinning like this, it is not perfect, and it's more a little elliptical than anything, and apparently because we're also moving forward alongside everything else, and with gravity pulling us between the planets, we have moved a little bit, and we have tilted back and forth. Yes, there is a little bit of a wobble over time, and though there's argument about whether the wobble has caused climate changes, the majority of climate changes that we see right now, as far as science or geologists talk about, is that there have been cataclysmic volcanic eruptions, and then there have been like asteroid hits, and plate tectonic changes, and those are the main things that have started ice ages. And I do think it is telling that you are right. We probably did survive in a lot of other pockets that we don't know about. I mean, there's the stuff in Turkey in the caves, where they could keep up to 10,000 people that connect, for miles between towns and things like that in the caves, under the mountain. So there's a lot of likelihood that, yes, humankind was in pockets that we wouldn't expect them to be.
And that's where some of the recorded, I don't know how they've recorded it, but I know the Haida Gwaii nations, they were down to like under a very small number in the late 50s. They actually had to move to another island and merge with another tribe for a while. But their history, their oral history, I'm assuming it was oral at a time, they're just, they're very adamant. They're very adamant about a lot of things that challenge some of these, they do claim that they made it through ice ages, that they've been on these islands forever. That's sort of like the first peoples of Australia.
Yeah, I was about to say that's very much like the Aboriginal
they're far
talk.
North,
where
they're far enough north that their genetic variation Okay, the genetic variation in them themselves, represents a vast array, because there's the Asian influence, obviously, being closer to the, traveling through the Alaskan Panhandle sort of route, as well as what would look like Caucasian or European influence as well. They're a very vast looking group of people, you know,
True.
and they would be ones that would be claiming that they're not European, right? That they're not. So one could say, yeah, 11,000 years ago they might have been, but that's again, that's a different time and space, right? That's a different kind of traveling nomadic people, like, so with the amount of genocide and the segregation and the ripping apart of people and the adoptions of the people that looked more European to European descendants that had moved here, that's where some of that story gets washed. And I've seen the comments in your chat. I'm not sowing a narrative. I'm informed by the First Nations people of, what one would call the Pacific Northwest, right? They don't see themselves as Americans or Canadians. They're insulted by that. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
and so are many of the prairie nations. And that's why some of the casinos that are built on the border, right? Some casinos are built on the border of Canada and the United States because those nations themselves don't recognize our borders, you know? And yeah, so I'm not sowing a narrative that goes against the European narrative. I'm just sharing the, research I've done with Native people, from here, right?
Sure.
Like that, so I'm not trying to overwrite what we know. I'm trying to share the wisdom of people that claim that they were down to, I can't remember the numbers, but like we're talking under 2,000 people not long ago, So
Sure. And I mean, like, and there's an important place for that. I just, I would hesitate to conflate between what is, U.S. history and Canadian history, because the two have very different inferences, outcomes,
but that's where I'm saying
behaviors.
these,
I mean, like, wait, but hold on a second. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. What happened across the border, even though they don't recognize the border, that doesn't really matter when it comes to how the nations of the U.S. and Canada treated those people. And that's how it's being delineated. It's not being delineated as if they're separate.
Our government was no better. From what I understand, our government was no better.
It depends. I mean, there's a depends. It's arguable. We literally, if you think about it, this country had likely millions of Native Americans in it. And how many of them ran to Canada? We don't know. How many of them went to South America? We don't know. Why don't we know? It's not because they weren't trying to be accounted for. No, it's because we wholesale waged a war throughout the 1800s as a nation in the U.S. against the Plains people, against the people in the West, and those that we didn't get sick, we slaughtered, and we did it wholesale and forced, long-term inhabitants of this country into being not just in third-class citizens, giving up their beliefs, practices.
Same here. Same here. They actually had right into the 70s. They had lists of, if they were buying goods, like say they were going to the liquor store to buy alcohol, right? They had lists, short list of what they could buy, and the rest was off limits to them.
Oh, wow.
And I don't mean to use alcohol as the example, but that was like right into
apartheid.
The 1970s.
That's like apartheid
the Indian
stuff.
Liquor list. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. No, I mean, that's where at least
definitely
in the U.S. I mean, I think there was such a massive push over the terrible things that people had done. It was so in our face in the 70s and 60s, as well as civil rights were such a big deal. And there was native rights, as it was known at the time, and the sovereign nations thing wasn't really taken seriously by Congress until the 1960s and civil rights. And then, you don't get our folks really back up on their feet in any way, shape, or form, even until now, beyond the casinos, so yeah, I mean, it is an interesting thing, because I didn't know that Canada was pushing that stuff up until the 70s. That's behavior that we left out in the teens, 19 teens, when the cowboys were just ending.
No, right
here.
into the last residential school was just closed. It was in Alberta, but the thing that they really liked to do up here was the people knew how to travel so well, right? Even the children knew how to travel so well that they would take people like from the island, off island. They would take people from the mainland to the island. They would take people from up and over the Rockies and into Alberta, just to make that separation, so the children couldn't find their way home and the parents couldn't find their way to their children.
Yeah. I mean,
and that was
it's
an
very
evolution
wild to me,
of-
because you know that
of-
Bex, I mean, like in the U.S., we look at Canada, especially in the, let's say, 1700s, 1800s, during slavery times. That was the place that slaves would run. That's where the Underground Railroad took people to Newfoundland and Canadian territories, and in U.S. history.
Yeah, one of the largest Black communities. Yep.
Yeah, in the U.S., well, one of the wealthiest men in the Western world was a Black man on Oak Island, and he actually was one of the largest landowners in Newfoundland at the time. Also, there's this in American history. We look at Canada, and it's written about as if Canada was the place that just generally was accepting, because the French, it was wild man territory. The natives were more accepting, and everybody was working together. So what it sounds like to me is that that's just not the case. That they were telling us a story.
Well, that's why I would say that's why I'm saying that the development of the Eastern Canada, we're a tenth of your population, and the land mass we cover is bigger. I would say if you ignore the Northern Territories, because those were mostly native territories, and very very remote, right? So then really we're looking at we don't need to compare size. But the Eastern, the narrative of the East is not the narrative of the West, right? The Wild West in Canada, like according from the natives' perspective, is like in some cases under 50 years colonized, right? Doesn't mean they weren't aware of the trade, the colonization, the things that were going on. All the more reason where people had learned to go back to trapping, to go back to some of their more nomadic ways. They were running right from east. They weren't running from the east here, but they already knew as the railroad came, right? And what had happened, right? So that's where this northern, this western front is quite a bit different. That we definitely can't paint Canada with the same brush, just for the sheer lack of population base.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
no, I mean, and that was the other thing.
Have immigration.
I think one of the big difference between your railroad going in and ours is that there was actual nation states of hundreds of thousands of people still at that time period living in the way of where the train was coming through, which is why the cavalry was invented in the United States to slaughter all those people. And one of the weirdest things actually that comes about is they didn't have to worry about the West Coast. As long as they could get to the West Coast, they were good. It was everything in between that was dangerous. And that's because the West Coast, California, Oregon, had been, taken over hundreds of years earlier by the Spanish. So, the Catholic Church had already done the work for what the railroad was about to do in our Midwest at the time period.
But the part that goes overlooked, actually, in the history, what goes overlooked is the influence of that all the way up the coast as well, because we're called British Columbia, and people forget the Columbia aspect of it, right? So much Spanish influence all, especially on this island and in the Juan de Fuca Strait, that's evident. And definitely when you see the amount of Filipinos that are coming here now, you can really see the similarities between them and some of the First Nations tribes here, with that Spanish and Asian influence in the way they look.
Sure.
They're not the tall natives of the prairies. They're much more influenced, but much more Hispanic and Asian looking.
Interesting.
Um,
Well, yeah. What here's
some of the
before
tribes,
before I end it
right?
off tonight,
So,
something I'll tell you a little tidbit about Los Angeles. A lot of people don't know. A Asian African tribe, meaning like they are literally like from not India, but they look Asian, but they're African, and that tribe is actually the first group of people to settle in Los Angeles, where Los Angeles County is now. And they there's this whole interesting history of them in downtown LA that was pointed out to me by a friend who like literally was like, no, really, you go down to this certain set of streets in downtown LA, right near where the Mexican town is downtown, where it's like one of the oldest portions of the city, and there's a little dedication to this tribe that was there, that apparently these folks had made it all the way from North Africa and landed in California before anybody else did. Before the Spanish, before they were there. In fact, the reason we know this is because the Spanish wrote down that they had to negotiate, and the name of the area comes from them. And a lot of the names for the areas the Spanish ended up naming comes from them. So there's the intermingling of people across the planet is very much a thing. But I always thought that was very interesting that LA was actually originally
yeah.
founded by a tribe of people that did not come from North America at all.
Well, and that's interesting because
They
it
weren't
kind of
European.
supports, not that I'm saying they come from Nigeria, but supports my Nigerian friends' understanding of the variety of the way people look in his village. Like,
Well, yeah, there's
because he would say that he's from
sorry,
a tribe of the Igbo tribe in at least he would say that he's from a tribe of like Asian Africans, right?
yeah,
Like,
I mean, because
that's
that did happen depending upon which. If you're over there
No.
towards Ethiopia, it absolutely makes sense. You're on the East Coast nowadays. Actually, more so. There's probably another
Well,
influx of it.
Nigeria is west, but it is it's not it has the ability to travel.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know, it would have
also,
been the
if
ability to
you're
travel.
talking about any time before the 1800s, China for 2,000 years was a monster, colonizer across the planet. They went everywhere, and if they weren't trading, they were colonizing. So
I know they never use the word colonization for the Chinese, which is funny.
yeah,
Right?
but it is
Like,
funny,
it's
even
just
though
not
they
the word
controlled
that
the majority. Well, the
traditionally used
Huns
there.
controlled. They weren't considered Chinese at the time, but the Huns controlled the majority of the planet. Yeah, so it is an interesting thing. But the dynasties lasted forever and ever and ever. People don't realize how long the dynasties lasted. Much less the dynasties of the Egyptians, that lasted a long time too. That there is definitely been a lot of traffic on the earth. For certain, but I'm gonna have to hang it out for tonight. I did not expect to do 5 hours
Yeah.
tonight. I thought I was gonna do like 2.5.
No, I appreciate your patience with me.
My pleasure.
What I really want to say is I appreciate your standing on fact.
I
right?
try.
I would love to
best I
see
know.
you. I'd love to see you and Tommy actually sometime take on Round Earth together. I think you guys would be fantastic. I think you
Is
could
Tommy
use
a
an
flat
adversary
earther?
like you.
Is
when you
Tom?
get-
Is Tommy a flat
No,
earther?
he's a round earther. He's a
okay.
glober.
Yeah. I'm
No,
a
he's
glober too.
and
I'm a
he
glober
always wants
earther
to
too.
debate these things.
Yeah. I
But you bring the knowledge that he just stands on, right? Because he's done the research too, but you're very articulate with it. So I think the
thank
two of you as globers taking on some of these things could really get, because
A
he's
flat earther,
so good at it. He just does I stand on fact. Okay.
Yeah.
And he just dismisses everybody, right?
No, yeah,
'Cause I stand on reality.
What my big
like,
one is though,
um,
Bex, is when somebody goes, no, we got a
What?
flat Earth. I pull up. Hold on a second. I pull up this. Also, the same people don't believe that space is real. So this is the view from the space station currently.
I'm looking.
Hold on a second. Let it come up. It's gonna take. There we go. That's the view from the space station Earth currently. Now, if you watch this for any period in time, they're
Beautiful.
going. It's gorgeous. They're going 16,000 miles per minute, and it takes them approximately 78 minutes to circumnavigate the globe. So anybody who watches this will recognize immediately, especially because they do change views, that we were on a globe. There's no question. Like, and so the logic behind a lot of these guys is that somehow this is faked. And I don't even know how you can fake some of the views, because there's multiple views. Hold on a second. Here's the one from NASA. It's the high definition one. And not only that, but there's lots of this stuff. There's lots and lots of channels of things in space, like looking down right now.
Yeah.
And I heard one argument from a real schmo, real ninth grade class dropout, saying that this could just as well be from an airplane. Just a whole bunch of airplane. Well, and then he pulled up a picture of GPS, and this is what killed me. There's lines on the planet. Like the planet has lines on it. Oh. That was the logic.
But did they see the lines? They
pulled up.
What lines were they talking about?
They pulled up Google Earth and started pointing out the boundary lines drawn on by, so you can see the boundaries.
Oh, I see.
Well, if they drew that on, how do we know everything else is real?
That's hilarious. Well, thank you for your patience with me. I apologize.
You
for
don't have to apologize. No.
overbearing,
Spirited conversation is what it's about. You stood on your own. You're good. You were calling it.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate how solid your knowledge is. I really do. So if that didn't come through in what I was trying to convey, I apologize.
No,
I really
you're good.
do.
You don't have to apologize.
So I look forward
You're
to the
good.
next time. Thank
Most
you.
definitely.
I
My
look forward to
pleasure.
the next time we meet. And I'll be here listening if I'm not up chatting. I look forward also to Toxic Angel hearing another chat between you guys. I've listened to a couple of those and
Toxic
enjoyed it,
was around
so.
earlier. He and I do have some things we need to go. We've been meaning to have a couple different conversations for so long. It's just that, every time we're about to do that, some kind of drama happens where it's like, if he's over on my channel or something, I'll get a bunch of hate. Or if I'm on his, he'll get a bunch of hate. It's just not, it's one of those things that hasn't worked out. But
well, I caught a great conversation here, and I look forward to more.
Appreciate
Thanks so much, Aaron. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I'll sign out now.
Right on. Have a great night.
Bye for now.
Peace.
Yeah, you too. Thanks again.
Need me to kick you? Or? Oh, no, she got it. Hey, she went off to the ether. Well, as I sit in front of Mother Earth passing on by. Very interesting conversation. Thank you, Bex, for joining. I do appreciate you very much for being here. Spirited conversation is always good, especially when it's in friendly interaction. And that was kind of the point of, the whole evening, was the fact how not to be insufferable as a streamer. And I think, not lending ourselves to the fallacy of believing that there's a false association equivalency. Oh, you've been modding for Tom? Nice. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. Yeah, that we can have disagreements, that we can have spirited conversations and still be friends at the end of the day. And we don't have to slob names. We don't have to draw conclusions about other people that we don't like them because we don't like something that they said or something they believe that may be different than us. That's a mental prison. It's a limitation of our abilities, and it's a limitation of our ability to grow. It's a danger. It's a danger to our future. It's a danger to us being better people. And honestly, when you surround yourself with people just like that, who don't want to grow, who can't see each other as human or see the similarities, even when there's differences. Oh, sure. What do I define as insufferable? Andrew Wilson. If there was a picture next to the term insufferable, Andrew Wilson. He's playing a character. I know he is. I have to imagine that some of that plays out in his life, but I know most of it's a character. I would say insufferable is when you can't allow people to be themselves and you must demand your own sense of self over others. And it is paired often, I find personally, with a lack of self-awareness, egomaniacal behavior. I really despise also that people add the extra bonus of a couple extra layers of prison cell with the idea that somehow autism, being an autist, is a replacement for the word insufferable. Asshole, asshat, shit stain, fart chair, So you end up with people like Jizzlick and K-Hoey Man, who are proud of being what otherwise in society would be considered not just the outcast, but the low-life scum who preys on any fault, on any slight, as if they are the arbiter of what's great, of what's righteous, of what's symptomatic of being superior. Hey, Dragonfly, thanks for you just came at the end. What's going on? Good to see you. So yeah, hopefully that clarified, Ali. I know I teeter around when I do these things, but yeah, generally egomaniacal and unself-aware, not self-aware. And it can come in a lot of fashions. We can be lightly insufferable, but what I'm talking about is the folks who essentially want to play on the limitations. They themselves don't want to grow. They themselves don't even see growth as something that can happen. And they'll take as many people as they can with them. That's the whole thing of their clout-minded language. When I say clout-minded, I mean, I hate that term at all. Viewership is not clout. You don't get importance just because we got a bunch of assholes watching you. Gathering a whole echo chamber of shit stains does not make one greater. It just makes one more shitty. Because there's going to be more inciting to that, right? That's what I ask. And when I say right, I'm not looking for agreement. I'm asking. Isn't that right? I mean, this is the term pill. We should just say, oh, dude's a pill. Lady's a pill. What a fucking pill. Now I'm using the more correct term, insufferable, because people have started to replace it, Ali, with the term autist. As if autism makes people ruthless, and it doesn't. Always a pleasure to have you, Dragonfly. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so I don't think it's fair also to the true problematic situation of autism to lump a whole bunch of people that are just looking for an excuse to be ruthless and cruel or mean to others, or just be, mewing. Yeah, and it's an excuse to not use the real terms. It is lazy. It's an excuse to not admit that, oh, you're being a jerk. Oh, you're not being kind. Oh, you're being dismissive. Wow, you're disenfranchising someone. You're being rude. All these things that describe the behavior, they get thrown out the window, and you have to allow someone to do it because they're not neurologically the same. Look, we all have our problems. Everybody does. But the point is what if this is show? What if that is entertaining? Unless you're looking for the Coliseum. And then just get real. Go watch Squid Games. Come on. But I digress. A lot of this insufferable behavior is the mental prison in action. Yeah, use your brain, define and describe the actions you seem to find disagreeable. Yeah, as opposed to just pawning it off to something that everybody can just nod their head at. Because really, that's lemming behavior. And once again, it's never good to do the lemming behavior because, and of course, there it is. Yeah, because then you end up with a bunch of people Zeke Heiling and you have to be Mr. Hosfelder crossing your arms. That's much harder. It's much harder. It's easier to recognize it where it lay. Recognize it that it can very quickly become this picture. A whole lot of people Zeke Heiling. And one person in dissent. Now, are all these people Zeke Heiling correct? I think now we say no. But in the moment, I'm sure they felt like they were a part of something powerful, strong. I think that I'm pretty sure there was definitely some people in there who didn't want to take part, but were because they were pressured by just being in that crowd or being part of the crowd. And that's where I say, when we see our friends, the people we care about, the people we know, oh, I'm sorry, Alec. I didn't mean to make you break out the dictionary just to watch the show. I apologize. It happens. Oh, yeah, anytime. No, feel free. Anytime I say something that is not clear, to check me out or ask me about it. I'm definitely not, definitely wouldn't want to dissuade you from that. Would want you to avoid asking the question, because there are no stupid questions. Only stupid fears of asking stupid questions. I love asking stupid questions, especially when I know the answer, but it's really a stupid question, and then I just stare at you bold-faced. So how are you feeling? Anyhow, yeah, I believe that there is a lacking. Oh, the put downs that seem just lazy. Absolutely. No. Oh, no, I understand about that. Yeah, it is lazy. I have compared it to Ingsoc, the group of people in 1984 that create the shortened language. There's a lot of comparatives to it, too, that they just keep revising the language, cutting out the meaning, to the point where love is hate. War is peace. Everything becomes backwards because they're just too lazy to actually assert the real meaning, and they just keep changing it for a simpler, easier to use word. It's dangerous. But what I was going to say is that many of these tools are what lock people into the most dangerous of groups that they don't even realize become dangerous later, in the moments when we have to be individuals. That's a problem, and it's also a problem for creativity. Oh, yeah. The absolutely incredible way that people reduce everything to its worst narrative here. Mostly, I think, Allie, because I think a lot of people don't have any experience, so they play out what they think it would be, which comes off as characterized or overblown, right? Yeah, these are the signs of living in a mental prison, in a delusion caused by fear, in a perpetrated world that you buy into, and then reinforce with your own behavior and belief systems. Not because it's real, but rather because somebody told you an idea and you went with it. And that's not everybody, but for those who it is, I urge each and every one of you out there to not hesitate and reach your hand out to offer your love, your kindness, your care, and say, you don't have to be there in that prison. There's a sledgehammer of mirth right behind me. It's imaginary, and all you got to do is pick it up and smash down the bars of bullshit. It's true. I really, really tell you that all you have to do is change your mind. Allow yourself other ideas, other ways, and they don't have to be one way. But I would hope that you would make it the kind way, whatever that means to you. Allie says that she bartended for years, have owned 3 businesses and not been terminally online. Yeah, I have been shocked at those who are living their lives here, caught up in a whirlwind of jargon and, undermining propaganda that disenfranchises people's belief systems and trust in one another, much less the engagement in reality, or the disengagement in our natural ability to enjoy fantasy, character, story, to see drama or the show as show, but rather supplant that, usurp it with the need for real life drama between people, which is the lowest form of entertainment, my friends. When it's about the person and not about the topic, that may be the sign. So much judgment and takedown, beautifully said, rather than creating the future they want to see. Yes. If we talk about things that we can change, if we talk about things that we can explore, if we allow our minds to be free, if we can understand that the people behind the camera are putting on a show, that this is something that we can have fun. You don't have to be, you don't have to be just a face. You can have fun. You can entertain. Swear to God, you can do weird shit. You really can. Oh, that wasn't the... Oh, well, yeah, now I'm just a ghost. Okay. We've got the technology. You can do interesting shit now. It's not that hard. It really isn't. All of me swears. I swear. All of me. Anyway. I've already gone on for too long. I appreciate you being here. I hope you got something out of today. I'll be back tomorrow. And if anything, I hope that some of the conversation back and forth and some of the stories about fallacy and understanding some of the logical fallacies that we see on a regular, at least now maybe you can call them out if you didn't know them before. There's a large list. That video, I'm sorry, I didn't, bad me. I did not cover the name of that video. Let me get it for you real quickly. Great channel. That channel is fantastic, by the way, that I was pulling the fallacies from. It's called The Paint Explainer. The specific video was, and I didn't even get to any of the other videos I was going to cover today. Every logical fallacy explained in 11 minutes. I'll do the shoe on head one tomorrow. Female loneliness and how to fix it. Anyways, yeah, shoe on head did a great little video there. I'm also going to bring up another video and see if we can decide whether or not Shoe and Head is just playing another character or if somebody else looks exactly like Shoe and Head. That's a different story. In any case, if the world is getting you down, if your friends are locked in a cycle, if you're feeling excluded, if you're in an environment that is pressing hate, anger, angst, change the channel. Change your mood. Go outside. Find an option. Read a book. Join a club. There are options to do more than sit behind the screen and play a game or chat on a VC. That's just something you can do part-time it does not have to be one's life. And most importantly, if you find the kindness in you, if you see the world as generally good, and keep an eye out for what could be bad instead of expecting everything is terrible, you might find yourself in a position where you can take a deep breath, open your spirit up, be one with all, and maybe even look up. Thank you so much for being here, folks. I really do appreciate you. I know I've been on and off the past couple of weeks. It's just, life. So many things. And as Allie Cat pointed out, I'm not terminally online. I don't know about her. I know she was saying she's not either. Good on you, by the way. My pleasure, Allie. Thank you so much for being here. It really does make a difference. Please make sure to hit the like on your way out. It gets me out in the algorithm. And yeah. I hope your day and evening are fantastic wherever you are. I hope you get a chance to have a beautiful day tomorrow. Be safe or have fun, whichever comes first. And most definitely, be careful. And always look up. Good to be back. Click.